all out of bump. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anywhere. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, hate me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop my showman Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Max Baker. Check Ishman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, and your heavy demand from Australia to Japan.
Check down the road, oh shit, man. Back strokes up the Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
Boom! And we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting. Handsome Jackie Jones on my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, the man who texts throughout the whole show.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. I'm the boss, baby. I'm the man who tells you what to do. The king of all the marks. Especially FTR. Especially FTR.
I got the real shirt in the mail finally. So kudos to Pro Wrestling Tees.
Oh, so they made it right then, eh?
Made it right.
Okay. At least they made it right for you.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't want to be pissing off the internet icon.
Yeah, he might call Davey Boy Meltzer and be like, hey, listen to this, buddy.
What's the shirt that OIB is sporting?
The Dungeon of Doom.
It's the Swinger Dungeon. You know who that's for, Jack?
What is that? Like something you do on the weekends? You guys swapping wives?
No. It is Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger? He's still alive?
Yeah, he's on Impact.
Wow. If a wrestler wrestles on Impact, does anyone know?
Yes. Don't make me switch to my Impact hat. I'll switch to my Impact hat.
No, that was Mikey B, the Mikey the B. B, Mikey B, Mikey B, yeah. I'm Mikey B. That might be my next big hit. What do you think? Mikey B, yeah, Mikey B, yeah. Mikey B, Mikey B, yeah.
Yeah.
Tazo, hey pal, it's me, Dave Meltzer. What's the scoop, buddy?
It's big scoops. Big scoops.
He's like, hey, this just in. CM Punk texted and apologized to Hangman Page, but I didn't get this from the Elite. I just happen to know all the text messages they get.
Now, Jack, you know how word spreads around the locker room. It could have been anybody. It could have been Paul White. It could have been Tony Schiavone. It could have been Jericho.
Did they also know their personal inner thoughts when they were thinking about going to WWE? The point is, they go and tell Meltzer, and that's fine, but don't give me a bunch of bullshit and say that he don't get it from them. Boom! boom, look at this. Yeah, by Daddy Pool on YouTube. Member for 2 months. This is his anniversary. Member for 2 months. Booyah! Best wrestling show on the net.
Thank you, Dadpool, on YouTube. We got the Geek Getaway. He said, word is like Melina's legs. In the locker room, it spreads.
No. They go tell Meltzer and Davey. This is the difference. Okay. So we're gonna go all the way back to the promo where Hangman Page shoot promo on Punk in the ring. Now that in by itself, I don't even consider that big of a deal. But you do that, that's what sets the stage for everything. And he does it on air, face to face. I have no problem with that. Punk, retaliates. And then they go radio silent. So the elite aren't saying anything anywhere. But then it starts popping up, all these things, all the Meltzers and the Alvarezes and then their minions start attacking on Twitter.
You make this sound like Lord of the Rings. Come on,
They are. I'm not
Meltzer's
joking.
summoning them from Middle Earth.
I think
He's
the
like,
elite
"God,
are very conniving, sneaky little dirty bitches.
No.
Where Punk, you can disagree, and I'm not saying he is guilt-free, and that's a big problem with me, the way Meltzer reports it, as there is absolute no guilt. They're like angels. They're the most innocent people in the world, the elite, and Punk should bow down and kiss their feet, and FTR should, just bend over and let everyone ream them before they could even wrestle a match and all.
Well, they were grabbing each other after the Punk promo. They were so excited. They were like, "Oh, let's grab weenies."
So the thing is,
Punk wrestling.
Punk. Look, I like this style of guy. I like guy just comes out here and says this shit, and I like that. Now you can be, and I'm not saying that's a perfect way to be by any means, but the difference is he is going to say the stuff to people's faces. Mm-hmm. They picked a verbal fight with someone who is far superior. Whatever you think about them in wrestling, you could think Kenny Omega's a better wrestler. I would. It's really a different style. I would be hard pressed for anyone to think, Hangman Page was a better wrestler, but that's fine. Whatever. All that aside, I don't even think you could argue, anyone in their right mind, that any of those guys are better talkers than Punk. Especially like shoot promo guys. So you started a shoot verbal war with like the king of this. It's kind of similar to when Hannibal started trying to do a verbal war with Jim Cornette. It's like, dude, you're not going to win this. So they started this.
I don't think that's a little too far. I mean, come on now. You're taking liberties with that one.
Yeah,
that
I'm
analogy.
Not saying they're quite as
that
bad
analogy
as
is bogus.
No, it's a good analogy. I'm not saying they're as bad as Hannibal, but it's a similar idea.
Okay, I'll accept that. I just want a retraction.
So Punk's going after them, and instead of just retaliating themselves, because they really can't do it, they're not going to joust back and forth because they're going to be failures. So instead of doing that, they start calling up Davey Boy Meltzer, and then Dave starts putting out all this quote-unquote news and reports, and it's all very one-sided. And then that's their retaliation. It's all sneaky and behind the scenes, and they're like, hey, Davey, put this out in the Observer. And so all that, and then when Meltzer puts stuff out, it trickles throughout all of the internet. And all these websites, they report anything Dave says as facts. Sometimes they don't even mention that Dave said it. So that just spreads all out there. And then when Punk is at home and he's rehabilitating stuff, and he starts to see all this stuff that's just reported as facts, when he knows it was all fed to Dave. And then Dave has the audacity to say, oh, they weren't even my sources, when it's all stuff clearly from them. And if it's not from them, it's like, well, they didn't tell me, but the guy who puts all the oil all over him and the other guy plays D&D told me. Where do you think they got it from? They got it from the elite guys.
I'll just say this. You yourself know from firsthand knowledge that a lot of wrestlers talk to Dave Meltzer because you have had a wrestler ask you for Dave Meltzer's number who
I've
is
never
in
denied this.
AEW right now.
The Elite have capitalized on this, I think, in a way no one else ever has. Other people have tapped into that and have gave Meltzer stuff where he would put over match, which would result in people buying like their product and also really getting a name. And maybe people would notice him more. That's fine. But this is a more ugly twist to it.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm
Punk,
not budging. I think it's a very and I don't think he's a dishonest guy, but he is very easily manipulated.
Okay, but I think CM Punk could probably just try to let things go and move on, and I think the Elite are trying to let it go. And
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe they are
well,
whatsoever.
We had reports that Adam
because
Page,
they look all innocent because they're not actively saying stuff, but they're all sneaky putting stuff out there.
We had reports that Adam Page was scheduled to do some behind-the-scenes promos at the Collision taping, and he was called not to show up to the show.
Right.
So
if
Punk is willing to let it all go, which that does not seem to be the actions.
I don't know if all this stuff is true because he was also on Dynamite. They were both on the Ring of Honor pay-per-view. They're going to be at Wembley. So I don't even know if all of this is true, especially stuff it's like reported by Jimmy House. Like, well, who the fuck is this guy?
How dare you besmirch the name of Jimmy House?
Now, we did see the promo that was out there. I think it's funny and honestly to get mad about like an off-air promo. You could get a little mad, but to take that too seriously is super lame. And even Meltzer said that the Young Bucks, they're just against ever working with Punk. And all of that is very detrimental to the company because either people like myself, there are stuff I think, well, this has to be a work that they're actually going to do the match. But then part of me's like, I don't know. So if you don't do it when everyone is looking forward to it, it's only going to hurt the company in the long run because this is potentially their biggest match, their biggest feud, their biggest angle.
Yeah. Well, and then we've also had the reports, Dolph Ziggler's brother, Ryan Nemeth. He has been banned from going to Collision.
Not exactly.
Shows.
That's not
well,
exactly.
They asked him not to show up, didn't they?
He was at the show, and they say that Punk talked to him about stuff because he was posting, tweeting stuff negative about Punk, and so Punk, like a man, talked to him. He didn't he didn't call up Dave Meltzer or he didn't call up a dirt sheet and say, hey, bury this dude. He talked to him face to face like a man, and they said that that Nemeth apologized to him and said he just said it to try to get heat.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know.
If you're a jobber and you're lucky to really have a job there at all, has done absolutely nothing of note, you can't go and start attacking the main star of the show. You couldn't have been, Mario Mancini and just saying, Hulk Hogan is a butthead and stuff. And
well, I will agree to that. I mean, it's not very smart on Ryan Nemeth's part to start saying bad things about CM Punk while he's on the show. I mean, there is a pecking order. I mean, we're all aware of this. It would probably be best advised to keep your mouth shut. And then
even just it just makes sense. Even, I mean, why would you do it? It's just stupid.
Mm-hmm. But I will say though, you are painting a pretty picture for Punk.
I've said that I've never.
You don't think that he's called up a dirt sheet person at some point during his career? No. You don't think he's ever done that? I
don't think he's like that at all.
He's had interactions.
I don't think he's not. I didn't never said he was. I've never said he wasn't. I've never said he wasn't an easy guy to get along with, and he's not opinionated. I personally like all of that, but I definitely don't think he's a guy that would manipulate the dirt sheets. And
I don't know. No. I think
that's completely out of his character. He's a very aggressive guy who get into arguments with people, and I'm not saying he isn't, and I'm not saying he's not. He could be, hard to deal with. I also don't think he would have ever succeeded the way he has if he didn't have that, especially during the time when a guy his size would have never, got to his position. But no, I don't think he's a guy that would try to manipulate like with Dave Meltzer or something. Not at all.
No, there's probably an instance in
Why?
the past where
Just
he
because
has.
you don't like him? I mean, you cannot like him and say he's hard to get along with, but I don't see how that would be part of his makeup at all.
I'm fine with Punk, but I'm just saying I don't think he hasn't tried to manipulate the dirt sheets in the past.
Just because? I mean,
I know there was an instance with The Undertaker where he was upset about some stuff, and stuff was being reported in the dirt sheets, and
yeah, but that wasn't like this stuff is
his
like
WrestleMania. He was mad because he wasn't the main event of WrestleMania.
Yeah, but he went on a podcast himself and said it.
Well, what? He said you talking about the Colt Cabana one or the Undertaker stuff? I'm
Colt
talking about
Cabana.
the Undertaker stuff where he was mad.
Yeah, but he was
Sure.
loud about it backstage, so people would know about it. This is stuff that no one could possibly know unless the
Well, how are you saying that wasn't the case here?
Because no one else has
said
said
loud
it.
about it backstage. Adam Page was
no one else says it.
The promo. So,
Everyone else says that that's not what happened. Everyone on Collision puts Punk over.
Mm-hmm. Because they have to, or they're sent home.
No, most of the people that are on Collision because they wanted to be on Collision because they like Punk.
Well, until we see like one of the leads show up on Collision, I don't know. I do think there's a pecking order that CM Punk is putting in place because people have been sent away from Collision. And we don't want it like that. We want it to be intertwined with all the other shows. I mean, and not have like the people fighting. And this isn't helping, I don't think.
I think they got to man up, stop being bitches, stop trying to gaslight the IWC, stop calling up Davey Boy Meltzer no matter what happens. If Punk apologized for one thing, that should be between Punk and Adam Page.
Mm-hmm.
Or Page himself should go out and talk about it. Not call up Dave Meltzer and Bryan Alvarez.
We don't know that came directly from Adam Page.
Oh, come on. Who else? It came from him or one of his friends.
People are going to be asking about it. They're going to be like, hey.
This happens way too often for someone else.
Maybe he says, well, Punk did text me and apologize to Joe Blow. And Joe Blow says, well, I'm running Dave Meltzer.
This happens way too often. So,
or somewhere down the line.
Some other guy told them all their inner thoughts about their decision to stay with AEW and not WWE. They do this all the time.
Maybe a Brian Cutler or what?
Yeah,
what's the guy's name?
The Cutler and the oily guy and stuff.
Maybe one of them.
They're stooges. They're the ones that they use to actually post stuff on Twitter.
Mm. I mean, but somewhere down the line, it could have been themselves. It doesn't always have to be straight from, Matt Jackson.
I believe it is 100%.
Or Adam Page.
I honestly don't believe Kenny Omega. I think it's the Bucks and Page.
If a lot of the news was coming directly from the Elite, though, wouldn't we know more about Cody's leaving by now?
Well, maybe that's something they don't want to talk about.
You think they got the gag order on Meltzer about that?
I mean, maybe that's something they don't want out there. This is stuff that they want out there because they paint their picture of how things are.
Well, there's other dirt sheet writers. There's Wade Keller.
But who gets all this stuff? Their personal buddy, Dave Meltzer.
I'm just saying. I mean, if CM Punk wants to go out of his way
he shouldn't, because I'm not advocating doing that at all. You should not do that. That's a shit lame pussy thing to do. So I'm pro him not going to the dirt sheets and being a bitch.
You treat people as they treat you.
He says what he wants to do.
And
says
if they
in front
are
of
treating
people
him
and
this
to people
way,
eye to eye.
Go treat them how they are treating him.
No, he shouldn't go be a bitch to dirt sheets and put out bullshit.
It's not just like it's a job. You express things at your job that you're upset about.
Not to the dirt.
I mean,
if you're mad at your job, you don't go call up the newspaper or call up a newsletter.
But these people, they do go out of their way to kind of talk to them and befriend them, and things. Well,
that's
happen,
lame as shit.
Well, this is how work goes. Stuff leaks out.
No, you're not supposed to leak your work stuff. If you're working on a movie and like, I'm gonna go tell them how this movie ends.
How did we know about
to the Entertainment Weekly? You'd be blackballed. You'd be fired, or you'd be sued.
How did we know about Christian Bale getting mad about the lights on the Terminator?
That's not a good thing to
that leaked out.
That's not good. Out. I'm not advocating leaking things out. That's not good to leak stuff out. That's bullshit and pussy.
I'm not saying
and they're pussies. Anyone who leaks stuff out are pussies and shit stirs, and that's not a good thing to be behind and advocate.
Would this show even exist if it wasn't?
That's not the point. That's not the point. It's not a good thing.
You cannot have your cake and eat it too.
I say that they're pussies and little babies and bitches.
I still don't get that saying, but I like using it.
Yeah, because what would you do with the cake? Put it on your wall? Just put it on my mantelpiece?
Look at my cake.
Did you see Buddy Matthews and Rhea Ripley? Yeah, Buddy Matthews and Rhea. And I've seen people on they should be fired. They should be fined. This is 2023. If you like wrestling so much that you're even reading these websites, you're listening to podcasts, you're on groups, dumbass, you know it's not real. So why do you care if they announce in their personal lives they're getting married? Yeah. What is the percentage of anyone watching all of this that thinks this is reality? Like 0.05%. And those people who do, they're not going and reading the social media, because there's no way you could be on social media today and think it was all real.
It's over, Johnny. It's over. Just get used to it.
Yeah, this is not the 1960s.
These people want to enjoy their lives. They want to announce that they're getting married.
Yes.
Heaven forbid, It so happens that they have a storyline going on in WWE. That's not their fault. They're in love. They want to get married. Let them be happy. Kayfabe is dead. That's all there is to it.
And you're not bringing it back. Dom was either engaged or married, and everyone knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
I like the little I actually think the little things they drop are funny and it makes it entertaining.
It does, yeah. But just admit it, IWC, you're just horny for Rhea Ripley. That's why you're all so mad about it.
You're like, just make me believe it. You don't believe it's real. So what the hell are you saying? Like, you're trying to tell them to talk to me like I'm an idiot?
Yeah, and it's like you say, Dominique, he's engaged to be married, and nobody's throwing a big hoopla about that. And it's because they don't know the girl that was, Dominique's engaged to. So, oh well. So, yeah, let the people enjoy their lives.
And isn't it worse when someone is complete? Now, there is very few exceptions. MJF is maybe the only guy who can stay in character all the time, and I don't find it completely cringe. We've had guests on the show who try to come on and talk like wrestling is real. I find it funny, but not in like, this is really good stuff. And I find it funny in a way that I know this is cringe and terrible. But if someone's out there really trying to act like everything they do is reality,
when I leave the room from
the time, it's going to be super lame.
When I leave the room from embarrassment, it's pretty cringeworthy. Yeah. That just makes Jack smile.
It does, yeah.
He's like intricate, even participate in this interview.
Yeah, but that's like you like a movie that's like, I know it's not good, but it will make me smile for it.
I probably have the reaction that I gave for whenever I came back and started talking to you. Like, that was just awful.
Yeah.
But
by the way, next week joining us, the Cuban Assassin returns.
Maybe we might not want to release that. But that was just a joke, everybody, in case you didn't realize. But Jackie Jones, a man who was cast away to Impact Land, and nobody was watching him but the insurer. He did watch some of his matches. And I was a little skeptical when he first came out on AEW.
Yeah,
he was walking a little rough.
I was texting you while I was watching. I was like, oh my God, he looks so old.
And he was walking a little rough down to the ring. And I thought, okay, maybe it's finally caught up with him. He looked pretty good on Impact. But no, he's still the man. And
this was so
he delivered. He delivered in spades because, I mean, he was pretty awesome against Jack.
This was so crazy because he came walking out and like he was walking like Terry Funk or something. I was like, whoa, what happened? I know, like he's taken a lot of damage, done a lot of crazy moves, getting old. Facial wise, he looks fine stuff, but walking, I was like, whoa, this is not looking good. This is not going to be a pleasant show. And then he starts wrestling and he's, springboards, and I was like, what the hell? He shouldn't even walk. He should just springboard around town.
He does that better than walking, you say.
Yeah.
Well, it could have been
just like jumping off like roofs and stuff.
It could be the ramp. I mean, I'm sure the ramp, going down a straight incline like that or decline is probably, I mean, as you get older, that's a little rough, but he delivered a hell of a match. And I think all the props need to be given to RVD.
Yeah. And I think Jack Perry's really improving as a heel character. I'm getting it too. I think the tights are actually a bonus, a plus. I think he looks better in the tights.
Now, I don't agree with turning the man heel and besmirching Ludwig von Beethoven. I mean, this is stuff that would make Alex cringe and get sick to his stomach. How could they say that that's a heel move if they're saying Beethoven is for a heel character? That is just wrong. It is wrong. And they shouldn't do that.
Wrestling fans want Pantera.
They like Pantera. They got the RVD's
and he's a great guy
ECW
from Pantera.
Phil Alsamo. Yeah, he said some bad things. He said some bad things.
Yeah, and he's done symbols I can't do here on the show. Off YouTube.
Yeah.
Lexar, we've already went over this. Yes, Intra's wearing a Dungeons & Dragons shirt. I actually have a couple D&D shirts.
D&D, baby. Tyler S., he says, acknowledge me, Patrick Howell. So Tyler S. wants to be acknowledged by Patrick Howell.
Yeah. So, this was cool. This is the first time I've really been anti-FTW title. But if they go down the route where it's kind of like, because it was a false count anywhere, whatever. If it's sort of like the hardcore title, it's like they're doing like the ECW, like him against ECW. I actually think this could work. I'll always be an ECW fan. But if they go down that and it's more than just the RVD match, you would think RVD would have been the guy they built to. Because I don't know who you go from him. Like, I guess Bubba Ray is
That's going to be a hard that's going to be hard to follow that one.
Because the only other guy I could think, and I know you could argue he's not bigger, but is Bully Ray. Besides that, I don't really know who else you do that's going to be like, a really like
Too Cold Scorpio. Maybe
I don't know if he still wrestles. You could do Sabu, but I mean he's not like he can do stuff, but I don't know if he can do a full match.
Last time I saw Too Cold, he was pretty good, but that's been years ago. I mean, I'm not sure if he's
and
still
he's
up
not
to
the name. RVD name wise and stuff is like is the top of the guy that's left. Either him or Bully Ray. But a lot of the Bully Ray is more of him being reinvented after ECW.
I'm having trouble thinking of anybody from ECW that might be still able to go. Stevie Richards, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think he's got some health problems or something.
I know he had some health issues recently.
Yeah.
But
a Dreamer, I guess.
I mean, Stevie's in good shape, but he did have some health issues. Yeah, Dreamer maybe. I don't know, but are they wanting to go near Dreamer since the Dark Side of the Ring?
Yeah, I don't know. Plus, it seems weird to start with RVD and then build to Dreamer or something.
Mm-hmm. Don't you love Marty Jannetty? He is the only man who does not shy away from Dark Side of the Ring. He is trying to capitalize on his Dark Side of the Ring episode.
I support Marty. I actually didn't watch the episode, but I support Marty.
Well, apparently
the guy knows this is what people want from Marty Jannetty.
Yeah. Apparently, that whole storyline was just a wrestling storyline that he killed a man. So that's what he was claiming on Dark Side of the Ring. Yeah. I won't spoil the whole episode for you.
It's a story he talked about before.
Yes, and it was an interesting episode. It was the season finale.
It's weird he brought up because before he was even being investigated for like murder. Then he said, didn't he already come out and say it didn't happen? When they were investigating,
he wasn't saying 100% it wasn't happening. He said it was a wrestling storyline, and I guess that was enough for the police. But I really think it has to be something he made up because he was saying it was a guy that he worked with, and that he was selling him drugs in the alley, and like it's like wouldn't they have to go back to work and somebody would notice that the guy's not there, and then and he said he just took his body and like threw. I don't necessarily believe the story. I
don't believe anything he says, but he's entertaining.
He is entertaining, yes. So, I mean, let's see. I would feel horrible if it is.
This is a good one. Al Snow. But again, like you wouldn't use RVD to build the Al Snow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Al Snow would be before RVD. Yeah, RVD would be the main dude.
And I could not disagree more with Lexar. Do you want RVD coming out as an Impact theme? No, I was really happy to hear him come out to Pantera. That's way cooler than his whatever.
Yeah,
after that.
And I think it was actually licensed this time. So.
Yeah, right.
I don't think ECW. I was talking about this with Bruce's Ghost that I don't think ECW licensed many tracks. They did have a deal with Tommy Boy Records, I believe, and that was like probably the only licensed music that they had.
Yeah, then they did a couple covers because I think Balls Mahoney's theme was a cover. He did his own cover.
I know.
Which actually sounds pretty good.
I know. Lemmy did. It may have been a Motorhead that did. The cover of Enter Sandman that was on the album. Did they play the real Enter Sandman from Metallica?
Oh, on ECW TV and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but I know on the album it was Lemmy singing it. So the album they released. I have that CD. So it's probably worth $2. But I have it. Anyway,
my mom was reading something. Oh, it was I don't know, something not Storage Wars, but it was a thing on YouTube where people like went into like abandoned places and they found stuff. And there were some VHS tapes. She's like, "Oh, you should see if you have any of these because some of them were worth a lot of money." But I was like, "It's." I mean, there are some, but it's very rare to find any that are.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to find.
She said she couldn't remember. She said it was some old zombie movie. It might have been like Zombie 2 or something, but it was probably like some weird copy of, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was curious to go to like a Walmart or somewhere and just see if I could count the action figures, how many Hangman Pages they have.
I have seen them where there is it used to be I can't think of her name. The Beast.
Oh, Nyla Rose.
Yeah, I used to see hers a lot. And then I think it was actually Target. Last time I was at Target, they did have a lot of Hangman Page.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to go out to a Target or Walmart.
Because I think they put those two out at the same time. They put out a limited edition Hangman and a limited edition Punk. Because I remember I bought them both at the same time.
Now, do they limit the numbers of the big characters, or do they?
Sometimes, yeah. These were limited ones, and last time I was at Target, they still had a lot. I was surprised, but so it did kind of make me giggle when he did that.
Do they produce a whole lot of Punk action figures? To the level.
Well, it was the
Adam
first
Page.
Punk, so The thing is, okay, so to be totally fair, is this isn't the first Adam Page figure. They've done multiple Adam Page. Because I actually normally only buy, since they put out so many, I normally just buy one of each guy. So I don't buy like multiple. Because they've done multiple Young Bucks and the Jerichos, usually they're so different, so I'll usually buy them. But a lot of the guys, for the original guys, they've done multiples. You know what I mean? So I don't need like 5 different Young Bucks and Kenny Omegas and Adam Page and stuff.
So you don't did you buy the Street Fighter one that was like the Young Bucks and Omega?
I don't care about Street Fighter either. But
yeah.
So
you're not going for completion. You're just going for
no. It's just too many.
The collection.
There's too many.
Yeah.
I used to buy all the, but it's just too many wrestling figures. And so I try anytime there's a new guy out, and then every once in a while, like when they did the Painmaker Jericho, I bought that because I thought that was cool. And I do have a couple different Codys, not even just ones people sent me, but like I have the blood.
I believe you have one right beside you, don't you?
Yes, I do. That one was sent to me by Jason, but like I think the first Cody. Then I had the one where he's like the LJN, so he's like a big rubber figure, just because I thought that was cool. But and I actually did buy that Adam Page because it just was the limited edition, and I think he comes with like a mug of beer or something. I just thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
And it came out the same time as the Punk one came out.
The only time I see the AEW action figures is at like trading places, like, you know, resale shops, and like they're always marked up. Like,
oh yeah.
I guess I would have to know the date.
When they first were coming out, they're really hard to get, and they still are once in a while. You know, when they put out a new guy, it's just, you know, a lot of the people are the same one. I remember when they put out they put out a whole series of Dark Order guys, and that was cool because I saw them all at the same day, and so I bought the whole set.
I did see the Kenny Omega Akuma figure, the Street Fighter 2 character or Street Fighter's character that he was, and I asked the lady how much it was, and I think it was like close to $40, and I was like, oh, yeah, I don't want to give $40 for this.
Golgo said, that Page one, he's always there. I thought it was Target, but maybe it is. I saw him once at Target too. Maybe it was a different. No, I think it was the same guy. They might do a Walmart exclusive and a Target exclusive, though. I don't know. I think they do, because I think they're actually even a different series, the ones that they sell at Target.
Yeah. But would they produce as many Punks as they produce Page?
Well, the thing is, there's a lot of things there. So they've done multiple Pages already. I think one of the last, I don't think I remember the first Punk was really hard to find. And so they've only done a couple Punks. Punk hasn't wrestled for 7 years. He is a bigger name. No one's you can't argue that. He also is known for multiple organizations. So I mean,
how do you think
he's a bigger star? I mean, you can't really argue.
How do you think the apology went? Sorry, said a few things about you.
I personally, it's fine. I'm fine with that. I mean, I've apologized to people.
I'm just wondering what you think was in the confines of the...
I don't know. Maybe just said, hey, I said this about you. I was caught up in the moment. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It could be sincere and it could not be. I don't know. I don't think he's really a guy that would even apologize if he didn't feel like I don't think he's a guy, honestly, for better or worse, that would just say, I'm sorry because his boss told him to, because he's very anti-establishment, which is I like about him too. But, I mean, you saw it when he's there with Tony Khan. He just said whatever he wanted. So I can't really imagine Tony Khan being like, hey, can you say sorry? And him just doing it. If anything, that'd probably make him less likely to do it. So I probably just, I could see not accepting it. That's fine too. But I think he probably did reach out and stuff. It was kind of a shit thing to do. I could see that though too when you're caught up in the moment and he's heel at with some of the crowd. I don't know. I realize it's a different thing now because there's so much stuff that's already happened and they just re-sign. But I also don't. If that was it by itself, I don't see it as a big deal whatsoever. I like that in wrestling. I don't like stuff to be super scripted. I like it when they just go off and start saying whatever. Well,
it seems Powerhouse Hobbs, he is taking on the Redeemer because he gave him a big...
Yeah, so I've two things here. I think that's awesome. That's going to be a great match. But I don't like that they didn't just go Hobbs as babyface. They teased the babyface turn,
Mm-hmm.
and then instead of just turning babyface, he's with like this other heel team. I don't really know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Although I am a big Camarado fan. I really wish this was a guy they kept off TV until he was ready. Because I think he's got a great look, a unique charisma to him, very green, but he has improved some. But by the time he has improved, I think we've seen him so much as like kind of like a not quite a jobber, but, a step above. It's going to be hard for him to move up from that.
Yeah. But I don't know, like you said, Will Hobbs is a heel. Are we going to see Miro as a face?
Yeah, I think that works. But I don't like that they teased Hobbs turning. We basically had the Hobbs face turn only to go back heel.
Yeah.
I that kind of thing, and historically really results in characters being not over. Like Lex Luger would turn so often, Big Show would turn so often. It never really helps.
It kind of seems like they're trying to he's not a part of this group, but it's like he's really on edge with them.
Right.
And maybe he's trying to separate himself a little bit from them, but they're trying to keep him around. But I really wish he would just get away from him, because I think they got a good thing going with Johnny TV.
I do too. That they actually fit better.
Mm-hmm.
For a couple reasons. Hobbs is like this big badass who doesn't really need people around him. I think
he's not
better.
Comedy.
Yeah,
Johnny TV does good comedy.
Yeah, he does.
And he delivers good matches, too.
Yeah, and he can play, he is a talented wrestler, but he can also play the heel that needs, help to win. So it just works better for him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most definitely. I loved his Lucha Underground stuff. He really looked like a huge star in Lucha Underground. And if they get back to that for Johnny TV, I think that'll be great for him. I mean, I think this group could work going with him.
I think it's working. It's the first time. QT's always been a guilty pleasure of mine. This is the first time I'm starting to think, I think there may be something here.
Yeah. And Harley, I like Harley. I think she's
her
very good in her role.
Yeah.
So I like that stuff going on.
I really like the House of Black CM Punk FTR match. Yeah, it was really good. And I assume, and I was happy that, because I don't think you wanted them to lose the belts before Wembley.
No.
Especially to guys that are going to have big matches already.
Mm-hmm.
And you also don't want to just have them beat those guys either. So this worked out really well, because it continued the storyline with Punk and Joe for Wembley, and it also gave the baby faces, they lost, but they lost because one of their guys got choked out. So no one's really hurt in it. That was the right decision.
Jack.
And they have another potential match down the road, because the crowd went fucking crazy for Malakai Black and Punk sitting.
It is true.
Face to face.
I have to give myself a Barry Horowitz pat to the back, because as predicted last week by yours truly, Samoa Joe did get involved in the match.
Yeah, and I'm very happy about this. Joe's on fire on Collision.
Yeah, I think they're using him well, and I like that he's a little perturbed that CM Punk wasn't giving him an answer, so he said he was going to take it, he's going to, make Punk pay for that. And I liked how he got involved with the main event. I thought that was good stuff. I think, he even brought up how a roll-up's not good enough for our matches, I think that puts in the fans' mind, well, they're really going to deliver at Wembley, and so I'm looking forward to that one.
I am too. That's going to be really good. I like this a lot. The Stark stuff's a little whacked out. He's banned being a wrestler, and he gets the manager's license.
Did he get hurt?
I didn't really mind it, because it does seem like it seems like an old school wrestling angle from the 80s or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. It's weird, because I assumed he would have a match. Maybe it's a way to get him still on Wembley, involved in a big match without. They just only have so many spots really for one show.
But they do have a pretty long show for the most part.
Right,
they put on 4-hour long pay-per-views.
But if you think about, they have to have matches from guys on Dynamite and guys on Collision. So, although you have some that are mixed up still. So,
And we got the match with MJF and Adam Cole taking on the Aussie Open on the pre-show.
Yeah, it's very weird because they kind of painted themselves into a corner because this angle got so over. And so I was happy that they didn't pull a trigger and have them break up because I think that you still have a lot of legs here. But I don't know what the right thing to do is. I'm really intrigued by their feud, their match, because I assume you break. But I almost wouldn't have even had them wrestle each other at Wembley.
Yeah.
But you have to have, you can't, I know Bryan Alvarez said you don't need a world title match, but you can't have this giant show and 80,000 people there and not give them the world title match.
Yeah, you got to do that.
It would be weird if they only went for the tag belts, but it's weird that they'll face each other and potentially not break up.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I get the idea, like, I don't think it is smart to have them break up. But how do you do a match a friend versus friend match and they still end up friends? It does have me interested in how you pull this all off.
Are they going to do an angle on the pre-show where they break up?
Yeah, but if they do that, I don't know, why. I don't know. I think you're splitting them up too early because I think this still has a lot of legs. It's potentially the most over thing in AEW.
It is.
Crowd's
It's
crazy
very
for
over.
it.
I don't think it's doing favors to the Aussie Open.
To be in the pre-show.
Then they're the ROH tag champions. They're on the rise. I don't think it helps them that they got these, AEW superstars that are calling them out. And I mean, I guess it makes more people watch their stuff. But it's like,
not if they just get beat.
Yeah, it's like if they just go out there and lose, I don't.
Especially on the pre-show, if it was a big match on the pay-per-view, I mean, it's still going to be in front of this giant crowd. So there's that. But I will say overall, besides Joe, and I guess Cesaro, Claudio, who they don't always mention is really Ring of Honor guy, but a lot of the Ring of Honor guys they almost use as like job guys for the AEW roster, and I don't think that's a good way to establish this ROH show as anything you should pay to see.
And while we're talking about this, we have to talk about the odd man out. One of the most touching moments I think I've ever seen on Dynamite in wrestling in a long time was when Matt Taven held out his arms for a dejected Roderick Strong, and he took him and embraced him. It was beautiful, Jack. Grown men hugging on wrestling. That's what we tune into the program for. Roderick Strong, he could be joining the Kingdom, Jack.
I've been really anti-Roderick Strong, but I'm starting to turn because his character is so over the top, like cornball. I kind of love it. I
don't think that's what he's trying to do.
He's got the neck brace and he's always getting angry, and I don't know. His acting is atrocious, but that it actually makes it entertaining to me. But I don't know if that's a praise or what.
Well, how did you think about the line where MJF thought Adam Cole wanted to have a promo battle, and he said, "You're so skinny and pale that in the '80s Hulk Hogan would have snorted you."
It was awesome. I love that. The only problem with that whole thing is the crowd started booing because they wanted this promo battle. Bryan Matthew Coletta, new member. Boo, yeah, ha, ha, ha. Whoop, 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 whoop. Bryan Matthew Coletta, good man. Boom.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bryan. You're a good man. But
so that's a good. I'm just going to announce this real quick, dudes. If you would like to join and help pay for support without in your head, the website's back up. IOWwrestling.com, inyourheadonline.com. There's all kinds of cool perks like these cool 8-bit little dudes you can post in the group. You also get a little badge next to you when you're in the chat, and you also get Jackie Jones archives for free. Well, if you're part of it, and then for the $5 tier, you get all that stuff. Plus, you get a shout out every week, which we're going to go down real quick, and you also get unedited, remastered, original episodes in their entirety of In Your Head, which are not available anywhere else. And then for 10, you can also be a producer and get your name here. And that actually really helps pay for all this stuff because the new live stream and the new archives, everything, it costs a lot more than it used to. So we appreciate that. So Hall of Famer Steven Simmons. Ravishing. Simply ravishing. Mucky B. Mucky B. Yeah. Vicka Schiavone. Brian Matthew Clatars. Deadpool on YouTube. Double Guns. The Geek Getaway. And Tech Dingoes. And then our producers, El Santos World and Bruce Circusena.
Bruce, he's the man.
Bruce. Booyaka.
619.
Yeah, I saw Collision late because what was I doing? Oh, I did I was playing a movie Saturday. So I saw Collision late, but I avoided all the spoilers, so that was good.
That's always nice when you get to watch a wrestling show spoiler free. Mm-hmm. If you're not available to watch it at the time, don't you agree, Jack?
I agree. Yep. Got to try to avoid. The only thing I saw was like a picture of Starks, but I didn't even really know what it was about.
I saw the picture of Malakai and CM Punk.
I did see that too. You're right. Which again wasn't big a spoiler. I just knew like they had a face off, and I knew they had the match anyway. So,
is it because like they're cheering for them because they knew that they were like doing MMA with each other? And
I just think they're really over characters and never had a match together, so there's just some intrigue there.
Yeah.
And they both have a big following. They were getting a "This Is Awesome" chant just from sitting there.
Yeah, how's that done? Just you're sitting Indian style, or is that a bad word now? Or cross? What do you say?
That's what I always called it. Yeah. I like these Iron Savage guys. I've never seen them before.
You're drinking the Savage sauce, Jack?
Whoa, that sounds kind of dirty.
Yeah, it does. Well, their manager has this whole bit. They didn't let him like do it on Collision, but he comes out and he's like, "Who are we?" And then they're like Iron Savages, and they just keep saying it over and over again. But yeah, they got a whole crazy bit going on.
Alexa, it's the final In Your Head before Jack sells his soul to Hollywood. I think I'll actually be on next week because I'm leaving the 24th.
Mm-hmm.
And next week's the 22nd, so that should be fun.
So, in your face, Lexar.
Face, biatch!
In the face! In the face.
Boom, boom! In your face, biatch! The women's tournament is completely unnecessary for the four-way because it's completely obvious who the four women would be. So just come out and say these are the four women. It's not like, gee, is the bunny gonna beat Britt Baker to be the fourth woman in the biggest show ever? No.
What if she does? That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow, Jack. What if the bunny beats Britt Baker?
And then one person gets a bye, but not like the champions. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Just say these are the four women in this four-way for the belt. That's cool.
So we got Soraya. She's going to be in the tournament, or she's in the main match at Wembley, which is cool because I mean it's a big UK show. Have we? I'm sure she's probably done a UK show for WWE, but
I would
it'd be
think
cool
so.
to see her on a.
Tony Storm, most likely Britt Baker or the Bunny. And
so that they're in a group together, so they're going to be working together.
Yeah.
Soraya and Tony Storm. So.
But it'll be good because it's for the women's belt. So then, it's got to be a point where you're like, hey, I want the title. We can't share the title.
So it could be, the Outcasts, they could be destroyed here.
I give Tony Storm some credit too because she didn't really have too much of a character that stood out, and I think she kind of knew that, and she's starting to come into her own as her own character. And I'm like,
yeah. She's doing kind of like a Hollywood damsel kind of
like old school, like old Marilyn Monroe,
where she's always wearing a bathrobe and getting upset with people. And
Yeah, and it
it's
works.
interesting.
Yeah, I
like it.
Yeah, it's different, and it's a character. It's not just she's just Tony Storm and just this person out there.
Yeah.
So I like it.
I'll agree with that, definitely. I think you point out a good thing that she's doing something that, could bring something to the show, and I do think she was very bland before.
Yeah, yeah. She always thought she was a good wrestler, but there just seemed like there was something missing. But so I think that's big kudos, and I got to keep giving these guys kudos, and that's Big Bill and Brian Cage, because very negative on Brian Cage especially, and I never really thought anything of Big Bill. The tag team, I think this tag tournament turned out to be a really smart idea. Going in, it probably just thought like it's just some angle to kill some TV until you do the Adam Page MJF match, but that took off way bigger, I think, than anyone expected. And they've got a real tag team there with Brian Cage and Big Bill.
I like the Rampage match that Brian Cage had this week. That was pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, and he's another guy, I think, who took all the criticism to heart, and he changed his style. Instead of doing all lucha stuff, he wrestles more like a big guy and does a couple high spots, which is much smarter. He's got more charisma. Like I don't think he could teach charisma, but he has more like presence in the ring. Where he used to kind of look like he was just kind of lost and no facial expressions, but he's really improved all around, and I appreciate that.
Dan here in the chat room, he wants to know, did Marty Jannetty kill a naughty man with a rock?
Right. So I've seen people say, "Oh, if he did it, like that's fine." I'm not like if the thing is, you have to know if someone is something before they're just guilty of it. And you can't just kill folks. I think we don't live in a vigilante world.
I think this person is totally fascinating.
Yeah,
fictional.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's all true and he was really a pedophile and he's trying to do something, of course, no one's going to be like, wait a minute, that man, you had the right to, diddle this child. But, I mean, you'd have to know all this stuff to be accurate.
Yeah. I would take everything Marty says with a grain of salt.
I would take it with like a whole salt shaker.
Yeah. Just down the whole salt shaker.
Yeah, it's probably, I would say this is all probably, there's probably no like remnants of reality to any of it.
Yeah. But thank you for your question, Dan. We're glad.
He probably met a guy once and he thought he was kind of creepy. And that's probably as far as the story went.
That dude's pretty creepy. And he's like, hey, I know. I'll just come up with a story about him. Be a wrestling storyline. I like doing that. What if that guy makes an appearance, though? It's like, you remember me, Marty? I was just trying to touch you in that parking lot. You thought you killed me. Now you're going to face...
Yeah, that could be the whole
pedophile Dan,
that would be
not pedophile Dan. Let's make up a better name. I just said Dan because he was the person.
Oh, right.
I'll say pedophile.
Pedo Pete.
Pedo Pete. Ah!
Bob the molester.
Being molested by me is an honor for Marty Jannetty. You don't hit a man with a rock.
Rock and roll Buck Zumhoff.
And Marty's just like, oh no. I don't know. I want to see this angle happen now. Yeah. Where could this angle actually happen? You think AEW would do it?
No, maybe XPW.
XPW. They're the only ones so brave to do this.
Game Changer Wrestling. Maybe.
Yeah. Game Changer Wrestling. There you go. Free storyline. Take it.
There was something
perfect.
So then there's like been all this stuff about Punk out there. One of this thing to me was just a total non-story though. It was like Punk has like talked with like Jack Perry about like basically he was like give him advice or something not to do in the ring. And I was just like, okay, like why is this even a story?
Yeah.
It's like veteran, talks with young wrestler. It's like, okay.
Well, if that stuff's leaking out, there's got to be all kinds of leaks in AEW. Yeah, I don't think one of their leak was like CM Punk's telling Jack Perry what to do.
Gotta get rid of this dude. Should we take some Zoom, some calls?
Some calls. I love the video ends. They got a video in. Well, what do you call it? I don't know. I like video in right now.
Video in.
Video
Video
in.
in. And
We
talk
wanna-
the wrestling.
We want to hear what's on your mind about professional wrestling. Yes, sir.
Gotta talk the wrestling. They're gonna grapple. They're gonna wrestle.
You know, I like just the very moments that Dalton Castle comes out on Ring of Honor television that you got to watch on the internet, and he's very entertaining. I don't know why AEW is not using the man more, but my God, that guy's got some charisma, and I'm glad I get to see him on Ring of Honor. If anything, I'm glad for that because you don't get title matches on Ring of Honor. You got to watch the other show for that. You think they would give us a title match or change a title at some point on Ring of Honor, but I guess it would be spoiled because all the people who were there live would go and, ruin it for everybody who's watching it on tape, which you have to because it's taped and then played later. So maybe if they just did like a match that like the finish was behind the scenes and the crowd doesn't know who won.
So
they got to watch Ring of Honor to see who wins.
I've been going through some shirts. I've got some 3X wrestling shirts here.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like to help support the show, $20 total. That'll include shipping, and I'll send you one of these shirts. You can choose between which one you want. And they only have one of each, size 3X. I'll sign them if you want, but you probably just want to keep them to wear, whatever.
So if you super chat in $20, you can pick from one of these shirts.
Right. Or you can Venmo at Headyverse.
Who we got here? I'm not sure who this is. Is that Finn?
Finn Balor.
Oh, okay. Okay, Finn Balor shirt. Sweet. It's like got the demon kind of symbol going on. Could be considered sacrilegious a little bit.
These have all been worn, but they really look brand new.
If you're down with wearing sacrilegious shirts by that demon Finn Balor.
Here's an all-American one for you, I'm sure.
Hell yeah, America. Toronto Stevie's here. Ooh. Hold it down a little bit. His face is being covered by the In Your Head logo. There you go.
Let me turn that off.
Oh, okay.
I'll turn that logo off for now. I have my thing mirrored, so I can't really see where.
There you go. Yeah, KO.
Yeah.
With an Uncle Sam outfit-esque kind of hat on.
Yeah, he did this for this gimmick for a short period of time.
Yeah, I don't recall this one.
The new face of America.
I can't see the KO. You might want to hold it downwards.
That was the back of it.
Yeah, there you go. KO.
The new face of America, Kevin Owens. I think he was U.S. champ, and he was doing this gimmick for a little bit.
Yeah. He's not even American. Isn't he from where you're at? Is it Toronto, Steve?
He's from Quebec.
Quebec. I'm sorry. I was a few Providence off there. I apologize.
Ooh, a nice jammy shirt. There you go. That is Jamie Hill from Skinamarink, one of our regulars over on Without Your Head.
Excellent.
Let's see here. So any of those two, or you can also get Quite Manly. This is probably rare, the Vaudevillians.
Ooh, that probably is a rare one. You don't see those often nowadays.
Yeah. So, yeah, I used to wear 3X and 4. Oh, that one's actually a 4X. Some of these might be 4X. That's a 4X. So that's a pretty big one. And 4X used to be hard to find. I don't know what size some of these other ones are. I don't know. Can't really see. I think the other one's 3X.
So it's your choice.
Yeah.
$20 super chat, and you can pick which one you want.
Right. I got some more here. Should I show them or wait and see if anyone wants any of them?
Let's see them. I'm curious now. What's up, Mike B?
This one's pretty wild.
Ooh.
The Deleters of the world. Deleters of world.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
And that's Matt Hardy and Bray Wyatt.
Were they even together?
Yeah, they were tagged for a short period of time.
Huh. Awesome. Where'd you get that shirt?
It's from WWE.
Yeah.
WWE Authentics. I like that one, Jamie Hill. Jamie Hill wants to know what she could get for her PJs from Skinamarink. And here's one of Intra's favorites and former guest on the show. This one's also a 4X.
Hell yeah, James Ellsworth. What happened to his chin? It's like gone.
Oh,
What's up with his chin? Is there nothing on the back?
No. And just one more.
I don't know if you want to take James Ellsworth to bed, so you might not want to use that for your PJs.
Just one more here. This one's pretty cool too. This is 3X.
Ooh, world class. It's pretty sweet.
They put this out when they put the
Isn't that a depiction of our fight right there on the front, like where I'm holding you down?
No, I beat
making
your
you
ass.
submit.
I don't think you were ever on top. You're never a top incher.
That's where Jack draws the line.
Exactly.
If I'm on top.
Yeah. So if anybody would like any of them, help support the show, $20 each.
Vic.
3 for $50.
3 for $50?
3 for $50.
Oh wow.
Just let me know what you want. First come, first serve. There's only one of each. Vic Schiavone, what's on your mind?
Well, watched SmackDown this week, enjoying all of the ridiculous comments that they think that Jey Uso has really left WWE, which he hasn't.
Not going to kick out of that, then Jonathan Jackson will post like pictures in the group like, oh, he's going to AEW. People are like, that's not true.
Who knows? He did say at the end of the show, I'm done with the bloodline and I'm done with WWE.
You think if he really quit, they would just show it right on WWE TV?
Well, it was live.
Yeah.
It was live. He took liberties with live television.
Damn. Do you think someone will ever quit In Your Head live on In Your Head? Lex will be like, I'm done with this. I'm going to become a full-time lap dancer.
I'm joining Busted Open Radio.
Hot damn.
Let me get my 20s out. Yeah. Put Lexar to work.
Hell yeah. Lexar start grinding that ass.
I like the look he gave me. He was like, what?
You've seen a lot of lap dances, Lexar. You probably picked up some hints.
I took one last Saturday night.
Yeah, you could probably start giving them out now.
I like receiving.
Right.
No, Lexar, you got to be honest with me here. When you posted that you went to a strip club and then you came home and watched a few minutes of Collision and then you just kept thinking about the best lap dance ever, were you trying to troll Jack with that post? I think you were trolling Jack with that post.
No, he couldn't keep his mind on the wrestling. All he thought about was the jism.
The silky legs of a stripper, the silky skin of a stripper.
Then do you feel weird when, you start thinking about that, then you have a little accident in your pants and you look up and it's CM Punk and Malakai Black sitting there?
Ugh. They don't have Collision. They don't play Collision on the TVs at the strip club. They play lots of like sports and stuff.
Didn't that dialogue that Lexar was giving us sound like the intro to like Maniac Part 2?
What? He's like, he's got to scalp women?
He's like the silky smooth legs of the strippers.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see
Lexar on the cover.
I could see that being the future of Lexar. He agrees. Mikey B! He's happy to be here right after all that.
Yeah, I'm glad I call in like right before the Lexar segment,
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Mikey B, Mikey B, yeah. Mikey B, Mikey B, yeah. I think this is a potential tune. By the way, I got my first cameo today. So if anyone out there wants a Jackie Jones, internet icon, or Nasty Neil, or Backwoods Bob cameo, I am on Cameo, the Three Faces of Jones.
Specializing in product endorsements, I understand.
Exactly. For only $22.50.
Mm-hmm. Don't rat out your clientele though. Don't be leaking that out, Jack.
I'm not calling up Davey Boy Meltzer.
If-
Although
if
Mikey
you
B, he's gonna
get a
post
hold of
in the
me, I
PW.
might leak it out.
Yeah, well, you're a big tattletale.
No, I'm not.
It's not another solicitation for that personal grooming equipment, is it?
No, I was thinking. I was like, oh shit, he's hanging out with Towser too much. No, you meant like I see grooming, like manscaping.
I haven't called in for like a long time. I just wanted to say hi, and my family is still starstruck at having met 1 inch biceps at Tudor's House of Biscuits.
Damn, they haven't bathed since Incher.
I couldn't imagine that. But they're probably just mad that I screwed up their GD Ritzy's last chance to go there.
No, it's never been discussed since. We'll never speak of it again.
Okay.
But yeah, my one kid, my son is always like, when are you going to meet the other guy? When are you going to meet the other guy? Like, you know, that loud guy that like laughs and everything. Jackie Jones. So, like, I try not to listen to the show in the proximity of like a 10-year-old kid.
Right.
But it kind of, your voice carries.
That's good. That's good.
Kind of like when I have the show on when I'm at work and people like walk by and like slowly close my office door. which actually happened one day. I was watching one of the repeats of the show, and it was when Jack was singing the Bound for Glory song. And apparently I work in an office and I had the volume up a little too high.
Yeah, there's some spicy lines in that song there.
Yeah, Incher does not approve of. Shout out to William Morris. Whew. Bound for Glory.
I was listening to the Alvarez show today, which is
nice.
one of the newer ones, and I think that is, as a comic book guy, I like noting first appearances. Am I right that that's the first appearance of the Flea?
First. Oh, the Flea. Interesting. I don't know.
Was that the first time he called in?
I'm not really positive.
Let's see. Probably.
It's like 11 or episode 11 or 12, something like that.
I'm not really sure.
Those are fun shows though, and it's funny because these shows, some of them are like over 15 years old. Obviously, I mean you're going back like really far, but some of the stuff like the at the beginning of the show, you guys are talking about cuts, and I think there'd been like 18 WWE cuts that day, and he was predicting like 23. And somebody was saying earlier, I just was reading it online that they're thinking a lot of cuts are coming with the merger and everything. A lot of talent cuts are coming. So it's just it's just kind of the same thing, different decade, I guess.
Do you think Lacey was cut by Vince personally? He called her up and he's like, "I'm sorry, babe, but we gotta let you go." They're wanting to let go of some people.
I didn't know she had such a following till I saw that she was let go in our group, and then like people were like, "Oh, stand with Lacey," and I was like, people like actually care.
I think she got pranked by Sergeant Slaughter's daughter.
Oh,
yeah,
huh?
Or the Cobra Clutch.
Oh.
She just did her best Vince impression and called her up and said, "Yeah, you don't need to come into work."
Sergeant Slaughter's daughter does that to people?
She was pretty mad about the Cobra Clutch. I mean, it was the,
Oh, I see.
It's like her dad can pretend to be a Vietnam vet, but no one else could take the Cobra Clutch.
Real quick, too, I'm going to hop off and let you guys do your thing. But I do want to say that, I mean, I listen to the show like all the time, and I've told you guys before privately, it just makes me happy. It's just, hugely entertaining for me, and I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate that.
Also, because I know there's so many Matt Cardona fans on the show.
Oh yeah.
The new issue of Pro Wrestling Illustrated, Cardona made the cover for the first time.
Really?
Ooh, look at that.
This is like going to go down in history like the first time the Flea called him.
He's got like the under Cardona outfit on, it looks like.
He probably, his career got a nice little bump from the IYH fan base, I think.
Mm-hmm. Is
Sure.
Blue Cane on the show on the cover anytime?
That's next month.
Okay.
Will he be in the 500, Blue Cane?
I don't know. Is that actually his name, or is that just what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah, you believe that's his given name at birth. Was Blue Cane?
Lexar, you're the indie guy. Do you know if Blue Cane's anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Lexar.
You're welcome.
He's got an apron, though.
Oh, I just realized that wasn't the first time I drew. Here's another picture of Travis Sandal from before.
Oh.
Didn't
Didn't he want that photo? Didn't he
I
want you to mail it out
This
to
is
him?
the old one, but I'll send them both. But I was actually trying to find. Sorry to interrupt you, Mikey B, but I was reminded earlier. Someone had messaged me about the Death Pool. Remember we did a Deadpool at the beginning of it was like the last show of the year, the first show of the year.
Classic thing to do.
Yeah, that's good karma.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I wrote them all down on a notebook, but I can't find the notebook. I have 3 notebooks here.
Oh, we're like Jinx from the get-go.
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
So we'll never know. I know my picks was John Carpenter, which I would really hate to see that one happen.
Yeah, and this wasn't even who you think. This was interest who he wants.
No. I don't want John Carpenter to pass away. But the last time I saw footage of him, I was like, he's looking really rough.
That's how you know that Jack's the most honest man in podcasting, because nobody else wrote the list down, and he could have just written the list himself just now and said that he won for the year.
Exactly. See, Mikey B knows.
I think my other one was Vince McMahon. I think. I don't know if I'm going to win that one.
Yeah, you got another decade or so, I think, on that.
Yeah, he's probably going to live forever.
I think we even had Owl participate on the list.
The legendary call-in from Al that everybody knows. And
when's he coming back?
I don't know.
I wrote down my short list for Rookie of the Year, and he's at the top.
Yeah, him, the guy who just writes like matches from 1982 with nothing about it. It's like, these are matches that happened in 1982. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. On the group. There's a few of them, though. A few people up for Rookie of the Year, I think.
I'm looking for an Al and Swax, like all Al and Swax show.
Damn. This will bring me back to the days of when I used to get Swax and Miss Destiny back to back.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. You reminded me of something.
This is going to get me back to drinking. What's Intro doing? You know what he's doing. He's sending a dick pic over to Swax. I mean, he's messaging Swax.
Well, I wasn't going to mention that part, but he has not answered me once.
Yeah, see, you try to be nice to the guy, and then he went up. He thinks he's a big shot. Fucking Swax.
The only place I know to contact him is Skype, and he has not answered me once.
Dan, Sergeant Slaughter's not a real Marine. No, I think he was in the service, but he wasn't a Vietnam vet.
Is that the case? I didn't know. I didn't even know he was really a vet.
I think he is. I'm not even positive that, but I know he wasn't in Vietnam, which was the thing people had problems with. Yeah, that's like the
second time that Incher has questioned somebody's service to their country. It was Shannon Moore was the first time, if I remember.
Yeah.
Damn.
Boy, I paid dearly for that one. He was not happy with me.
He wasn't in Nam though. Shannon Moore.
Goosey. Look at Goosey.
I'm gonna sign off, guys. I appreciate you letting me come on for a second.
Yeah, of course. Mikey's like,
I
will have
again.
no part of sharing the screen with Goosey.
Oh,
he's going.
Goosey off.
Yeah. All right, guys. Take care.
See
Vic,
ya.
Lexar, Steve, take care.
See you, Mike.
See ya.
Good talking to you.
Maccabee, Mike Maccabee. SummerSlam, what the hell? All right. Stevie, what's on your mind?
Good evening.
How about Lexar me? Lexar me. Yeah.
What? You want
Better
Lexar to
get
rub
on
his
my
penis on your
knees.
butthole?
Get on my knees, yeah.
What in the hell?
How
Lexar,
that
he's trying to have sex with you.
Ew, why?
It was just a song I thought of, and I thought I would just belt it out. For
See, and he says I'm the pervert. Now we know who the real pervert is, Lexar.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of went along with your song. We could make it like, you know,
Getting some echo and
part of the whole. Yeah.
It might be on Goosey.
Yeah. It was on Goosey's end.
He might, but seems like Intra's really wanting Lexar's end, if you catch my drift.
I think he just wants me to be a stripper. Like his fantasies about me becoming a stripper is his.
What if you could make big bucks, Lexar, being a stripper?
I don't have the muscle tone. Or
he needs to get in better shape, is what he needs to do.
Oh, I noticed, Lexar, you got the banner back up and still crooked.
Yep. And I cut more holes in here too because, like, I tried to get it more even out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe I should I put in like six nails into the wall to make it even.
Here's a suggestion.
I don't know why.
Maybe this would work, maybe it wouldn't. But why don't you take the CBS Sports down and move it and hear me out. Hear me out. And take the WWE one and start on the ceiling and then come to the wall. So it's kind of like at an angle, right? So maybe it could stretch better. And then move the CBS.
You think you got to either fold it or turn it around the corner?
It's already been folded. Look at this.
We just got to tighten it up. That's all. You got to tighten it up.
Yeah.
And do it up.
I don't think it will work.
It'll work. You just got to tighten it. That's all.
Maybe it's because 19 feet. It's 19 feet long.
We need to call a tightening
It's
expert.
19 feet long.
Help Lexar out if there's any tightening expert.
If I got a different ring apron from Indies or the Impact or AEW, maybe it will look nice here.
Now, what do you think the XP or the CZ? What's the thing he goes to? The Game Changer GCW. What do you think that would be nice up on the wall beside it? Like, kind of keep them on the wall, not as a mat.
It's probably getting all ruined, just laying there on the floor and you're stomping on it.
It's a canvas. It's a canvas. It's not an apron. It's a canvas.
Put it on the wall. Put it on display. Show it the proper respect it deserves.
It's a canvas. It's like putting a welcome mat into a wall. I'm going to hang this welcome mat.
Well, would you go buy someone's welcome mat for $50?
No.
Well, then you buy this piece of garbage for $50.
It costs less than this rent in this apartment that I live in.
What the hell?
I had to let Lexar know. Not Lexar, but Galgo13. He's made a comment in the chat room that he wants to hear Swax's thoughts on Kelly and that bitch Gail Kim. And I had to show Swax that he is wanted in the chat room.
Kelly. And that bitch Gail Kim, all she thought about, she didn't care about wrestling. She just wanted to suck the cock of Vince McMahon.
He might have been onto something.
Maybe. All right, I'm going to put these back in this bag. But, real quick, if anyone out there, Super Chat $20 or Venmo at Headyverse, we got a 3X World Class Championship Wrestling tee. Your choice of any of these. Intra's boy. What is this guy's name? I can't remember.
James Ellsworth.
James Ellsworth.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a shirt.
Yeah, I think.
The Deleter of Worlds, which is also, some of these are 4X. That one's 3X, which is pretty cool. Hardy and Bray Wyatt.
Vince's favorite shirt.
The new face of America, Kevin Owens. That one's cool.
That one's just bizarre, though. It's like,
Thank you.
Nobody remembers it.
I remember it. I
remember it.
Were you even watching during that time?
Yeah,
Right,
right before I stopped watching. Quite
I was talking to Jack, not you.
The Vaudevillians.
Oh, $20,
That
really?
Yeah, that one's 4X.
Wow.
And Finn Balor, $20 each or 3 for $50 if you would like any of these.
Thank you.
3 for $50 is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I think you're cutting yourself short from what you could go on eBay and sell those.
Probably, but thinking about the Headyverse here. If they'd like to.
What a guy.
All right. Did we get Steven's mind before we get to the Raw report?
Oh, well, I'd like to announce that yesterday, August the 14th, was my 24th wedding anniversary to my wife.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, happy anniversary. You don't have a happy anniversary bear, do you, Vic?
No, don't have that. No.
Happy anniversary.
How do you celebrate?
Doing a lot of whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh, Jack.
What? I don't know. How did you celebrate?
Oh,
Did you eat some poutine?
Oh, actually, yes, I think we did have some poutine.
See?
We had some
She's
chicken.
over there laughing and all pissed at
Poutine?
me. Yeah.
Well, I don't see how your heart just doesn't stop after eating that. Just like, isn't it like cheese, gravy, and French fries mixed together?
That's good for you. You got to man up, Incher.
Mm-hmm.
You got to man up. Don't
Tyler-
be like the Young Bucks and Hangman Page. Eat yourself some poutine. Be a real man.
Tyler S., he's always putting it over to me. He's saying I need to get some. He says, go out there and get you some poutine, Incher.
I bet you'd like it. You like gravy, don't you?
Oh, I'm sure I'd like it. I mean, it's all unhealthy for you, and it would be great.
I think it's Canadian health food.
Hell yeah. What else did you have, Steven?
Check in with these huge mashed potatoes. They're big.
Ooh, mashed potatoes are always good.
Hard.
I started the show that way.
In fact, we ate so much. I bought some desserts, but we ate so much we couldn't even finish it. So,
Oh.
yeah.
That's
But
nice.
24 years, yeah.
Hot damn.
Congratulations, 24 years. That's quite a milestone.
That's longer than Lexar's been alive.
I'm 40.
You're 40.
Just go with it, Lexar.
Man, you're too old to be a stripper for Incher.
He is a little
Well,
old.
but maybe that's
Just go with it, Lexar.
No, I gotta spew facts. I'm
You
not
gotta
gonna
spew what?
I'm gonna spew facts.
Oh, if you said I guess spew fast.
Fact.
I thought you were on a
Fact.
time limit or something. Okay.
Fact.
Let's hear these facts.
I'm 40 years old.
All right.
Tazo.
Oh, Gino Bisconte's on the line.
Is that him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's me. That's fucking funny guy, right? What a funny man. What a funny man. Hi, how is everybody doing?
Now I kid and stuff, but
Where's the son?
Tazo's like in his mid-60s. He's pretty good looking for his age.
There's a dude that was coming to the dog park with a really old husky.
Are you allowed at the dog park though anymore?
I'm allowed only if a certain person is there. I'm not allowed at the dog park. I have to leave immediately.
Is that person children?
Oh,
no, but it's a chick with it's like a gym teacher, all right, who always wears bicycle pants. Anyway,
is she hot?
I mean, who else would I stalk but a really hot chick? Anyway, damn. I was gonna ask Lexar, people like me and you, gentlemen like me and you, we've definitely experienced 5-star lap dances, but have you ever had a 6-star lap dance?
Damn, he's calling up the Davey Boy Meltzer. Did you ever have the Kenny Omega in Budokan Hall of lap dances?
I need to go to Las Vegas or somewhere in New York City. One of those high-end strip clubs where you have to be a goddamn billionaire to experience. Just like Nikhil Callahan. Nikhil Callahan tweeted out to me, well, he posted a message to me. He said that he got one of the greatest lap dances ever in Vegas.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You're outing him on going to strip clubs.
Man, I didn't think Nikhil was a dirty boy.
He's outing him right here. He said he's going to Las Vegas to get lap dances. That's what he's trying to
Simmons
use.
Says he makes his own WV poutine at Dairy Queen with fries, deep fries, cheese curd, and white gravy. Then I just shit all over the top. No, he didn't. No, I misread that. Sorry. But he said, I make my own WV poutine at Dairy Queen with fries, deep fried cheese curds, and the white gravy you get with the chicken strips.
That gravy is good. That
sounds disgusting.
Don't knock it till you try it, Vic.
Yeah, Incher loves my white gravy.
Oh, Jesus.
You catch my drift, Tazo?
Everybody knows what you mean, you freaking moron.
What?
Just talk to Tazo.
Like Tazo's all about it.
I'm about the wrestling. I'm about the wrestling this week.
I heard you even were watching wrestling. You're like, I'm going to start Jimmy jamming this up. You watched the Combat Zone. You watched CCW. You watched Game Changer. You watched Impact. You watched NXT UK. You watch Raw. You watch SmackDown. You watch Dynamite, Collision, Rampage.
I don't think NXT UK is around anymore, is it?
He brought it back just to watch it.
Oh, wow.
What the hell? I didn't watch all of that, buddy.
Oh.
Holy shit. I did what? Can I say what I watched?
Yeah.
I freaking watched I watched Collision. The one where the Jericho Appreciation Society broke up. And then I think it was Anna Jay versus somebody, Sheeta at the end.
I think that was Dynamite.
Right? Yeah. Okay, sorry, Dynamite. So that was cool. I think that's my first actual watch of Dynamite.
Oh, wow, that's good.
Dynamite. I watched something else. I think a pay-per-view. It wasn't the best of these shows, I think, right? Recently.
Right.
The rest of it was all right. Yeah, the Hardys fucking wrestling. The Hardys wrestling, and so that was what it was, and it was all right.
Yeah, I'll say the Bucks really went all out to try to make the Hardys look good. They're pretty past their prime at this point. But honestly, it's probably one of the better Hardy Boy matches of recent times. And I'm not saying that's saying a lot, but
they look like they were. I'm not saying that the I don't know, the Bucks just did seem to be like doing.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, because like that's their heroes and stuff, so they'd want to go out there and try to make these guys look good.
What else?
I know Jeff Hardy did a interview recently where he said he wants to become world champion again, like singles champion again. I'm thinking, buddy, that's nice goal, but I don't think that's ever going to happen again.
He could write his own narrative, maybe, right?
Oh, maybe he'll team up with who's that guy? Control your own narrative. He'll go there and get
Austin Aries and EC3.
Yeah.
Hey, I also watched an FMW show from July.
Like 18th. Mike Awesome.
Yeah, Mike Awesome. Hideki Hosaka versus Yukihiro Kanemura.
It was like a landmine death match in like a river or something.
There was a Masato Tanaka versus Koji Nakagawa, right?
I bet he took his chair shot to the head.
Who did?
There was Tanaka.
What was good was Hayabusa, and I mean it was all good, generally speaking.
Hey, maybe that's an ECW guy that can still go. Masato Tanaka, is he in good shape?
I doubt it. He took like massive head trauma, but maybe he is, huh?
I haven't seen him in a while.
They love the Japanese guys. Maybe they
What
could bring
about
him in.
Little Guido?
Little Guido, yeah.
What about one of the Baldies?
The Baldies.
And I was going to watch a Noah show. I'm sorry. I was going to watch a Noah show, but I didn't come around. Because I haven't seen
the
any
Ark?
of the Noah guys. Huh?
With the Ark?
No. Like, Noah, man. Mitsuhiro Masawa's old promotion, right? Or whoever runs that shit, basically. But whatever, I didn't get to watch that. So there you go.
Tajiri?
No, but there were some dudes on that show I wanted to see. Like, I haven't seen Go Shiozaki in a long time. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You're not an idiot. Jack. I mean, I know injures. El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr. Dang. What? Timothy Thatch. I haven't seen these guys in like a few years.
Guy Pan.
Jack Bill. You know, all those dudes.
Jack Bill.
Jack Bill. Nippon Steve.
These aren't real people.
Yeah,
Jack Bill, though, that's an in your head legend.
Right, I haven't seen Jack Bill in a long time.
Yeah, well, the days of me being able to do that kind of stuff are gone.
He got canceled or something, right?
Yeah. I actually used to sell a shirt of that. I don't know if it exists anywhere out there. If it does, I should probably delete it.
I was at the dog park today, and some dude was talking to some lady and said, "You're like the Dr. Mengele of the dog park." I don't know, or of the veterinarian.
Were you just killing pets or what?
No, I don't know what was going on there. And then I said something, but I forgot. So I just totally forgot what I said. You messed me up, Jack. Incher, get your boy in order here, bro.
Get in order, Jack.
He's gonna catch a fade, if you know what I'm saying.
Catch a fade? What the hell's that?
I don't know what that means either.
Hey, you got me with that.
Lexar knows.
Lexar, do you know? Thank you, Lexar.
I was trying to look up if I can. I can't find the shirt anywhere.
What's wrong with Tony Khan? Why can't he book a show? What's wrong with that guy?
Well, he has hired some bookers to help him out, but I think they're doing pretty good so far. What show in particular are you talking about? Collision?
The whole
are you upset with that?
It seems kind of like he's booking via some old, progress, some old game. I don't know. I don't think it's the best booking around. It's all right, but average. Or maybe it's his backstage stuff that's kind of become ridiculous.
Well, I think he tries to fit too much stuff on one show. I think is probably one of his. What? Why are you showing this?
It was the only thing I could find that came up on Facebook. I think I may have, I might have, scrubbed out the history of this person.
Erased from existence.
Andrew Patterson.
Wasn't that your name for Tajiri back in the day?
No, the history of that was that I always thought Samoa Joe was a really lame name because it would just be like if you named a Japanese wrestler like Japanese Bill. Or not even Japanese, like he was just Japan Bill. Yeah.
I think it's like Samoa Joe. It's got like a rhythm to it.
Only because it's been around. But it's not really. If you saw him for the very first time right now, you'd be like, "That's a really shit name." Mm-hmm. Like if that it's Tazo the Greek, but if you were just like Greece Anastasiotius, like not great. But even that's like a little. But you have to be like. This is, Greece Steve or something. West Virginia Frank. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't. It's not a great name.
Has anybody seen Twisted Metal? Is Samoa Joe
no,
doing good on that? I know it's just his like body. It's not like
but that you only love him for his body.
Exactly.
I've heard it's really good though. In my horror world, I see a lot of praise for it. people are really liking the show. I'm not
It's
watching
Samoa Joe a bear.
And I've never played the game, so I don't know anything about it.
Damn it.
About Sweet
Enough
Tooth?
of that. Enough of that. It's Samoa
The
Joe a
last game
bear.
I played was Dig Dug on the Atari 2600.
Yeah, he's Sweet Tooth, yeah. Sweet Tooth is like the main character from the Twisted Metal series. So,
really? You play a Sweet Tooth? Or?
You can play a Sweet Tooth, yes.
Any of that going on in the game?
No, I don't think any of that goes on Twisted Metal.
Oh.
It is Twisted Metal. What are you talking about? I was
That is
yesterday. What are you talking about? Shut up.
That is not Twisted Metal.
Picture. Oh my god.
That is
That's
not
the best part of that game.
Yeah, that reminds me of Fan Fest up in the hotel room. But no. Sure.
That's probably what something Jack was dreaming about. He was like, oh, yeah. Please ensure.
Well, you do have some nice lips.
Oh, my Lord. Why am I even here?
What? I was complimenting you.
Why haven't I just hung up years ago?
Why is that bad? It was a compliment. You have nice, thick, luscious lips. That's a nice thing to say about someone, don't you think, Tom?
Not after what you're talking about.
It's a nice skull too, you know, like a nice bowling ball
Yeah, you
skull.
can just you can put your hands around it.
Put your hands around it.
As long as Oro, here's a blast from the past intro. This will get you back in a better mood. Gogo says as long as Oro isn't offended, Jack is fine.
Well, you would always go to Oro, and he was like, "Oh, I'm cool," and then Oro
Twisted Metal is fantastic. Joe is Sweet Tooth is the highlight.
There you go, Steven Simmons. Thank you, Steven.
Yeah. Steven Simons. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Should we get to the Raw report?
Yeah.
Raw report. Steven from Toronto.
You ever go to Toronto? Incher. Get your passport, and we'll take a trip up Toronto.
Toronto.
And we'll beat your shit out of Steven. No, we'll go eat poutine. Be a good time.
Well, I can just go to the Dairy Queen and make my own.
Don't
Steven
be a
Simmons.
bitch. What, are you going to make your own Steven? You're going to like
Steven
draw a
Simmons
picture of
filled
him?
me in on it.
Yeah, but when you rather have real... I can make a hot dog in the microwave, but that's not the same as having, a genuine food from West Virginia. Because you guys are known for the hot dogs.
I don't know. I'm going to have to try this out.
Bitch, plus you can't go to Dairy Queen and share some poutine with Steven from Toronto.
Maybe.
I want to meet the members of the Headyverse.
Maybe if Steven
I
comes
don't know why
down
you
to
hate
West
our own
Virginia.
fans, our own community so much.
I met Mike Bessler. He came to my hometown, and I drove.
What? And so Steve in Toronto's not good enough for you?
Steve wants me to come to him. Is that what he's saying?
Jesus, you're a bitch.
I don't think we need to go into any more of this. I think we need
You
nice
need to expand your
injection
horizons.
of Raw report because I didn't watch Raw, and I need to get.
Wait a minute.
And we, after our 2 hours, a 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No, fucking Incher. Raw report. Boom. I like that guy.
Hell yeah.
Incher always even interrupts even during the intro.
I'll just sit here talk to myself.
Damn. Look.
Uh-oh.
Tasa is trying to get us all hot.
Yeah. He looks like that guy in the shirt I had up.
It's the Raw report, baby. I'm raw.
Raw report.
Yeah, get raw. Yeah, that's right. I'm doing to raw. Yeah. No condoms here. Yeah! Raw report.
Well, folks, Raw this week comes from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Oh, yeah? Did you go there, Steven, or is
The
that too
new
far?
face of America.
Oh, a long time ago, we yeah, we actually, I think a couple of times we've gone all the way out to British Columbia.
How far is that for you?
Going through all the provinces.
How many hours does that take?
So,
I was invited, Taza, to a upcoming horror festival in Brooklyn.
When is that? Where is that?
You're
December.
a brave man.
Oh, that sounds sweet. If it's in Brooklyn, if I can't make that, I might as well just throw myself under a train.
Exactly. Manitoba.
A Brooklyn-bound train.
Manitoba. That's the capital for moose.
Can I bring my dog?
If it's like if you need him for moral support or something, I think you can.
No, I want him to fuck you up. I want him to
What
fight
the
you.
hell? You want me to fuck your dog?
What am I, a white woman?
Raw report.
I'll do it myself.
Let's get to the Raw report.
So we get the Judgment Day coming down, and we get Rhea Ripley doing the Welcome to Monday Night Raw opening. You get another. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but yet another opening of the show with the Judgment Day minus Finn Balor. He's not with them again. I guess he's got a big match tonight against Cody. So instead, after the Judgment Day opening, they're interrupted by JD McDonough. So they decided. So this guy who beat up Dolph Ziggler, disappeared for a couple of months, came back, and is now Finn Balor's buddy. He's getting a push. So he comes to the ring, and he starts talking back and forth with the Judgment Day, but before they can do anything, Sami Zayn? Yeah. So Sami Zayn basically comes down to the ring and beats up this JD McDonough guy.
Looks like a putz.
And the Judgment Day just stands in the ring and they don't do a thing. They just let Sami Zayn do whatever he wants, and Sami Zayn just beats up JD McDonough.
Do it. Beat his ass.
So we go a commercial break, and during the commercial break, I guess the Judgment Day just decided, enough of this, and they left. Come back from the commercial break, and JD McDonough and Sami Zayn have a match, opening match. And surprisingly, Sami Zayn hits his haluva kick and pins this guy, JD McDonough. So I think this was I don't think he had a match last week, so this was like JD McDonough's first match back after a couple of months, and he loses to Sami Zayn. So, but he does he was beating up Sami Zayn's injured left arm. I think it was his left arm. We get the return. Last week, you remember last week I was saying you just phase out these women's tag team titles. Who's this? Is that him? Yeah, that's him.
JD McDonough.
Yeah. He's a short guy, by the way. It's a good thing they put him in the ring against Sami Zayn because they looked similar. But remember last week I said you should phase out those women's tag team titles? Well, it looks
I never know why they had them to begin with.
It looks like they're not going to do that because next up we had Chelsea Green was back, and she was in Adam Pearce's office, and it looked like Pearce was going to strip her of the belt.
Whoa!
Because Sonya Deville is going to be gone for months. But Chelsea Green was going to have none of this. But then we're interrupted by Caden Carter and Katana Chance, and they I don't know what they were, whether they were trying to get the belt or trying to get the tag titles or whatever. But anyway, before they can do anything, our returning Piper Niven shows up and basically beats up both of these women. And she grabs one of the tag team belts and announces that she's Chelsea Green's new tag team partner.
Really?
So
were you pumped?
Actually, I think this is ridiculous. Someone just grabbing a belt and saying, "I'm your new tag team partner."
That's the way it should be.
A lame way to put the belt on someone. I thought they should have stripped Chelsea of the belt and I don't know, done another tournament, or just got rid of the belts. I still think they should have just phased them right out. Anyway,
can I ask, Steven, so she just came into the ring and picked up the belt and said,
"No, this was backstage."
Oh, okay, got it. Oh, wow, backstage. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, she is sort of useless now. So a good way to get a belt on her.
Yeah, those belts are pretty useless. And the way they did this was just ridiculous. Anyway, Mr. Charisma, Byron Saxton, is with the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Cody cuts a promo.
Venture's hero.
And he's talking about the Judgment Day. So it looks like the next direction for Cody Rhodes, based on this show, is he's gonna feud with the Judgment Day after feuding with Brock Lesnar. So he cuts a promo on the Judgment Day. Next up, we get Gunther.
Gunther!
Now this is a guy, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Gunther.
So Gunther is at ringside. Well, is it Giovanni? Was it Giovanni? So Giovanni takes on Giovanni takes on Chad Gable, and Chad Gable beats him. I guess they're trying to give some shine onto
Yeah, I saw
Chad
people
Gable.
in the chat in our group saying that like they should have Chad Gable just come out and beat Roman Reigns like for the world title. I was like, I don't know about that.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Like you can't, like, you spend all these years on the Reigns run and it's like, we'll just have a surprise victory by Chad Gable.
But
Enter
anyway,
came back right in time.
What the hell is this? What do you got this on my screen for? I don't want to look at this ugly bastard. That's much better. I like Walter.
So
Gunther. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on his old name.
So Chad Gable beats Giovanni Vinci, and Gunther is disgusted. He's upset that these guys are just jobbers. I think he was upset with the other guy as well. So Chad Gable beats Giovanni, and then Gunther has a match with the other guy, Otis, and
Peace.
So I guess Otis must be legit really heavy, because Gunther tried to do his power bomb on Otis and he barely got him up in the air, but he pinned him anyway. So Gunther beats Otis. Another Judgment Day backstage segment. They announce Cody will take on Finn Balor. We get an earlier today segment with a woman named Jackie interviewing Drew McIntyre, and he's interrupted by Riddle. And I'm certainly hope this is the continuing Drew McIntyre turns heel eventually storyline, because he can beat up Riddle and turn heel, and it'll probably be a good way to freshen up his character. So next up, see where we get more video packages, commercial break.
I love commercial breaks.
So the tag team match.
Sometimes I just edit out the Raw just for the commercial breaks.
So Riddle and Drew McIntyre take on the Viking Raiders.
Let's go, Ivar!
Yeah, they were beating up Matt Riddle throughout.
Good, beat that ass.
And I was thinking,
fucker.
For a moment there, I was thinking Drew McIntyre was like, when Riddle finally goes for the take, I was thinking Drew McIntyre was just gonna belt him and beat him up instead, but no, they not yet. So they have a tag team match, and Drew McIntyre hits the Claymore on one of the Viking Raiders.
Did he cut his head off with his sword?
He doesn't have the sword anymore.
Oh,
and so these guys lost.
Man.
Yeah.
Intra's boys. Viking Raiders. I can see Intra peeking out between them.
Very generic, if you ask me.
I think it's something, all the kids can really relate to modern day Vikings.
Mm-hmm. You almost had me, dude.
All right, next.
So we get a backstage segment with Raquel and these two other girls, Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell. I guess Raquel is still not medically cleared to compete, so they're holding off on this eventual match against Rhea Ripley. So in the meantime, and I predicted this last week, and it happened. Well, at least one part of it happened. Rhea Ripley took on Indy Hartwell and basically beat the crap out of her. Which I kind of thought was gonna happen. And not only did she beat up Indy Hartwell, but after the match, after she beat Indy Hartwell, Candice LeRae tries to attack Rhea Ripley, and Rhea Ripley beats her up too.
Beat that ass!
So
yeah.
I'm sure next week we're probably gonna get Rhea Ripley versus Candice LeRae, and she's gonna beat Candice LeRae up again.
Well, she should. Candice LeRae shouldn't be beating Rhea Ripley.
Anyway, so
that's what I'm saying, bitch.
Don't call Steven that. He's a good man.
I meant collective, bitch.
He's a good man.
So I think heel Shinsuke Nakamura is back to speaking Japanese and not understanding English.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
So he doesn't. Michael Cole interviews Shinsuke Nakamura, and Nakamura, I think he was just speaking Japanese.
That sounds more like German. Yeah.
So basically, he wants to challenge Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight title. So Seth Rollins comes down to the ring, and they basically talk back and forth. But I guess what is it? I can't remember the name of the next show. Whatever the next WWE show is, I guess it's going to be Rollins versus Nakamura.
I love that show.
So we get a backstage segment of Byron Saxton and The Miz. The Miz cuts a promo on LA Knight.
Yeah. I like LA Knight. Let me talk to you, Jackie Jones. Oh.
Do it up.
No, that's LA Knight's catchphrase. I didn't really have anything to say.
So next up after this, we get the big height match that they took off the pay-per-view and put on free television. Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus. And this one went to a non-finish because they brawled. They started brawling, and then they spilled out of the ring, spilled over the barricade, went up the stairs, and disappeared into an exit.
Damn.
And then the next thing you saw, a cameraman
went
rushing
into a portable hole.
No, a cameraman rushing on a concourse, and they basically picked up the two fighting on a concourse, and they were fighting and brawling. I think over to a merchandise stand, and Trish was grabbing merchandise and throwing it at Becky Lynch. When a hooded figure,
She's like one of the Hebners. She's stealing merch.
A hooded figure attacked Becky Lynch and revealed herself to be what's her name?
Indy Hartwell.
No.
Zoe Starks.
Zoe, yeah,
Zoe Starks.
Zoe. So
Zoe Starks.
Zoe. Yeah. So Becky decks Zoe. Yeah.
That's not
what I like to see. Keep that up for the rest of the show, Jack.
It'll keep you up for the rest of the show.
So Becky just beats up Zoe with one punch, I think. Turns around and Trish kicked her. And that's how the segment ended with
Galgo 13 says Vic is loving this Raw report.
Well, he's a huge. Everyone knows Vic's a huge fan of Zoe Hartwell.
Yeah.
Indy Hartwell.
Oh, Indy Hartwell.
Zoe Starks.
Zoe Starks and Indy Hartwell. They're two people.
Who are these people?
They're from NXT. It came from NXT.
So it's Indy Hartwell, not Zoe Hartwell.
Yeah. I think Zoe Starks looks like Maya Rudolph a little bit.
She has a red nose?
No. The SNL performer.
She has freckles?
Yeah, she does actually.
Okay.
Kinda, yeah.
She does an Aunt Jemima impression?
No, Toss.
What the fuck?
So
there you go. There's Indy Hartwell.
Yeah.
Did she shave her head? Shaved her head because her sister has cancer or something, if I'm not mistaken.
She did.
I believe so. Am I crazy? Oh no, that's Shotzi Blackheart. Sorry. I get all the odds mixed up. You get it, Jack.
That's a new tattoo I just got.
You got a tattoo of Indy Hartwell?
No, on my forehead.
You joined the Six Balls?
He's a big fan of X-Pac. All right, enough of this bullshit. Back to the Raw report.
Is that your name? Six
so
Balls?
Gunter is still ticked off that he's beat these guys. Anyway, let's get to the main event of the evening.
Is that Lexar's mom we're hearing?
What is Lexar doing?
Lexar's mom, what's happening? Lexar's mom's got it going on.
Oh, you muted it. You should have cued him in so hot. He knew to mute his phone.
Lexar, Poppy, clean up your room, please.
What if we would have just heard her beating him in the background? Like spanking him. He's like, "No, I'm sorry, Mama." She's like, "No."
Probably would have been more exciting than Raw sounded.
She's beating the demons out of him.
Well, it's time for the main event of the evening.
It's time for the main event.
And we get Cody Rhodes versus Finn Balor. Pardon me, I think my throat's going.
Too much use if you catch my drift.
Good. Yeah, like I said, so I think Cody has
Did you
beaten.
not do that for once?
So I don't know why they would book Cody with the Judgment Day because he's already beaten Dominic. he's already beaten Damian Priest in a tag team match, and he beats Finn Balor in this main event. But
I didn't watch Raw this week, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Trish, you bring her baby.
Yeah, they just want me to go off about Trish talking about her baby. That baby's probably fully grown by now. It's probably like
I met one of her kids.
That baby is Luther.
Kid.
Luther's age.
Loser baby.
That would be a good way to bring back like Hornswoggle or something though, if they just bring him back as like a wrestling baby.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be cool.
Lexar, we heard everything your mother had to say.
I'm
We
sure you
heard
did.
it all.
She was talking dirty.
No.
You probably fantasize about her too.
I do every night.
What?
You fantasize about her mom.
Did you show her Taza with his shirt off?
Does she look like Indy Hartwell?
Oh, yes.
She looks like Ellen DeGeneres, but Hispanic.
Really?
Hispanic
Ellen DeGeneres. You need to AI create that, Jack. Then
I
we'll
don't
know
have
what.
it on this computer.
She's a blonde lesbian, your mom?
Yeah. Luther.
That looks like Incher for sure.
That does kind of, doesn't it?
Do you think if I could just show up to NXT or not NXT, but like AEW and just be like, hey, here I am, ready to work, guys?
If Incher was Indian.
Luther, he's not Indian, is he? He just has that on his head as like a.
You ever see him on those shows you're watching? Because he was supposedly a name in like Japan back in the day.
What's his name?
Dr. Luther.
It's not.
It is. That is Dr. Luther. He like broke in with Jericho and stuff.
What do you look like back in the day? I'm curious now.
I don't know. I'm gonna look him up. Go on with the Raw Report. I'll look up Dr. Luther.
So basically, Cody hits the crossroads on Finn, beats him, but then the Judgment Day attack him. Sami Zayn comes down to try to make the save, but then they beat up Sami Zayn.
Oh, fucking save him, Sammy.
So basically, Raw ends with Cody Rhodes and Sami Zayn basically beaten up, and the Judgment Day standing tall. And that's your Raw Report.
He just beat Brock Lesnar, and now he's getting beat up by Finn Balor.
Well, he beat Finn Balor, and then they beat him up in the post match.
Oh,
yeah.
Jeez.
So like WWE, it doesn't matter. Wins and losses don't matter because you just feud with them afterwards anyway.
Look at that guy.
That's Dr. Luther back in his prime, Incher.
Looks like Danhausen a little bit.
Looks like a complete jackass. I always heard but Jericho says he was like better wrestler than all those guys, like him and like Lance Storm. So it looks like a loser to me. But I'm sure he's a nice guy. Go on, sorry.
Well, like I said, that was my Raw Report, but I was just scanning the X Twitter, and someone listed a whole bunch of wrestlers here that are 45 years of age or older who are currently working.
Oh, really?
Brock Lesnar, 46. Jeff Hardy, 45. AJ Styles, 46. Sheamus, 45. Rey Mysterio, 48. Matt Hardy, 48. Chris Jericho, 52. Edge, 49. Bobby Lashley, 47. Dustin Rhodes, 54. Sting, 64. Jeff Jarrett, 56. Trish, 47. And these people are all currently on television.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this. They had old people wrestle when I was a kid. It's wrestling. It's not real. None of that bothers me whatsoever. You don't get that in other sports because it's legit. So, it's not really so much age as if they can go. Sting is super entertaining to me. I love seeing him out there. Billy Gunn's entertaining. I mean, Trish, I've never been a huge Trish fan, but when she's out there, I don't think, she's old and shouldn't be out here or anything. But then, the Hardys are broken down, so that's different. But
now, Jack, can your heart withstand the horrors that is going to befall tomorrow night on Dynamite when you bear witness to the first ever Texas Chainsaw Massacre match between Jeff Jarrett and Jeff Hardy?
And Jeff Jarrett, at 56, he might be the most entertaining he's ever been, I think. I quite enjoy him. He entertains me more than he ever has. And he wrestles way better than Jeff Hardy does right now. But I assume this is just something for the video game, which is fine. But when you're advertised a Texas Chainsaw Death Match, you got to have a chainsaw in it.
Do you think?
Now, do I want to see a guy ripped in half with a chainsaw? Yes. But do you have to do that? No, but you have to use it somehow.
If only Corporal Kirshner was still alive and he could break out some super leather for us. But
or Chainsaw Charlie.
He's still kicking.
Chainsaw
Charlie. Yeah. But, yeah, it is interesting that AEW is doing like a promotion for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game. I'm going to be getting it. So I've got it pre-ordered and I'm going to have to wait till Amazon ships it to me. But I'm looking forward to it. Some of the reviews haven't been so hot for it, but that's kind of how Friday 13th, they didn't get the best reviews.
Yeah, and you were like throwing babies in the air over it.
I love the Friday 13th game, so I'm going to try this one out. I'm not sure if I'm going to like it as well as Friday 13th, but I'll try it out, see what it's got. I'm not as big as a fan of Texas Chainsaw Massacre series as I am the Friday 13th series, so... That already hurts it a little bit, but I'm going to check it out.
There's more characters, which is interesting. Which can lead for a better game. There's more stuff you can do, so it's interesting. Steven Simmons Tazo should do a sexy dance for Mama Lexar. What if Tazo was your new daddy, Lexar? What if he swept your mom off her feet?
How would Tazo be in the same age bracket as your mother? How old is
he?
How old are you, Tazo?
52. I think you must be muted.
He doesn't.
Anyway, my mom will.
Tazo. You got the mute on. He doesn't want to say. I bet he's doing that on purpose.
I'm 54. I'm sorry, man. I'm 54 years old. I'm highly available. I'll tell your mom I'll come over in an Uber. We'll pick her up, take her to a local Greek restaurant, have a little souvlaki, maybe we'll ouzo some appetizers and stuff. We'll see how it goes. If we can kick it a little bit,
And if she comes home, Lexar's got the white sauce. Just remember that's just tzatziki.
Oh, Jesus,
tzatziki.
Dude, that's
I'm just saying she had some. She had some.
Do you think about the shit that you say?
Food.
Like, listen to yourself sometimes.
Tazo knows what I'm talking about. You gotta have the tzatziki.
I don't know. I think she might like my Riz, but I don't know about my jizz, Jack.
Whoa, I'm talking about food.
Oh, you mean the tzatziki sauce?
Yeah.
My mom's recipe.
There's times I'm thoroughly disgusted of being a part of this show.
But he'd make a good father, wouldn't he, Lexar? He'd get you he'd man you up. Tazo.
I know this.
That's right.
You guys can watch wrestling together. You guys
I apologize, Lexar. I'm sorry I even brought this up.
You could go down to the dog park, play frisbee.
That's right. I could teach you how to be a dog boarder and a dog walker.
Yeah. You could get some little green baggies and pick up some poop.
That's right. could watch your old man do it. You know,
What kind of dates are you taking girls on? You're picking up poop? What?
Well, you got to walk him around. If you're walking him around on a leash, you got to pick up after him. It's the right thing to do, right, Tazo?
Wait a minute. I'm his daddy. Am I walking him on a leash in the dog park? Is that what's going on? We could get some play on doing that too, if you like, Lexar. Tell your mom to stay at home, buddy.
I know this for a fact, and I saw this happen. My mom doesn't want to date anymore because
that's because I remember never years ago.
Because of you.
There's this guy.
That's a good answer.
There's this guy. Me and my mom went to the post office to renew our passports because we were going to Ecuador, like in a couple months. But down the road.
Like, hey, baby, you want this package?
No, this happened years ago. But this guy tried to flirt with my mom, and my mom tried to reject her slowly. So,
yeah, but maybe he just wasn't her type. Doesn't mean she doesn't want any man in the world.
He invites her for coffee, and she doesn't want
coffee. Whoa! Well, no one could deny that.
Well, she denied it. So she wants to be single forever. She's a very religious woman.
Whoa.
She has
religious people can have relationships.
Well, my mom's best friend is looking for a man, and she's like way older than my mom.
Your mom has a relationship with God.
There you go.
Right. Do you go to church with your mom, or by yourself?
Not really. I sleep in.
What if she converted Tazo and like made him a church going man?
Tazo's a good church going man.
He
might try to convince her to go to like Mount Olympus and start worshiping.
I did show like people. I did show my mom this whole crew of misfits and action and everything and looking at all this, and she just
like the wall and huge erection, general erection.
She just like rolled her eyes and like. And it's like,
she did not find any of us appealing.
She didn't want to date the Raging Cajun.
I asked her, what do you think about these crew of people here?
Us! I thought you meant Misfits in Action.
Yeah,
the WCW group.
Are you? Try to follow along a little bit.
He said Misfits in Action.
Well,
I thought he meant
not referring to the WCW crew.
I thought he was trying to set his mom up with Lash LaRue.
So you're saying your mom and you went to the Santeria thing, and then you were like, "Mom, do you want to date any of these voodoo doctors?" Is what you were saying, basically.
She doesn't want to. She never been to Sanctuary.
What if we set up a dating game on In Your Head for her? So she might want to date with Swax or Tazo. Or...
I want to date Geraldine.
My man. You see? Lexar learned from me right away, bro.
I'll be the only bachelor. Oh, him and Kevin Howell, whatever, Patrick Howell, whatever his name is. We'll be fighting for the love and affection of Gerald.
Damn. Texas Chainsaw Death Match. With Geraldine.
Is Geraldine even close to Lexar?
Yeah.
They do live close to each other?
Yeah. I was going to meet her, but I can't. I was going to go to a festival, but it's the same time as I'm going to LA. So.
See, there you go, Lexar. Jack just blew her off. There's your chance. There's your chance. You're like, I know you were hoping the internet icon would come and meet you, but Lexar is always here.
I know that Geraldine goes to these metal concerts, death metal concerts. So if there's a death metal concert going in New York City, and she's gonna go attend and probably hang out in New York City before she goes to concert.
But you're more into like the Backstreet Boys and stuff, right?
No, I don't listen to Backstreet Boys.
What do you?
I've never been to a concert. Period.
He's mentioned stuff that he's listened to before. Like,
I do listen to Taylor Swift, though. I do like Taylor Swift, but will I go to a concert? No.
That up, Lexar.
I'm not up on all the music the kids listen to, but I don't think Taylor Swift is considered death metal or black metal. I could be wrong.
He was just confessing that, like, that's one of his guilty pleasures.
I don't think
Taylor
he's guilty.
Swift.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Lexar listens to Taylor Swift. He watches The View and Ellen DeGeneres and
Wendy
Judge
Williams.
Judy and
I don't watch Judge Judy. I watch The People's Court.
that's still on. Judge Wapner and he dead.
People's Court? No, it's Judge Millian right now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is like her. She's retiring, I think. She's leaving The People's Court. So
Who's gonna be? Who's
Well,
gonna
I think
take
they're
over?
ending the show, Lexar. I think
Giuliani.
People's Court's going to come to an end soon.
yeah, it's coming to an end, unfortunately.
What? They'll bring it back someday.
No. Now all we got is like
Judge Jeff
Judge
Jones
Joe.
is going to be the new.
So
They
now
should
we're-
have a wrestler's court show.
They did. Brian Knobs hosted it. He
Wasn't
was-
called wrestler's court. Wasn't it called like
Brian
called like
Knobs
hillbilly court or something?
I forget what it was called.
It was like it was like mobile home court or something.
Mobile Home Hillbilly Court. Is
Yeah,
that what it
something.
was?
I mean, like a wrestler's court where the wrestlers, an actual wrestling court show. Undertaker's the judge.
Mm-hmm.
When they lose, they just got to pay Undertaker, give him booze and stuff.
Yeah. That'd be a good show.
Yeah. Maybe they sodomize the guy if he's really bad.
Why don't they ever do a reality sodomize? Why don't they ever do a reality show for like an independent wrestling promotion? Showing the
There you
back,
go.
the front of the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Combat Zone Wrestling. Let's see what's happening.
XPW.
Let's get the behind the scenes on Negro Claus. And Angel the hardcore homo. Is he still around?
Angel the hardcore homo.
In
I don't-
Wrestler in
XPW,
XPW.
You're aware that this is the year 2023, right? And we probably shouldn't be bringing those guys up right now.
He was on the show.
well, there was
You're
one
aware that
set-
it's the year 2023, right?
there's a wrestler in XPW now that's called a black wrestler who comes out to the Undertaker like music, and you know what they call him?
The guy we
The
had on the
Nick-
show. We had him on the show.
No, the Nigger Taker.
We
That's what they
had
call
him on the show, and please don't say that on the show, but we had him on In Your Head. He was a guest on the show.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
we
The
did
soul,
talk
the soul taker is the PG.
Soul Taker.
Ah, that's right.
Soul
They
Taker.
call him the N word.
Yeah, that was
Well,
the
he calls
banner I had.
himself the N word. That's
Yeah, we had him on the show. He was actually a fun guest. It was audio only show.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Back in the days of old.
That's what Jack wishes he had a time machine for, so he could go back in the past, start talking about things that wasn't cancelable offenses back then.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I would.
You're supposed to say no to that. Just like, oh.
Well, I mean, if we have a serious conversation about this stuff, to me, it's really the intent of what you say. I don't think it's cool to be hateful towards anybody, but if you're having jokes or what, like I said, it really depends on what your intent behind whatever you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think it'd be cool? Like, you dirty, blah blah. No, I mean that's not just to be some asshole or something.
I mean, he's an African American wrestler, and that's what he refers to himself
Right,
as.
right.
I don't see how that's cancelable.
Right.
Tomorrow night, canceled. Take the website down.
My favorite memories of Luther are when he fell off the ring apron with no one touching him.
Oh, Golgo. Jeez. Golgo always brings up the most embarrassing things for people.
Oh, that reminds me then. Golgo, what are your favorite memories of Injure?
Yeah, I know what it is, and I don't want to hear it anymore. Let's go to his other comment. That Texas Chainsaw Death match will be an interesting. Wonder if Leatherface will make an appearance. That would be neat if they got Kane Hodder to come out as Leatherface, because does Leatherface for the game. So maybe he could play Leatherface for AEW.
Yeah, he's played all. Well, he even did him in one of the movies too, and for a fight scene. I don't know if it was part 3.
I think it was part 3. Yeah.
So he's played actually Freddy, Leatherface, and Jason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just he's the glove, I believe, that grabs the
mask
Jason
at the
mask.
end of Jason Goes to Hell.
Kind of the cool little, trivia for people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I like him.
It's good, man.
Been on the show several times.
That would be cool, though, if they got Kane Hodder to be Leatherface.
Yeah. All right, Inchman. Should we get
then
to these
RoboCop
questions?
could come out and be like, put the chainsaw down, and then he just come at RoboCop. Who would win in a fight between RoboCop and Leatherface? Who would win?
RoboCop.
Lexar says Lexar would win.
No, I'm
Victor
saying that goes
RoboCop.
to my questions because I'm free from suspension, but 7 hours ago I was still suspended, which is one of the weirdest suspensions I ever have received in 2 years I've been in Facebook.
Did you join the X yet?
Tomorrow night, Lexar suspended again.
Where have you been
Last
suspended?
shot at these shirts, $20 each or 3 for $50.
Hey, Lexar asked me before, can we use our EBT cards to?
If
No,
I don't
right?
know if Super Chat takes it or if Venmo does, I don't care.
I'm joking.
But, I know, but it might even take it. I don't know. Finn Balor, the Vaudevillains, Billions.
I wish strip clubs would use EBT cards. That'd be great.
Tax dollars going to good use.
Yeah, I thought I won't even get it.
Yeah,
that's a cool t-shirt. Oh, that's Steen. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. Is that how you go to the strip club? Do you use that at the strip club? Like
Well, he
that?
said he wishes they would take it, but they don't.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how do the wrestling shows take it?
No. But they have, like, if you have only cash only and don't have a credit card.
What if you're buying
have to
something
buy
at the
this.
concession stand, though? What if you went
You have
to
to buy
the concession stand?
you have to buy the special credit card at the arena. You put in any amount you want, and you could purchase the foods over the concession stands. Like if you want to purchase this chicken fries and soda, and it costs like $25, you have to insert $25 into the machine, and they give you the card with that amount of money.
$25 for chicken nuggets?
Chicken nuggets, fries, and a soft
fuck?
drink.
$25?
Yeah.
$25.
He's eating like a king.
Jesus Christ! I go get like a steak dinner for that.
I've been to an AEW show, and I was waiting in line, and across the street there's this like a steak restaurant, and I see lots of fans go there before they go to the arena.
Yeah, go eat before you go to the shows. You save a lot of money. That's a waste of money.
Hey, Incher, do we see your T-shirt yet? I didn't
It's the
see it.
Swinger Dungeon.
Yeah, it's this place he goes to on 5th Street.
Swingers Dungeon?
Yeah.
It's actually
Dungeon?
Yeah, they they put tax on your ball sack and stuff.
It's actually a shirt for Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger?
Yeah.
He's still alive?
He's still wrestling for Impact, I believe.
But now he has a dungeon that like tax people's nuts?
I've read that he's wrestling for the digital championship at one of the pay-per-views.
Digital championship, Jack. Get with it.
Good Lord. That sounds like the lamest shit I've ever heard of in my life.
Can I say something about Johnny Swinger?
Who? Johnny Swinger?
Yeah, so I was on Reddit, and Reddit has a wrasslin subreddit, and they put some odd things on there. And someone had a link to Barry Darsow golfing, and he was one of his opponents in the ring during his promo.
Hole in one, Barry Darsow.
It's pretty cool. Barry Darsow, I know he's still alive, of course. Mm-hmm. Actually, they did something not too long ago, right? As Demolition.
Yeah, they still do. They still like go around the shows. I don't know if they wrestle, but they still like paint their face up. Demolition.
I remember.
Here comes the axe, and here comes the smash. Oh, they're Demolition, walking disaster. Pain and destruction is their middle name.
They don't hold the tag team championship records anymore.
Yeah,
it's the New Day that did it.
New Day. I'm a fan of the New Day. I liked the New Day. Shout out to Big E.
Do you guys like LA Knight? I never hear you guys talk about LA Knight.
I like LA Knight.
Biceps, yes.
I've only ever seen him like it once in a battle royal.
Okay.
I haven't watched WWE TV in like 5 years, so
that's
I don't
right.
really know.
Do you get it? Do you understand?
But when I saw him, there's sometimes people say stuff, and I'm like, who does this guy see him? They don't live up to their thing. But when I see LA Knight, I did think, cool. Boom! El Santos World, Johnny Swinger, yeah, Johnny Swinger. But boom, let me know which one of these you would like if you wanted a shirt. Big shout out to El Santos World.
Thank you, El Santos World. Yeah.
Ain't your wife
curious which one he wants?
I'm sorry. Why do you think people like him? I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm not clear.
I think because he just has a lot of charisma and he comes out.
Got a big dong.
People can feel it, and he's got a big one.
No, you can see the charisma. Because I heard the same thing about the Question, or who was that guy? Theory. And I saw him and I was just like, I don't see really anything into the guy. Like, he's fine. I honestly just didn't stick out anything. I just thought he was like a guy that was very typical WWE, who was like just a fine wrestler, fine, just stood out no way, but isn't bad at anything. But LA Knight definitely has way more charisma and he comes out and he has like a presence. Like, this is someone.
I think he could be a huge star for WWE if they run with him.
He does copy a lot of Austin and Rock stuff, but I don't really think that's a bad thing because a lot of guys have in the past, copied other people. Ric Flair copied the original Nature Boy, and you could say Dusty Rhodes and Hogan and Jesse the Body Ventura. Got a lot of their stuff from Superstar Billy Graham, so I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Vic Schiavone, he copies Danhausen.
Tazo, he copies Gino Bisconte.
I don't even know who that is, man.
That's why I like to say it.
Toronto Stevie, he likes to rip off Jeff Goldblum.
Whoa. I always thought he was the guy from the one who flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Oh, come on, Jack. Jesus.
What?
No.
Why is that so bad?
No, that is bad. I know. Don't even say it.
Gary Cooper? Gregory Peck?
No, that's not the same movie.
I don't even think Gregory Peck's in that movie, is he?
No, it's Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson, yes. I like to think of Toronto Stevie as the Jeff Goldblum of In Your Head. I don't know why.
It's like, yes,
who do you think? Who do you think Incher's like ripping off? Elmer Fudd.
Elmer Fudd. You're going to be very, very sorry you said that.
Elmer Fudd's pretty cool.
Elmer Fudd. I think you're the only person who ever said Elmer Fudd's pretty cool.
See, look, that looks a lot like Stevie.
Jack.
What? He's got the same hairdo.
Stephen Butler's communicating with Chris Benoit.
I don't think that's a bad thing you do, Stephen. Did you take that as an insult?
No, I was just looking at that picture and I was thinking, as I get older, I'm looking more and more like Will Sampson. Oh my God.
See? not a bad thing.
See, you're bringing up bad memories for him here. He's not going to want to come on here and be so cheerful for the Raw report.
What?
Jeez.
I don't know.
How about Wilson, the volleyball from?
That's who you think Incher is? He's just he's just a volleyball. Like you think someone just took like a sack and drew that face on Incher?
Yes.
I prefer Anthony Uberstar here in the chat room. Inches is like the Bobcat Goldweight of In Your Head.
No way. I don't see that at all.
No.
Honestly, you're the guy. What was that movie? It was out.
If you're Bobcat, who's Jerry Seinfeld? They hate each other or something. Go on, Jack. I'm sorry.
That movie was out a few years ago. I mean, the star was like the spitting image of you.
Who?
Like,
Walter Hauser?
It wasn't Timothy McVeigh.
Richard Jewell.
Richard
Jewell. Jesus Christ. Why am I even helping you?
Poor
I
bastard.
should just be like, I can't recall what you're saying.
Richard Jewell. That poor man.
Yeah.
People said I'm like the David Koresh.
I actually have somebody who looks just like you, Jack.
Who's that?
Somebody secretly sent me, and this is actually for real.
Is he really sexy?
I'll send it to you right now. Somebody sent me secretly a photo of a dude who is the spitting image of Jackie Jones. But if I send it in, Jack has to show it.
All right, look. Now you can't tell me that doesn't look just like Incher. I'm not even joking. Isn't that Incher?
Absolutely.
You can't even tell. You don't even know if it is or not. You're just like, is that Incher?
He looks guilty, right?
Well, Incher's face isn't that fat.
No, but he was. Incher's gotten in better shape since we took this picture.
That guy's got a mustache. That ain't me. There's no way.
You have a beard sometimes.
You should grow a mustache, dude. So you can look like Richard Jewell.
Look, yeah, that's even like your background in your room there.
No, it's not. Good Lord.
Come on, give me that was kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
How about Lexar?
Dadpool on YouTube says the Olympic bomber. No, the Richard Jewell was the guy who prevented people getting killed by the Olympic bomber.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you're a hero.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
Where's this
just the
picture,
guy who
Tazo?
I don't resemble the real Richard Jewell. That's the guy who played him in the movie.
Right. Send me this picture, Tazo. I'll show you.
If you think I resemble it.
Who's Lexar look like?
Antonio Banderas.
Oh my God.
Who does Lexar look like? Who does Lexar look like? John Leguizamo.
That's not too bad.
Somewhere around there, maybe.
Maybe Luis
could be
Guzman.
No, he can't be Luis Guzman. That's what Tony TGD looks like. At least he tells me, anyways.
No, I always thought Norrin Rad looked like Luis Guzman.
Yeah, he does actually. Lexar. You guys got anything? I'm not coming up with anything outside of John Leguizamo. Oh yeah, Goosey with his shirt off.
Yeah. He was hoping Tazo would still have his shirt off.
Mm-hmm.
Incher reminds me of the BTK killer, by the way.
Damn.
The BTK killer.
Put a little mustache on you, you look like you.
Dennis Nader. That's his name.
Man, you knew it right away. I was like, I don't know his name, but you're like, oh yeah, that's my buddy.
Dennis Nader, I think.
No, it's Rader.
Huh? Was
Dennis
I wrong?
Rader.
Dennis Rader. That's it. Not Nader. Nader's the dude in
Nader. He's a consumer advocate.
Nader's in Jurassic Park, right? Or
I don't look like me. I'll show the picture here. I mean, he's not bad looking, but I mean, I don't think he looks like me.
Slightly. What's up, Goosey?
What happened?
What's happening? Boom. I'm not seeing it. What are you thinking?
This is your
A
parallel.
little bit in the face. Yeah, a little bit in the face. Like, kind of do that same facial expression. Well, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I see it.
That don't look a thing like me.
No, that's not you. That's Jack.
Who's the Bruce Balanch of age?
Goosey.
I would say Lexar looks
I look nothing like Bruce Balanch.
Get a wig.
You don't have curly hair either,
But
right?
Tazo, and all kidding aside, he looks just like Jesus there from
the Unabomber.
I mean, it's like not even.
I mean, I say
close.
Lexar looks like a Cro-Magnon man. Lexar looks like the guy.
I was gonna say he kind of reminded me of the caveman, those caveman ads I used to have.
Right.
The Geico commercial.
Good God, how could you even say that? That's like the meanest thing ever.
Why?
How could you say he looks like the caveman from the Geico commercials?
He looks like Phil Hartman. He looks like Phil Hartman as lawyer caveman.
The fuck? Right? Just say he looks like a pile of shit, Lexar. Say you remind me of a pile of shit, Jack. That's what you look like.
Oh man, that's not nice.
You're saying he looks like the caveman from the Geico commercial? That's awful to say about Lexar.
Why? I don't think the caveman's not bad looking, and he looks rugged and tough.
No. He looks like Brendan Fraser from Encino Man.
This guy? You're saying Lexar looks like this guy?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
I can't even grow my hair that big.
Well, maybe you could try.
No.
If you grew your hair out, does it does it lay down, or is it like an afro?
Afro. I did try to
I know you're like the guy from Proud and Powerful.
Who?
The AEW tag team.
Or Ortiz.
The one that has Ortiz.
Ortiz?
Yeah.
I look a thing like Ortiz.
If you grew your hair out.
I look like Julio Cesar Chavez.
That's actually, I could see that maybe.
Diego Sanchez. I think you look like him a little bit.
Who?
The UFC guy.
Look like a Filipino sardine fish.
Yeah, John Turturro, that's who I was talking about earlier. I mean, Tazo's it's just like, could be his twin.
Don't fuck with the Jesus.
Could be his twin. All right. How about Goosey?
What do I look like?
Goosey?
Jabba the Hutt
like
of my
Big
age?
Bob.
Huh. Ralph Crandon?
King Kong Bundy?
Oh. Who does Goosey look like?
He looks like John Candy.
George Clooney.
Yeah, right.
Didn't I say on a previous episode I thought Vic looked like the dude from Shawshank Redemption, the warden? I think I said that on a previous episode.
He looks like the guy who was about to throw him off the top of the building. Is that what you mean?
No, not that dude. Jeez, Goosey.
I think he looks like Steve Martin. Dick Schiavone.
He kind of
John Goodman.
He kind of looked like Newman a little bit, like Newman from Seinfeld. If you put like a wig on.
Peter Griffin without hair.
Peter Griffin, but he's a cartoon though. But
I think if you and Incher made it, it could be Otis.
Yeah. You want to get down with it?
Oh yeah!
Gotta grow a beard. Goosey, you look like the Viking Raiders, like both dudes together.
Eric and Ivar they fucked and had a kid. Oh, Bobby. Valhalla. Wait, no.
All right. I think the two closest though is a guy from Cuckoo's Nest for Stevie, and John Turturro for Tazo. Oh, and the other guy there for Richard Jewell.
It's not me. It's not me.
It does look more like you a few years ago.
Not me.
Yes, you.
In Toronto, Stevie, he looks like the guy.
Look at Lexer now. He's trying to pose and look all sexy now. I guess. I know what he's doing.
That's how he looks at the strippers. It's like
He's like doing the duck faces.
I can't think of a dead, like, a person who looks just like Lexar. I can't think of anybody hardly. I wouldn't ever say that Geico caveman though. That's so insulting. I don't even know how you're still here, Lexar.
I think you know who Lexar looks like, Lexar? You look like this guy I know, Christian Calero.
Yeah, I know that guy.
That's pretty cool.
I think we're twins.
Yeah. See, I
Jack, you kind of look like this Neil fella.
Mm-hmm. Woo!
He's a nasty guy.
Nasty boys don't mean a thing. All you nasty boys don't mean a thing to me. Ha!
Goosey looks like Big Bad Bob.
Don't forget El Santos World. If you want one of those shirts, let me know which one.
Mm-hmm.
And send me your Addy email. All right. Should we get to these questions?
Question time. It's question time.
Oh, what's on your mind, Goosey, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't watched wrestling in like a month and a half, so nothing.
Like, do you feel refreshed not having to watch wrestling for like a whole month and a half? Like, does it feel good not watching it?
I mean, I kind of watching a few AEW highlights, but I'm kind of just like, it is kind of refreshing not watching wrestling.
Like, not having to like tune in and watch it.
Yeah. Not planning Monday nights around, oh, hey, I want to watch Raw. Yeah. Or not, trying to. Granted, AEW is doing some good things, but I think we're in that summer lull.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the storylines have.
I don't know. I've really
not
been enjoying
necessarily the biggest
since,
Adam Cole
Collision
guy.
Started around. I love the Cole and MJF stuff.
I mean, it's a good storyline. I'm just not the biggest Cole guy. I have a hunch they're going to put the belt on Cole, which kind of irritates me. The whole Jericho Don Callis thing.
I actually like that.
I don't. If it stays with Jericho as a heel, it's kind of like doubling down on something that's kind of super stale.
Oh, what did you think about the JAS disbanding? I know you didn't see that, Goosey, but
from what I heard, I mean, a lot of those guys are just like roster filler, anyways. Like, I don't think Hager's really done anything substantial in like a year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Menard and what's the other guy?
I think those guys are awesome. I've been saying that I think they're the most underrated team in the company, or maybe in wrestling.
And I think Sammy Guevara's long due for that singles, away from the whole Jericho influence push.
I don't know. I think Sammy kind of falls flat whenever they get him away from like Jericho. He just kind of he got with a few
times.
He got with Ty, and that really hurt him because like the fans were mad at him. And
I mean, I don't know who else is in the group. Anna Jay, like who the fuck is Anna Jay?
Anna Jay, she's like the breakout star of the last month and a half. She's like the number one person on AEW, and you've missed it all, Goosey.
Yes, apparently.
Jeez. Anna Jay. Living legend as we speak.
It's just like the other companies, like, oh, cool, the bloodline is you had the moment of Jey Uso to be this steaming hot, like, perfect guy to dethrone Roman Reigns, and now they're just doubling down to keep the belt on Roman for what, in all purposes, looks like it's going to be The Rock winning the championship.
Oh,
which,
I don't think that's
going
to happen. I think it's good. It's going to be Cody. Cody at WrestleMania.
Oh God, Cody.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
It's just like,
But he's on Seth
read,
Rollins' show.
Rollins is now like feuding with Nakamura, who hasn't really done anything in 3 years, and
boy, for a guy who hasn't watched wrestling in a month and a half,
he knows way more than I
sure
do.
know
I
what
read
what's
up.
going on.
Yeah, you can read.
I'd rather just watch it, I guess, than read about it.
You know what, Lex? I believe your suspension has been lifted.
Yeah, but it wasn't a couple hours
ago. I'm just
ago.
letting you know because at 4 o'clock you messaged me that suspension 6 more hours. So congratulations, it's been lifted. But I do have your questions here, Lexi, Sexy, Flexi.
I did ask Stephen Butler before he leaves because it's midnight. I did ask Stephen Butler that.
Okay, which number is it? Which number is it? Which number is it?
Look at the question. Run it down.
Well, I'm not going to read all 15 questions to find out. Tell me which number it is.
You got 15 questions, Lexar? Gee,
tell me which number it is. Jesus Christ.
It's number. Let's see here. It's number 7.
See, now that was a lot easier. Stephen Butler hoped to get tickets for the Taylor Swift Eras Tour concert in Toronto.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think the wife would want to go see some Taylor Swift?
No, she doesn't even listen to Taylor Swift. Plus, the tickets are probably all sold out and selling for tens of thousands of dollars on the second tier market anyway.
What's the performer or what or group or whatever that's coming to Toronto that you have to buy tickets for to get so the wife can go see him?
The last one I absolutely had to see was Shania Twain.
Oh, Shania Twain.
Yeah.
Oh, total crazy. Doing my hair, doing my hair.
Did
man,
come with you?
Feel like a woman.
And
we lost Goosey on that one.
I haven't heard new music since the Smashing Pumpkins came out. Let's see. The world is a vampire. That's what all the kids listen to.
Yeah. He kind of resents that song. He said he just made it just to be like a big rock hit, just because they kept bugging him for a big rock hit.
I'm not a fan of him. That was my favorite band when I was a kid, but anytime I listen to him in an interview, I'm not a big fan.
He seems very complex in a way.
Like
somebody who's like this deep probably shouldn't be in control of a wrestling company.
You want just a complete moron running?
No, I mean you kind of just got to give wrestling fans what they want,
and that is Tyrus.
Yeah. See, he's trying to get too deep with his wrestling.
With Tyrus,
he's thinking like the fans are gonna like Tyrus eventually, but. See what I'm saying?
I think his
like he thinks he can work it into him.
I think his thinking is Tyrus is on TV and he can showcase the title, and that's about as far as his thinking on that went.
I don't know.
And then he gets mad at people.
How old is that man?
Like 50.
Who, Tyrus?
Yeah, he's bad. He can barely. I mean, he's never particularly good, but he's very bad now. And it's a really poor choice for NWA because it's trying to be like this throwback NWA show, like back to the 70s, and it's like they would have never had this guy as champion. This guy's like really poor. And
what if they get Nick Aldis to be the champion, and then he
goes
on
forever?
And he goes on Fox, and then he starts talking.
But I mean, can they just get him to be on Fox News? I don't know. And honestly, that'll appeal to certain people. But I also think it puts off as many people as you bring in. So.
Isn't
I mean,
August?
it has it. People argued with me, and I was like, well, we'll see if it does anything. But has NWA taken off since he's been champ? I mean, no. So I don't think it's really done anything.
Maybe they should wrestle on Fox. Like someone should come in and hit him with a chair on Fox. Right. Like, actually, they should do that, especially after the Riverboat Madness over there in Alabama, when everyone's beating each other up, and then they brought out the chairs. And then on Black Twitter, everyone was freaking out and doing parodies of this fight, of this riverboat fight in their backyards and shit. And black people were hitting white people with chairs. Everyone was having a good time. They should have someone go on Fox News and beat Tyrus with the fucking chair and then throw them in the river.
Someone should invent like a harder chair to hit people with. Question 1. Do you think anyone ever invents chairs that can't even be folded to sit in? They're only to be used as weapons?
What?
So you make a chair that's only designed to be a weapon. You can't even sit in it.
Oh. No, I don't think they would do that.
You just carry it around, yeah.
What if it just like blows up?
That used to be back in the NWA in the 80s. And, it's always the metal chair. And then they do this angle. They did it several times. All of a sudden, they have a wooden chair, and you know what was happening. They'd hit Big Bub over the head, and it would splinter all around. It would look cool, and it would just hang around his head. And they did the same thing with Meng, and they did the same thing with a couple people. And no other time would they ever have a wooden chair except for when they would do this.
Yeah. I'd be pissed if I showed up to a show, and it's like, here's your wooden chair to sit on. I'm like, oh, shit.
What if it was like, here's my lap to sit on? Did we have wooden chairs when we went to that wrestling in the barn?
Okay, I think it was just folding chairs. I don't think it was.
That was the worst. We went to this wrestling show in a barn, and it had no AC. It was like 120 degrees.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
I wasn't too sad to get out of there whenever we got back on the party bus.
Party bus, yeah, party time. Bam, bam, bam. We got on the party bus, Tazo, and they're like, we got Coors Light and Bud Light. And we're like, yeah, party time.
I don't know what the most I got from that is Incher was wrestling someone in a barn.
Exactly.
With a wooden chair.
Your comprehension of that story is impeccable. Good job, Taza. I was wrestling somebody in a barn. Yes.
You was wrestling Goosey in a barn.
Mm-hmm. Barnyard wrestling. Starring
all oiled up, rolling around in the hay.
That'll be a good sumo match right there, boy. Incher versus Goosey. Holy shit. I feel my
shit, it's Richard Jewell versus Newman.
Versus John Tenta.
Have you ever thought of you should grow a mustache and just see if you could go sign autographs as Richard Jewell?
How much do you think that would pay?
I don't know. $5. I don't know.
You could write a book first.
$5's better than in your head. So. Bing! $5. Make
WWE WrestleMania tickets are available this Friday. Are you intrigued? I heard they're like $10,000 for
10 grand. How can you charge that for a ticket? There's no way I'm gonna buy a ticket for 10 grand. I think I'd rather have a down payment on a house.
What? Then go to WrestleMania?
Yeah, really.
See Kid Rock rocking out.
Richard Jewell.
Wasn't he supposed to be at SummerSlam?
See Titus O'Neil come out and talk about charity.
And imagine all the kids there.
10 grand for this. Everybody needs to give to charity. I'm Titus O'Neil. Why am I employed?
Because he's a good dad.
I'm a good dad. I give my son mouth kiss.
Do you trust a man who mouth kissed their own son, Tazo?
That was maybe the funniest thing I've heard in a while.
The greatest Royal Rumble ever. I fell under the ring.
Tom Brady mouth kissed his son too on some like video, some like documentary.
Yeah, don't do that to your kid. I know you love your kid, but don't kiss your kid like that on TV. That's just going to get him made fun of at school.
And definitely no tongue.
Yeah, that'd be a real big no-no.
Allegedly.
Maybe we don't have the right to speak on this because we're not fathers, but I just think don't do that to your kid. He's going to get made fun of at school.
Yeah.
And especially don't do like Goldberg did, where he took his son in the ring and then he took his shirt off.
Like, and he's a little chubby kid.
Yeah, don't do that to your kid.
Lexar, when your mom drops you off at school, does she mouth kiss you? Say, I'll see you later.
She just like give me a peck on the cheek and told him to be a good boy. Send me off.
Is Steven going to see Edge's 25th anniversary show in Toronto this Friday?
Steven doesn't go to any shows, but go ahead, Steven. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but he might make he's like, I've decided to give in so I could go see this one.
No, my wife's health has
oh, I'm sorry.
Not the best, so I've got to be with her a lot more. So unfortunately, but I've already met Edge, so I mean nothing can beat that. So
well, Edge should come to the Toronto Stevie's household, sign some autographs.
Well, he's just
Intra's like, I'm too big to go see Steven, but Edge should just go walk right into his house.
He lives in the U.S. with Beth Phoenix.
Oh wait, you don't want Beth Phoenix in your house.
That's the Glamazon. Well, if you cross your fingers, you won't get cooties from the girl.
I'm like, oh, holy shit, it's Edge. And, oh, is that Beth Phoenix? Oh, Jesus.
And
turn the lights off. Just pretend we're not here.
Intra goes totally limp when he sees the Glamazon.
It's just like, no, not the Glamazon. Jesus Christ. It went from totally awesome to just horrible.
It's been rumored that
Could you
Edge
imagine
is
that
to
have a conversation with Beth Phoenix for like an hour or so?
What if she's like a Mensa member? She's like a genius.
There's no way. She's just
like
she's going to come in and annoy you and just suck all the life out of the room and just all the life out of the room, Jack.
It's been rumored that Edge is going to retire from wrestling on this week's SmackDown. Are you depressed?
Do it. Do it. Do it. You've been a complete failure since you come back. No,
he's made, 15 comebacks since his comeback?
Your matches are not enjoyable. And I don't give a shit that Sheamus was the reason that you came back to This is the reason. He said he was riding bikes with Sheamus, and he fell off the bike, and he was like, if people see I can do this, why?
Like they were riding a bike made for two?
No. Sheamus was behind him, and like I guess Sheamus's cam that was up front caught Edge like falling off his bike. It's like, what the hell? Didn't that end Bret Hart's career? So it's like falling off a bike. It's like, why should Edge come back for that? Seemed really stupid. Yeah, he should have made up another reason because that was a really dumb reason. That was like, I came back because I fell off a bike. Like, is that all you got, you fucking idiot? You got something better in your brain that you could say that you came back to wrestling? Just make it up. If the only excuse you got is I fell off a bike, that's why I'm coming back.
It's not inspiring.
No. He was like, if I fell off that bike, people would say he could be wrestling. And then Sheamus talked to me and got me back in the ring. I think he just made it up for this.
Oscar
fell off a bike and I decided to go to Wendy's. That's a good story. Then light their bathroom up. Like, Yeah.
What's your favorite bathroom to just take like a massive dump in?
Jackie Jones's house. Just come in there and take a biggest shit ever. Just
still saving up for it. Have you ever just dropped trow and like took a shit in someone's?
I fill
store?
that fucking toilet up and I just walk out and say, "Wipe it up, bitch." Jackie Jones just
have you
crying.
ever overflowed a toilet, not like with the water, just with like feces, like it just started piling up?
No.
Like you're sitting on it and you just started rising because it was like a big mountain.
No, but I'm gonna try at your house.
Okay, and on that high note, I'm saying goodbye.
Oh no, you don't, Vic. You gotta stick around for this.
I got to be up at 4:15 at work.
Oh man,
they've started saying that we have to be in there in person on Wednesday. So.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm sorry, Vic.
Good night, Vic.
Have fun with that.
Good night,
so you
guys.
don't think that would turn your mom on, Lexar? She might want to start dating Incher.
No. She doesn't want to date nobody.
Man.
Nobody.
What if she met just this real hunk and she's like, hell yeah, Papa?
Mm-mm. Not gonna happen. She wanna be single for the rest of her life.
Damn.
What if like?
She's enthralled with religion, so her majesty or saviors, she's like with that all the time. So
what if she met another, deeply religious fellow and they just like, let's love Lord together. Love
she
the Lord together.
She just consider him as a friend.
She's gonna friend zone Tazo.
Friend zone. Mm-hmm.
Tazo, she looks like Ellen DeGeneres, only she's Latina.
Right? Does she have an ankle?
Yeah, she has ankles.
She has ankles. What's that called when the police want to track you? You have an ankle bracelet.
Ankle bracelet.
She's wearing an ankle bracelet. Your mom? By any chance? Well, because Ellen DeGeneres wears one. You know that, dude. That
she
awful,
does.
She's an awful person.
She's been arrested. I didn't know that.
I think she's already been arrested. She's been tried and convicted.
I don't know anything about this.
It's just,
Are you just making this up, Tazo?
It's something you heard from Alex
Jones. Is this Tazo's Mind of Madness? Is this where?
Not at all. But I did have a question. So, does your mom, when you guys go to church, is it an actual church? Now, what I mean by that is a church with like a steeple.
It's an actual church. It's
not like a thing in like a storefront where they have like a sign that says, "I'm just asking, dude. What do I know?" I've seen all kinds.
Like you just think they go to Walmart at like a display of like barbecue grills and start like worshiping it?
No, nothing like that. But there's like those storefronts that have like a guy who preaches, and then they have a congregation that goes there, and there's a name on it. But it's not an actual church.
Like the guy who welcomes you, like the Walmart welcomer, the Walmart greeter.
I mean, sure, I guess that is possible.
What if El Chapo asked your mom out?
He's in jail.
Well, she could be like pen pals with him.
No. She don't need to be pen pals with El Chapo.
But he's got a lot of money.
I have my Moloch. It's working. My Moloch statue over here. I actually got the arms to start to raise and drop. The gifts into its burning cinders.
I've got my Barbie statue over here too, and it's doing the same thing.
Damn.
Barbie.
Asuka tweeted that Stardom was created to ruin her career and destroy her. What? She also said that most of the wrestlers play up to the Japanese media. However, Asuka isn't one of them. And that's why the media don't like her. Your thoughts? I have fucking no idea what she's talking about.
Asuka is a good lady because she has a storage unit full of arcade games. In my book, number one.
Can I say something about that?
Does she have Tecmo Bowl, though?
She might. What do you guys say, Taza?
Well, I saw that article about Asuka, and then that part about that whole thing, and I was like, I'm not gonna read this fucking bullshit. And I'm into that kind of shit in a way, the Joshi Purarisu or whatever they call it. So Joshi, yeah. And I was like, fuck this.
Is that the green dragon that hops around?
What? No, it's the way they pronounce it, right? How they mispronounce wrestling. Pro wrestling, Purarisu. I don't know, man. Don't ask me.
Yoshi shits out eggs.
Dang. You ever try to do that, Incher?
No.
Enzo is making his debut in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Are you intrigued? I'm a big fan of Enzo. I don't think that sounds like a good fit for him, New Japan, because he's like his strengths are promos and not necessarily like hard hitting wrestling. But I support Enzo. I like the guy.
He's the real one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of charisma and knows how to get heat. I like him.
Why did Big Bill go with Big? Why did he go with Big Chad? So Big Bill wasn't he Big Cass, right, back in the day?
Because the alliteration.
I like Big Chad over Big Bill. Big Bill does.
I don't think either one's particularly good.
All right, Big Chad. Come on, you know what a Chad is.
What if he's Big Cock? Big thick cock McGee.
I think Big Cock is good.
Yeah.
I think
I'm gonna cut that line out and use it.
Big I know. You just said.
I think Big Cock is good. Yeah.
Right, you just said.
Now you just said it.
I'm gonna put that on my TikTok.
Big Cock would be good. Big Cock is good. I think Big Chad is, but Big Cock is good too.
Yeah, we should get Big Cock as an endorsement here. AJ Lee is leaving WOW Women of Wrestling at the end of their current TV season. Are you sad? I didn't even know.
I wasn't even aware
it existed. Yeah, I didn't know.
Was that a Lexar question? Why don't you tell us, Lexar? We didn't even know she was.
Well, she's not really wrestling. She was a commentator, and she joined us at as a trainer and as a. You know what I mean? But she's leaving. WOW, which is just an hour TV show weekly. They showed it on my local channel here on.
Did you love
channel 11 at 11 p.m. Like 2 hours after Collision, like an hour after Collision, then starts WOW. All female wrestling.
Damn.
You know, she wouldn't have to leave if she's working for AEW. She could just do both promotions. They don't care.
It's true.
They don't care. They'd be down with it.
Are you down with the brown? Bless you.
Excuse me.
All right. Question number 6. Which celebrities would Jack like to meet and which celebrities would like to stay away from? I don't really care about meeting people, whatever. Will Steven Butler hope to get tickets for the Taylor Swift era? So we did that one. Massachusetts officials want residents to bring in illegals in their homes. Oh, we're not stupid. According to Bruce's ghost, what is there to do for fun in Iowa?
Oh, he can't be here tonight. He wasn't here tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he quit in your head.
Did he?
I think so.
He's been texting me a lot. I thought he was all right.
What's your favorite theme park? Jurassic Park. This time when we build it, the dinosaurs will not kill everybody.
I haven't been to a whole lot, but I've been to like Camden Park, which is the only amusement park in West Virginia, and I've been to Cedar Point and Kings Island, and I like them all pretty well. Because they got rods.
I hate amusement.
They got rods, Jack.
You can ride me, Incher.
You're all horned up tonight. What's with you?
I don't know. I've been to Disney World and Disneyland. I think that's it.
That's all you've ever been to? Is there not like a Six Flags or anything up in Massachusetts?
Yeah, but that doesn't interest me.
You just go to Disney World and Disneyland?
Yeah, I went to them when I was a kid. That's it. And Universal Studios. Went to the one in Florida when I was a real little kid, and then the California one when I was, I don't know, 16 maybe. It's not really my deal. But what's your favorite, Lexar? Where would you like to go?
There was this one time when I was 7 years old. Me and my mom went to Action Park, which is this notorious water park that
you know what? I
employs.
have been to another one now I think about. Go on. I was at Camp Winnipesaukee in is it Maine or New Hampshire? Either one, I'm not sure.
I've been to Hershey Park too. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, the Hershey Squirts. The Hershey Highway.
And just been eating that chocolate, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you've been to Action Park? Didn't they have a documentary out about that place recently?
Yeah, they had that. A lot of people died in that in that water park.
Place.
Yeah, it was really dangerous.
Did you live?
Yeah, I did live, and I almost drowned because I went to this like inner tube ride. It has slide down multiple slides, and there's just a big pool that you go into, and then if you're not a good swimmer, you could drown. So my inner tube flipped over, and I was like so flailing my arms, and there's this young kid who's like buff, but he looked very, very young. He took me up and dragged me over to the dry land. So, and told me, "Are you okay? Do you need medical assistance?" And I was like jumping up and down trying to get water out of my ear. I was coughing out water.
Well, I'm glad you survived that ordeal, Lexar. But yeah, there's like a big documentary out about Action Park.
Huh.
Was there any other like dangerous things that you seen at Action Park?
Well, there's when you enter the park, there's this big loop-de-loop slide that nobody uses. It's been abandoned. But in the documentary, there's like people that went on to that big loop slide, and they came out with broken noses, with head concussions, with injuries. They tried test dummies instead of human people, and the test dummies come out in pieces.
Yeah, I don't think that's safe.
It sounds pretty badass.
After that ride with the inner tube, my mom told me, "That's it. You're not gonna ride any rides. You're just gonna go on the kiddie slides." And I said, "Okay, that's fine."
Dang, I'm glad you didn't die. Yeah, I went to Lake Winnipesaukee. It's actually in New Hampshire, and they had water slides there. And then they had what was it called? It's called I forget the name, what they call it. But so you go in the winter, you can ski there, but in the summer I forget what they call them. They call them something else. But you go up the mountain on a ski lift, and then they have a concrete. When you go like on like this toboggan kind of thing down this concrete like track down the mountain, and they had a specific name for it, but that was actually really cool. God, what was it called? I can't remember. It had a certain name for it, but that was a fun time. And I bought a coonskin cap there when I was a little kid. It was made out of actual raccoon skins. And then my cat like attacked it. The cat ripped it apart because I guess she thought it was a real raccoon. Then I bought one recently, but it's fake, which is probably better. All right. But yeah, I've not been to very many. Tazo, you been to any?
Not really. I mean, the one here in Coney Island, right? I don't know if that really
a hot dog.
And Great Adventure. Is that what we're talking about? Shit like that?
Yeah, theme parks.
Yeah, sure. Great Adventure in New Jersey. That's pretty cool, right? Back in the day where you drove through and there was like cheetahs and monkeys ripping your fucking windshield wipers off your car and fucking lions walking around and your fucking next door neighbor was yelling at you and telling you not to roll down the window because fucking lion's going to come. Yeah, we used to go to that shit when I was a kid. Now you go to Coney Island, you don't want to get mugged by all the kids that are hanging out there, kind of. It's all right in the summertime, I guess. You know, whatever. I have never been to Disneyland or shit like that I can remember. Pretty sure I'd never been to Florida or anything like that.
I've never been to Disneyland.
I'm not really a big fan.
Stevie, have you been to an amusement parks?
Well, Canadian National Exhibition many times, the Calgary Stampede. I have been to, is it Disney World in Florida?
No, I can't remember which is which, but yeah.
Six Flags,
Land's California, and World's Florida. Yeah.
I've been to a Six Flags over Georgia when I was a little kid.
Ah, neato.
Damn. Calgary Stampede, and that the Heart Wrestling?
Yeah, that's Calgary, Alberta. Yeah.
Did you go into the dungeon, get beat up by Stu?
It's been a long time, like decades.
That was a ride. Just go in and get beat up by Stu.
Let
me get a hold of you. I'd take your ears and just twist them until they feel like they're a cinnamon twist from Taco Bell, and it's like the roots of your tongue feel like they're gonna explode. Yeah, Tiger. Thank you. I like giving pain to people. I'll take your little toe and stretch it until it's like a Slim Jim until it snaps and listen to you squeal. Oh, thank you. I gotta go flip the eggs upstairs with the cat. What the fuck is a cat thing? The cat. The
so
cat.
It's almost a legend. Many people talk about how Stu Hart was, using a spatula to
clean the cat box out and then flips his eggs. I like my eggs with a little bit of shit, a little bit of cat shit mixed into them. That's because I'm a sadomasochist son of a bitch.
Now, Taza, you're a big animal guy. You ever had to get any cat shit in your eggs?
No, I've never used the spatula to cook eggs and clean my cat litter. I do find it fascinating, however, that Stu Hart was married to a Greek woman who he met at a beach, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in Long Island. And this Greek woman ended up being like this not very clean woman. And didn't keep a good
are Greeks known for their cleanliness?
I don't know, but fuck them all.
Yeah. How'd he get her pregnant? I thought Greeks just do it in the booty hole.
Hey, but Stu is Canadian, right?
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
He was Canadian. I don't know. Yeah, yes.
Put it in bum and I'd bang her until I say, "Are you ready for me to get out of your bum? So we make some kids. Is that what you're ready for, Helen?" And I'd grab her nipples and stretch them out until they felt like a balloon that was just gonna explode from the pressure.
Lexar's logging off. He's getting too hot.
Yeah. That's what you get, Helen. We're going to have 12 kids.
This is what Intro does off the show. He's got a sex line where he talks to Stu Hart.
Is Stu still around? I really need... Like, he passed away 7 years ago. Damn. I could use some Stu Hart.
You could call Chris Benoit's kid.
No.
One's dead? If someone told me in 2019...
Did you get your Ouija board out? What the hell's that board? And summon some Stu Hart? Ouija board?
I have a chat right here.
That shit looked like it came out of nowhere. What the fuck, dude?
I just have it here at all times. I have it on hand at all times. You never know when you need to summon a spirit. Nikhil wants to know if someone told me in 2019 that I've been going to Wembley in 2023 with 80,000 plus people to watch Sting, Kenny Omega, CM Punk, The Revival, Young Buck, some dude called MJF, who's the best thing in wrestling today, all done by the guy who owned Fulham, I'd say you'd lost your freaking mind. So yeah, I hope he has a great time, Nikhil. He's a good man. No matter what Intra says, Intra can be a very hateful guy, but
I
Nikhil's
love
a good
Nikhil.
man.
I love Nikhil, except when he starts asking those non-ending freaking questions.
Well, he's not going to ask about bullshit that Lexar asked.
I don't know, Nikhil. I think Nikhil's got him beat.
Well, I don't agree with that. No. I will be buying WrestleMania 40 tickets this Friday. Man, he's going everywhere.
He's going to WrestleMania in Detroit?
Yep, he's buying the $10,000 ticket.
Or is it Detroit, or where is it this year? Is it in it's Shaheen. Where the fuck's he from? Philadelphia? Is it Philadelphia?
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That's where Tom Hanks got AIDS.
I got the AIDS in Philadelphia.
Isaac Cappy's best friend, Tom Hanks, right? Oh, boy.
Well, Chris Jericho joined the Don Callis family.
Yeah, hit us with a question real fast, Jack. Let's get out of that.
I think he will, actually. I think Jericho will do it.
Like, what? I think they almost want to, like, not do it because it seems so obvious that he's going to join.
Right.
He says he's going to have an answer for us tomorrow night.
If he doesn't, I think it'll be Jericho maybe against Takeshita at Wembley, which that would be cool. Arn Anderson has seen Cody Rhodes' WWE documentary. Says Tony Khan is happy for him. Cool.
Hell yeah.
Thoughts on the latest? Well, we already went over this for many hours. It's been exactly 1 year since Hit Row returned to WWE. What are your favorite memories of Hit Row's recent run? Hell yeah, I fucking love it. It's fucking great.
Oh, yeah, they just came back on SmackDown, I think, and like, LA Knight just beat him. I think like
that was a great moment.
Yeah, that was a pretty good moment when they lost to LA Knight. I think that Top Dollar, I think, took on LA Knight, and
Top Dollar.
I think LA Knight deserved a win because there was like this one show where Top Dollar just went over and kicked him like right in the face, like it didn't even look like a work kick. It just was like bam, like he was in the ring and LA Knight was out of the ring, and it was pretty rough looking. So
I was going to use that as my stripper name, Top Dollar.
Top Dollar, Jackie Jones.
I was thinking about becoming a gigolo.
Interior is the bottom dollar.
Go fuck yourself, Tazo. How about you do that, huh?
Man, how about Top Dollar and twirling coins? Oh, I saw some. They had WrestleMania shirts up in Boston Sunday when I was up there.
Yeah.
With Ultimate Warrior on them. That's kind of cool.
The Ultimate Warrior.
When The Rock.
Did you go to WrestleMania 12 there, Steven? Or did you see the Ultimate Warrior beat Hulk Hogan?
That was WrestleMania 6.
Did you go to WrestleMania 6 there, Steve? Edit out the other question.
No,
did you go to WrestleMania 6, Steven?
No, I went to WrestleMania 18. Rock versus Hogan.
Oh, that was a good one to be
there. Yeah. I was at WrestleMania 11 and 14. 11 was Salt and Pepper. And
I love how that's the only thing you bring up.
It's not a particularly great WrestleMania. But it was, who's the football player versus Bam Bam Bigelow?
LT.
Yeah,
Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, I mean it was fun to be there. And then 14 though was a big one.
They really put that over in the Bam Bam episode of Dark Side of the Ring.
I mean, it is a big deal, at the time.
And then
looking back, like historically, it's not really that important, but at the time it was big.
Why the hell did Andre beat the hell out of Bam Bam for? Like, why did he hate Bam Bam so much?
He did that to a lot of people, I think.
Like, why? I mean,
I think he thought he was arrogant or something.
But I mean, you hardly ever hear like
that's how wrestling was
stories about Andre. It's like,
oh no, I don't think he was a particularly good guy.
It was like he beat the hell out of this guy. He locked everybody into the elevators and he farted, so it stunk so bad and everybody wanted to run away. He made people fill trash cans up with beer so he could drink it. He's like, how's that clean? I don't know. There's hardly any like good stories. He shit in the bathtub. It's like, yeah, I know you're a big dude, but do you really have to shit in the bathtub?
He sounds kind of like you. Like you're wanting to come shit in my house.
Oh, that's just because it's you.
And now it's like, man, I think Andre the Giant might be your hero.
Are you wanting me to shit in your bathtub? Is that what you're saying? You'd rather me shit in your bathtub?
No, but it seems like he's right up your alley, shitting and farting and drinking out of trash cans.
Well, it's only when I think people are arrogant. That's the only time I ever do.
See, that's what I was just saying. He thought Bam Bam Bigelow was arrogant. So see, maybe you're all about Andre.
I don't know. I mean, what did Bam Bam do to him? I mean,
I don't know. I was like 3 years old.
And then he beat up Big John Studd because he was like, he didn't like him. And
yeah, he never liked him. He didn't like a lot of people. Jake the
beat
Snake,
Ultimate
Macho
Warrior.
Man.
Ultimate Warrior, I think he beat up or whatever. Bobby always told that story. Yeah. Bobby Heenan.
And Jake the Snake used to step on his hair and like pull him and stuff. I don't think there's many people he liked.
It's like he just was allowed to do that.
Yeah, back then you were, and you couldn't fight back because I know he was a giant guy in his prime and stuff, but when he got older, like, let's be honest, if those big guys would have done something back, he wouldn't. I mean, because in Japan, there's that famous, shoot where he's like shooting on a guy and the guy starts just kicking him in the leg and like it's really hurting him because he was really immobile and in a lot of pain. I don't think he really wouldn't be able to do too much.
Bad News Allen called him out. He wasn't having any of that shit. Andre didn't.
Yeah, then Andre shit on him.
Yeah, but Andre shit on Bad News Brown.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, no wonder he wanted to kick his ass. I mean, don't you think that's like...
Apparently he was drinking Clamato juice all day. And then just like had diarrhea and shit all over him.
Was that before or after he challenged him to a fight?
I think after.
After? Jeez.
Imagine what that would smell like, someone who's the Clamato is clam and tomato juice. So you're drinking that all day and then you just diarrhea all over someone's chest.
Jeez, that would be awful.
That can't be good.
Like that goes
Cosmo
beyond
pays good money to have that done to him.
Like that's like premeditated and everything. Like a premeditated.
I don't know. Apparently he couldn't help himself. I guess, but who knows?
He couldn't help himself.
Yeah,
he was drinking all that. Then he got in the ring, and then he's like, "I'm going to shit on this guy who challenged me to a fight earlier just to teach him a lesson." I mean,
I think
he couldn't help that.
Supposedly, he just shit himself, but he was laughing while he was doing it. I don't
know. That's not very convincing. I don't think the judge is going to think about that one very long.
What would you do if you were like you got your $10,000 front row seat like at WrestleMania and just the shit flying out?
I drink the shit in the ring.
If it was a big wrestling fan to be like, I'm never washing this shirt again. I got Andre the Giant shit all over it. Let's go sell it on eBay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a violation there.
Lexar's going to put it on his wall next to the CBS Sports.
I've got Andre the Giant shit on my wall.
I actually got John Moxley's blood on my leg once at a show. But, where the hell were we?
It's just gonna make Mark Henry cry. When Mark Henry was a kid, he fell over the guardrail at a WWF show, and Andre helped him to his feet.
See, he did help him. He might have he shit on other people and ripped people's hair out, but
he was probably trying to set him up to shit on him, but he got away before he had a chance.
Come back here,
Here, back here. We're shitting in the ring. We're just in the ring. Just to bring shit on there.
Do you think that scene's an Andre Heart of the Giant?
I got him in the ring. I've been drinking Columbus all day.
I gotta get the Ouija board. Maybe we could talk to Andre. I don't know where the board part is. Just a plain shit.
I just hard to get out.
We're getting a
There's still sitting on there.
Tazo's loving this. You know, Visconti's back there hopping around.
I was gonna say, I know Incher can do a good Andre. I know he can do a good Andre.
Might be his best impression to date.
Thank you.
I'm marking out, man. I'm tingling.
That's very true. Look at this. Golgo says Mark Henry would not have minded. He ate a shit sub. I think the story eventually became he ate like a dozen of them.
Stop eating it.
You think that would just make him mad if someone actually liked it? When The Rock is inevitably inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, who should induct him?
When The Rock is inducted into, I thought he was already in, but that was just his dad. Was that his dad and his?
They've inducted every family member just so they could keep getting The Rock back.
Yeah.
I thought they did induct him too, though. Honestly, I guess not.
Nia Jackson. Nia Jackson.
I think Roman Reigns would be the guy who would induct him.
Or Austin, just because they.
Austin, I would think Steve Austin because he had 3 matches against The Rock at WrestleMania.
Or Manu.
Manu would be good.
19 years ago today, WWE crowned Randy Orton as the youngest world champion in company history. What are your memories of Randy Orton's first title reign?
First title reign that Randy Orton. That was the one when Triple H dumped him.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, that was a pretty cool angle.
I was kind of disappointed at the time though, because I thought it was like, we're going to get this new big star.
Yeah.
And
it was a good angle.
And I thought Evolution was a really cool group, and
yeah,
that pretty much made it disband. So I was pretty upset.
Is a mystery. I'm making changes nobody sees.
I kind of was not so happy about that though. I wanted to see Evolution,
but you weren't supposed to like. You're supposed to be mad. You motherfuckers! Incher took out a shotgun. He shot the TVs. Fuck you, Triple H! Did you ever shoot your TV at like any of the any like the end of Dallas or something?
No.
Like an episode of Major Pitt.
I never watched Major Dad. Like, I remember when that one would come on. It was turn that old school TV knob because I do not want to watch this shit.
It's like, oh shit, they didn't get off the island again on Gilligan's Island.
Like Simon and Simon, they can figure out the who done it.
Simon. I haven't thought about that one in forever.
The guy from Major Dad was in Simon and Simon.
Yeah, I remember the show vaguely, but I just hadn't considered that show in forever. That's like a blast from the past.
Because you were a Barnaby Jones fan, I think.
Barnaby Jones. I'm not sure about that one. I've heard.
Or of course, Hee Haw, right? I mean, I watched Hee Haw.
Oh yeah, Hee Haw. I mean, now you're going to the classics.
Incher liked Wings. I know Tazo's a big She's the Sheriff fan.
Yeah,
I did like Wings. I liked Wings all right. I'm not saying like I would go out of my way to watch.
This is what I've always said. Those shows at that time, they were on for like 12 years. Not because like there were people who just fucking loved Wings. There was nothing else on. There was like 3 channels, no internet. So you're just like, well, this is inoffensive and it's better than fucking playing Tiddlywink, so I'll watch this for half hour and not kill myself. And then so it just was on forever.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I thought like Love Boat was a really good show. You could look
I'm
forward.
not saying every show sucked, but the majority of those sitcoms over like 20, 30 years were just time filler that were just fine. They were like the Austin Theory of TV shows. They were fine.
They had their moments, though. They had like a good moment every now.
Yeah, you can't say that about She's the Sheriff. You can't say that about.
Yeah,
you can say that about a lot of shows.
It just isn't stuff like The Sopranos or Breaking Bad where you're like, I'm a man, I can't wait to watch this. You're like, oh man, what's gonna happen on the next episode of Coach?
Coach, yeah, remember that big dumb blonde dude on Coach?
Exactly.
He's actually he's the voice of one of the SpongeBob characters, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh really?
Yes, that big tall goofy dude.
Then he kept saying it, and then he was in The Stand too, the series, the miniseries. Yeah, MOON spells whatever.
And then Dick Van Dyke was on that show.
Jerry Van Dyke.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jerry Van Dyke.
Jackie Jones.
Dick Van Dyke. No, I do like Jerry too, but Dick Van Dyke. Now that's a good show, the old Dick Van Dyke show.
I like Jerry Van Dyke on My Name is Earl. Funny. He had a good cameo on My Name is Earl.
I like that show.
Yeah.
19, we did that one. Dax Harwood believes that CM Punk is up there with Roman Reigns in terms of biggest names in wrestling today. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, he is a big star. He does move the merchandise, and
yeah,
I think he definitely brings in ratings for Collision.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't really even argue this stuff. Like, just when there was rumor he was going to be on that show, it sold out. And, I mean, that's honestly why a big reason why they started Collision. It wasn't to give him to separate the guys. The Turner, wanted another show to build around CM Punk. I mean, that's why they were so, big on bringing him back.
Mm-hmm.
A day of pride, joy, and esteem. And whatever you want to say, I mean, the guy's been the top of like everywhere he's been for the last, like 20 years. I mean, he was before Reigns, he had the belt for like over a year in WWE. A day of pride, joy, and esteem. A very happy 77th Independence Day to my motherland country, India. Your favorite Indian wrestlers, please.
My favorite Indian wrestlers.
Great Khali all the way.
Or I like Sanjay Dutt. Does that count?
Satnam Singh.
There really are some great Indian wrestlers from back in the day that probably all have the same name, like Giant Baba or
Chief Wahoo McDaniels.
Great Khali. No, I think he means Indian as in like Pakistani or like from
Tiger Ali.
I knew what he meant. Tiger Jeet Singh was really horrible, but I mean he's a big star, but he was not particularly good.
Oh, I used to watch him when I was like 9 years old in Toronto, and yet, basically he was a brawler.
He chased people around with a sword, and
yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of guys back then like that. I mean, you didn't have to be particularly great as if you had like if you caught people's imagination. He scared people. Travis was a big Step by Step fan.
Step by Step, yeah.
Nice.
That was the one with that Cody dude.
Cody Rhodes?
No, Sasha.
Cody Diener?
No, Sasha. I forget his real name. I think he beat up some women though, or something.
He got replaced.
Yeah,
sounds like a cool guy.
No.
I mean, you never know. He might have deserved it.
Isn't it crazy that that 70s show dude is going to jail for like 30 years?
And I'm not saying this because I have an opinion one way or the other show. I've just never seen my 70s show.
I liked that 70s show back in the day. I mean, it was good. But That's crazy. Like, I mean, you know,
some heinous stuff.
Not like I don't think he deserves it.
Right. On this day 20 years ago on WWE Raw, Kane shockingly tombstones Linda McMahon. Do you remember this? I do remember this. She took one of the worst tombstones.
Imagine that. Non-wrestler.
They edited it off Canadian television. Wouldn't show it.
Oh, really?
You can't show violence for old women.
Can't show that kind of violence on Canadian TV.
No violence against old drunken women.
To be honest, did you look it up and try to find it elsewhere, Steven?
Oh, I eventually saw it, yeah.
Interest pleasured himself to it multiple times.
Oh, there was another thing that happened.
Don't let the marks in on my behind-the-scenes stuff, all right?
I was reminded of something else that happened 20 years ago. I guess it was like 20 years ago yesterday was the big blackout. In North America. Is it?
Oh, the 77 one?
No.
The
20 years ago today, like
the 90 one. Yeah. I remember that. I don't think it affected where I was. But I know it was pretty big, so.
Where were you during the blackout? In the dark.
Yes, I was actually working in and doing high-speed reproduction of documents back when we used to use paper documents, and then everything went black.
Wow.
And I remember, I had to walk.
Sounds like a job from 1984 or something. Like you were like, would you edit out stuff and like rewrite history on these documents?
Revised history.
Exactly.
He's not at liberty to say. He has to keep that.
On this day in WWE 15 years ago, Colt Cabana makes a SmackDown debut with Scotty Goldman. What are your favorite memories of Scotty Goldman? I wasn't like really anti Colt Cabana at that time, and I in all honesty, like this was a guy, especially then, did have a following. And I do remember just thinking, like, they had him in, like, developmental for a while. And, like, they gave this guy no shot whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even saying he might have took off, might not have. But, I mean, they clearly did not try.
I liked his feud in ROH with Homicide. I thought that was some really good stuff.
Yeah, there was a time where, I mean, he did a lot of good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so they got, like, one of the hottest guys in the indies. And really... I mean, they just used him like an idiot, and there was no way he could get over because, like, he was used as a complete boob and was on TV like twice.
Yeah,
I think one of them was just in like a battle royal or something.
Mm-hmm. He was pretty over back in the days too on the indie scene, and I always enjoyed his matches on Ring of Honor. I always liked him.
Yeah, I did too. He was a guy, from that. I mean, he was right up there with like a lot of the top guys in Ring of Honor, like you say, and but never got the real big shot anywhere on one of the big platforms.
Yeah, Matt Classic. It was kind of fun when they started up that wrestling society.
And I'll be honest, I don't think he was really given much of a shot in AEW because they brought him in, and
they
immediately
in
did
the
this
Dark
thing
Order.
where is he going to join the Dark Order or not? And then he just joined it and was just a guy. He could have really been anyone. Just some guy there in the Dark Order. It was a real, like, nothing role.
Mm-hmm.
WWE Hall of... He was used better on the couple times I saw him in Ring of Honor. He was used as the legend of Ring of Honor, and that was a better gimmick for him. Even that on AEW, like the heart, kind of like a dreamer in a way. When he got a little older, he's always like the heart and soul of ECW. That was like his character. You could have used Colt as like the heart and soul of Ring of Honor.
Yeah, they could have him on some Ring of Honor shows today, but
yeah,
I don't know why they're not doing that.
WWE Hall of Famer Jimmy Hart expressed interest in being the manager of Pretty Deadly. Would you like to see that?
Jimmy Hart?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'd like it better
baby,
than...
Yeah, that's Coco Beware.
Get it together, baby! Or no, that is Coco, isn't it?
Yeah, I forget what Jimmy Hart says.
Mouth and self, Jimmy the Hart.
I have that on the other computer.
I think I'd rather see that than Pretty Deadly because I pretty deadly. They're awful. They just feel so indie-rific and just like typical WWE stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm just sick of that whole like character where they come out and they're wearing like, they're being like the fashion models or something, and it's not very good.
They've done this multiple times with other people in WWE, and they never really want to get behind it. So I don't even know why they even start gimmicks like this.
They do it all the time. It's just like, come on, I've had enough of this.
The guy Fandango and the other guy like is same gimmick, and it actually got over, and I wouldn't think it would, but they never really got behind it, so I don't even know why they even bother. Yeah. It's like comedy gimmicks. Well, sometimes gets really over, but they never get behind it because like they have this idea that funny equals no money. So why do you even do it though?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point of it? Why would you even do it if you don't want to do anything with it? According to those close to AEW, Matt and Nick Jackson, Kenny Omega, and Anna Page were likely to go to WWE if any of the four wrestlers hit free agency. That changed when owner Tony Khan renewed a push to get the Elite signed, including more money and the ability to make their own schedules. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it could have been possible, or it could have been that was just a negotiation tactic.
Right. I do think they probably would have signed them WWE for a couple reasons. One, like they really could use, they probably would use all those guys. But also, anyone can tell me all the time that WWE doesn't care about AEW, and that's just complete nonsense. Anyone who's ever known anything about WWE for the last 40 years, they're always trying to kill off the competition. There was a reason why NXT they pushed NXT and debuted it on Wednesday night right before, AEW started. I mean, come on, it's just stupid to think otherwise. And that was a big part of why they hired Cody. Now they do see something in him, they're using him. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but it's also, if it wasn't for him being established in AEW, one of the guys who started AEW, would they have gone after him that hard? I don't think so.
No.
And if they could get the four guys that are like the foundation of the show, and the company's called All Elite, the idea of getting those four guys would really hurt AEW. I mean, there's no other way to
I
look
think
at
that's
that.
why they would want them the most.
Now,
but
go on.
Like, didn't Vince McMahon fly out to Cody Rhodes' house?
Yeah.
I mean,
and they offered Kenny Omega like several millions of dollars before NXT started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To sign with them instead.
And he stuck with AEW.
Yeah, this was before the AEW started. Now this time all four were going to either go or stay. I think you're right. In their minds, they knew they were just going to stay, but trying to get more money, get a better deal out of it.
Yeah.
Because if they went to WWE, if they're no matter whose side you're on all the Punk stuff, there is no possible way they would go to WWE and be able to act like that whatsoever. There's no way. If they had a problem with anybody, they wouldn't even be in the locker room or decide to not work with guys. That's never going to happen. They would never have the freedom in WWE to do the matches they want to do, to not work with someone they don't want to work with, to not be in a locker room with these people, or not to get all their friends hired. Like, they're not going to have all that.
No.
And so why would you want to leave that? I mean, I wouldn't. You wouldn't. Yeah. You're not going to be vice presidents of WWE. They're not going to sign there and all of a sudden be like, like part of the, not owners, but, people who run the show. Probably have a lifetime, deal with the company.
I also think it's very questionable whether they would hire Kenny Omega, talking about WWE.
Oh, I think they would.
If they would hire him and use him at the level that he's being used as, like,
I actually think they probably would try with him. I
don't know. I think they would almost want to, like, embarrass him, like, and try to just. So. I think they would. I think, like, because he has the internet darling,
I mean, I don't think he would. I've been surprised. Like, AJ Styles was way bigger than
I was surprised with AJ.
Kevin
I'm surprised
Owens.
But AJ now is stale as could be, though.
Yeah, but honestly, that's an issue in WWE all around. Everyone gets stale because they don't really change you up. They keep you the same guy. But could I also see him being like a Ricochet or someone like, or Finn Balor, where they're used and they're in matches, but I mean,
they're
just basically
death to your career. I mean, you're making money, but as far as character and like star power, it really kills them. Yeah, like AJ Styles doesn't have the, that big like, oh man, that's an AJ Styles match. I'm not excited for AJ.
No, I don't get excited for anyone after their. I mean, like Randy Orton, legit is really good, but I mean, I haven't cared about him for so long because he's exactly the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the same. Even John Cena, just like it's like he's the exact same guy now for like 15 years. It's not very exciting.
And it's because I think it's like WWE gets them in a role, and they're just like, well, they're good where they're at, and they don't. Yeah,
you get positioned, and you don't really.
Yeah,
very few people like a change and become something different.
It's not like AJ and Ricochet's bad now. It's just just make them stagnant. Yeah. I mean, leave them where they're at.
I tried to add Bruce, and he was here, but he popped out. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
I honestly do think they would try. It all depends if they. I don't know, like what, if someone there hates them or something. Then you never know. But I think they would try.
Bruce,
but they would, and also the idea about schedule, like they would work way more often than WWE. What do they wrestle one day a week?
Like
now?
Fucking sideways.
Yeah. I mean, they work one day a week now in AEW. What better like schedule could they possibly get? They only work once a month.
How does this work?
That doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Oh, you're upside down.
Oh, damn it. What the hell?
Looks like phone. Do you have your phone?
Man, you're so smart. I was waiting for the show and I fell asleep, so I'm.
All right.
I don't know what the hell is going on, man.
Guys.
Good night.
See you.
Now that you're here, Bruce, you can take over. I'm out. Good night.
All right.
Bye, Steven. Love you, Steven.
Wasn't there a question for Bruce, like in the questions?
Oh yeah, there was. I don't remember what it was
though.
You'd have to. It was one of Nikhil's questions, wasn't it?
Nikhil. No, it was Lexar.
Lexar.
According to Bruce, what is there to do for fun in Iowa? Join the Klan.
I've heard of that happening, but. I don't know. I just look at women's asses. No.
Oh, that's too much about that.
Answer. I got to think a little bit harder.
I say, ooh, that's where poop comes from. That's gross. No more. No booties.
You didn't say that. My ass.
Hi, Tazo. I haven't seen you on for a while, but I enjoy your post and everything. So, hi.
Good man.
I have home internet now.
That's awesome.
Again.
Tazo said I could go move in with him.
Yeah, baby.
Nice.
I go visit Tazo. That would be if I go visit Tazo, we should film that for like a week or a weekend with Tazo. Me and Jack and Tazo.
Jack and Tasso, I love it. Jack and Tasso.
That would be cool.
Yeah. What would we go do?
A lot of conspiratorial stuff, I would say.
Put a damper on it already.
You could go to the Statue of Liberty.
The Statue of Liberty? I've never been to it.
Yeah, it's like, what's that? Yeah, it's where that Union boss is buried in that girder, right? Like underneath that girder, right there.
Jimmy play some D&D. We'll start up a D&D
right
campaign.
there.
Nah, I'm gonna take it to where Lexar goes first.
What? To a strip club?
Hell yeah.
Or we're gonna go burn down someone's house?
Now we should probably go get some food first, I would say.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the food.
Yeah, and then we go to the local smoke shop and get some of that herb. Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Then we go to the supermarket and get some more food. Then we can go to my backyard with like 30 dogs And
I'm
a big animal lover, so that's good.
Yeah, there you go. We'll go to the dog park. That's right. We will hang out at the dog park. Then maybe we'll go to a show.
What kind of show? Like a Broadway show?
Wrestling, outlaw mud show.
Oh, I thought we were gonna go see like
drag queen story hour. We have it all here in Brooklyn, Jack. You know. We go to the parks, Central Park. We go to museums. I would go to the Museum of Natural History if I've never been, just to say I've been there. I don't know. I think it's kind of a cool place. That's kind of where I would do.
I like that there history. All right, let's do it up.
Yeah, man. Now that my roommate got tossed, you know.
You tossed the salad?
Cops on him a few times. We had to call the cops on him.
Really?
And it's all just craziness and stupidity. And neighbor shit. Just insanity. It's complete insanity. Forget it. It's all good. Yeah.
I like the dogs.
Yes. Nice.
Wow, yippee yo, yippee yay.
Was that Nikhil that said who was the greatest?
And then we'll break out the Ouija board.
Yeah, so the greatest Indian wrestler of all time,
Jesus.
The Great Gamma, just so we all get this straight.
The Great Gatsby?
The Great Gamma. The Great Gamma was the greatest Indian.
Is that the guy who turned the dude into the Hulk? He started shooting with his rays?
No, that would be Gamma Rays, Jack. I'm talking about the Great Gamma, who came from India. He's probably the greatest Indian wrestler. None of these guys are the Great Khali. All these guys are pieces of Punjabi
Great
bullshit.
Khali is fucking great.
And Shanky or whatever that guy's name is.
Shanky's a legend. Yeah, but did the Great Gamma ever wrestle in a Punjabi prison?
He probably did. He looks like he was carrying around a giant mace.
Really? I like that. That guy's, now he's moving up in my world.
You got to look this guy up. He looks like the real deal. I think he was like
he looks like Evander Holyfield.
He probably wrestled what's his name? It says here he wrestled Gotch. So if he wrestled Gotch and George Hackenschmidt.
What's this guy, like 1,000 years old?
Well, we are talking one of the old school dudes, but there is no real new school Indian.
Oh yeah, this guy. He kind of looks like Big Billy Busick.
Yes, kinda. I thought you had the picture on the screen of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him here 1 sec.
That guy would probably be the greatest Indian wrestler of all time. Probably, and I'm just pulling this shit out of my ass, but that's probably the guy. The guy like that Fez would wrestle. Recently, there's no Indian. I mean, Sanjay Dutt, the player from the Himalayas, could possibly be.
I like Sanjay Dutt.
But it's probably Great Khali, you know? It's probably the Great Khali. Yeah, this
guy's
right?
pretty badass. Look at this dude, Incher.
That is pretty awesome.
Now, Incher, that's the guy you could get behind.
I would. This guy looks good. He's got an awesome mustache. Nikhil should grow that mustache.
Well, he's jacked.
Yeah, guys, you didn't see many guys all jacked, but because they weren't using steroids back in like the 20s or whatever.
He was the only Indian eating cows back then, I think.
Nice.
Look at that. He's got a big ass butt plug thing there.
Holy shit!
That guy rules. That guy's my new favorite wrestler.
Man, on that the little extra page thingy I made, I put the picture of Brian Knobbs' asshole on it the second day, and I got a strike from you, Facebook.
Dang.
It was instantly. I put it up because I'd never seen it before. I was just like Brian Knobbs' asshole, and it came up, and I was like post on my page because I'm the admin. So I was like, fuck yeah.
Anyone heard of it was when New Jack was on the show. I think he broke the news here on In Your Head.
On the show?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the first quote that came up. That's so sweet. Then it was Raven showed me this. People were telling how they saw the picture.
Yeah, on the show, New Jack was Like Brian Knobbs sent him a picture. Like him, he wasn't just mooning New Jack. He was spreading his butt cheeks apart and showing like his gaping asshole. It's really weird. You ever do that, Tazo? I can show you.
I never have. No, I have never.
And he had like a really big like butthole. It's like this. Big.
I've seen it. It was very magnificent.
And it's weird because apparently it's the exact like circumference of Hulk Hogan's penis.
Yeah.
I think the Nasty Boys can go. I think they look good. I saw a picture of them.
Oh, I thought you meant in butt sex, but yeah, no, I'm glad because I know they were getting Knobs was pretty unhealthy for a while. So.
Oh, that's right. It's one of my favorite.
What are your favorite memories, Incher, of Brian Knobs' butthole? And are you intrigued?
Just when New Jack called in to tell us about.
I think that's what got the In Your Head banned off TikTok. The In Your Head TikTok I made not just suspended, it's completely banned and gone forever. Like it's just completely stricken off of the world.
Are we really that bad for TikTok?
I guess TikTok. I just got a strike on Without Your Head on TikTok too. I didn't know TikTok had so many was so uptight.
Yeah, I wouldn't think. I mean, isn't that like where the girls are just all showing their hoo-eyes?
So like 14-year-old girls dance around in bikinis and shit.
Yeah.
We don't need any of that.
Too bad.
We only like middle-aged and older.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We already have enough naughtiness on this show with all that intro talk earlier.
What talk? The Andre the Giant. That was Andre the Giant. Quotes from Andre himself.
Actually, I did write down a time cue. I'm going to try to edit out something that Lexar said.
Oh, yeah.
QT Marshall wins the AAA Latin American title at WrestleMania 31. Triplemania 31, sorry. Mexico City. Are you happy? Hell yeah! QT Marshall! My boy! Yeah, I think QT Marshall's the greatest Indian wrestler.
What?
I think he identifies as... No, I don't know. He's probably wrestled in India. Probably had Indian food. But not like QT Marshall. Question 18 from Nikhil. In the Wrestling Observer newsletter, it is reported that Kenny Omega versus Takeshita may be pushed back to All Out. For London, the rumored match is for a 6-man tag team match pitting Omega, Hangman Page, and Kota Ibushi against Jay White, Juice Robinson, and Takeshita. That's good. I like it. I'll say this, though. Terrible idea to book these shows back to back because
yeah.
They're barely getting us all the matches for All In, and then like we have no matches for the next show, All Out. That's like the very next week. It's like it's just dumb. Like, why did they do this?
I hear you.
I love that mask, by the way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. I noticed that I could like put my mic underneath it, and I could kind of talk still.
Where'd you get that?
At like this, someone had a garage sale, and they were selling them for like. I bought 4 of them for $1.50 each.
Really? I would love to buy me one.
They're all gone.
Damn.
Garage sale ended.
Damn, $1.50. That's right. Now
I have a Batman one too.
You could probably infiltrate Tazo's dog park.
Right.
They wouldn't even know.
You can infiltrate. You can infiltrate the dog park with that. You can infiltrate my furry parties with that.
You can infiltrate.
Hell yeah!
You look like one of the furries that shows up to my furry parties.
These are furry masks, basically.
Yeah.
No.
Fucking God damn it!
Oh, they probably. You think they have? Use a black light on them. See if there's any.
Damn it! Now I have to. That sucks.
That.
There's just like all white around the mouth area.
Whoa.
Like,
that's the tzatziki.
Shoot me in the face.
Hey.
That Sorry.
I like that.
No, that was really out of line.
That goes all like bad.
What?
Sorry.
That was so out of
every
line
way
with Lexar saying that about his mom. That was
Of all
rough,
the,
dude.
yeah, of all
that was
the
like a
Tommaso said
softball
and
question.
done,
Like that was easy.
I thought it was nice.
The masks are awesome. I think Lexar threw his mom under the bus. I agree. 1-inch biceps.
Yeah, no, see, Tazo's my back. Tazo's interesting. I was out of line, but I think I was fine.
He was ready to go all in on his mom. So he must have like left his room messy. He didn't put away his dishes. He didn't, he fucked up.
He didn't mow the lawn.
She should have fucking whooped his ass.
Didn't do his homework.
For us to watch. And then maybe fucking Lexar would get his shit together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So beat his
ass.
ass right live.
Spare the rod, spoil the Lexar. You think his mom calls him Lexar?
More than likely, yeah.
Do your parents ever call you Incher?
Oh yeah, all the time.
My friend Ron always calls me Jack. I always thought it was weird.
I think of you as Jack in my mind.
Yeah,
but I know your name's Neil.
You know me
but
from the show, but I know Ron before we even started the show, so it's very weird he calls me Jack.
Everyone's headcanon is different, right? That's what I see on the Reddit comic book subreddits about headcanon. So like one guy thinks Captain America was never a Nazi, right? Because he became a Hydra Nazi, right? So in your headcanon, Bruce, Jack is just Jack. There is no the other guy.
Who do you think of me as, Incher?
Neil, normally.
I honestly think of you as Incher.
I think of Incher as Incher myself.
Yeah.
1-inch biceps.
I don't know. It just seems like you don't think of me as a human being.
Oh my
Lord.
No, I always call you Incher.
I always think of you as like you're Neil, yeah. But
that's fine.
I don't know.
It wasn't a negative thing, Incher. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I just think of you as Incher for some reason.
You destroyed me.
I call Annabelle Annabelle. That's not her real name. Let's see. Should Triple H be worried as he's not on the board of directors for TKO Holdings, a company WWE and UFC for him? Yeah, I said this since the beginning. I had people argue me on Facebook, but that group does not think of Triple H as anything. I don't think they think Vince McMahon is a guy who created it and made it $1 billion company, and I think it's been obvious. So Triple H isn't on the board of directors, and Vince is.
I imagine Vince like buries him whenever he's not around.
Probably.
See, a freaking idiot, my son-in-law. He doesn't know anything. He's one of those dumb wrestlers.
Lexar and his mom, right?
One of those disposable wrestlers that I just crumple up and toss away whenever I'm done with them.
Man.
Done having my way with them. I'm Vince McMahon.
Like one of those tissues that's all littered on Lexar's floor.
Is Incher related to Mo Howard? No.
That would be pretty cool.
I am not related to Mo Howard, as far as I know.
Are you related to any famous Howards?
Or any of the Three Stooges in general. Any of them.
Is Curly Joe like your great uncle? Mo, Larry the Cheese. Favorite Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie? Mine is the 2003 remake.
Number 2 is the first movie I ever bought in life, so I love number 2. It's
very fun, but
awesome.
The only real answer is the original. I mean, the original is so far superior.
Yeah.
To all of them. But 2 is a very fun movie if you watch it.
It's funny.
As you know, it's a comedy. But
yeah.
But as movies, the original one is like, I don't think you can even compare it.
It's art and it's like real. The first one.
It's a legit great movie. The first.
Yeah.
But like
the second one, I love the coat hanger.
Oh yeah,
and then like
Chop
eating his teeth and shit. Yeah.
No, I like it. I like it too. I think they kind of go in order of goodness as they go on.
Just like worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Interest's favorite. Yeah, Interest's favorite's the fourth one
there. That one's awful.
It's probably better than some of these later ones, though. Honestly, I guess.
They just had more effect, more and more just bloody, gory shit, right?
Like the first one really isn't very good. There's only a little bit.
Yeah.
It would be between 1 and 2 for me. After that, just complete shit. Just like they're not very good. I haven't seen the remake. I've heard some people say they like.
We talked about it on the show when it came out.
I don't think we did. I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah,
I think that was before we started it.
It was, but I'm sure we talked about it on the show.
I know we mentioned it, but I don't think I ever watched it. But
it's not. I mean, it's not a horrible movie, but
yeah, like it's probably better than some of the other sequels.
It is.
Texas
It is.
Chainsaw
It's way better
Massacre.
than Leatherface or 3D.
I think Nikhil just thinks anything that's old is just bad.
And it's better than the prequel that comes after the remake.
Man,
that was pretty good.
I do agree. The newest Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street movie with the guy from Bad News Bears. Best ever.
The remake? Oh,
best ever.
I remember not hating it.
I'm joking.
Like I thought.
I wanted to piss people off.
I thought it was one of the worst remakes.
Like I couldn't.
No, I hate that.
So bad.
Like,
watch it again. There's no way you're gonna.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't like it if I watched it again. But
I
do have a copy of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
My Dream Warrior shirt.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty.
You're one of the cool. I did a Dream Warriors panel in LA. That was a really cool experience.
Like when you watch the Massacre movies, it's just like there's no like redeeming qualities about any of the sequels. It's just like, except for 1 and 2. And I haven't seen the remake, but
I actually like the newest one. It's not a great movie, but I thought it was enjoyable. It's just an enjoyable.
The new one, I've seen that. It's all right. I mean,
it's just it makes no sense that Leatherface is in an orphanage because he's a grown man in the first movie. But I kind of think that's so ridiculous. It kind of makes me laugh. But it just as like a mindless slasher movie, I think it's enjoyable. And the thing is, so many of the ones right before this were so rotten that this is at least like fun.
Yeah. At least it's not like, like just making you sick and just like, this just sucks so bad.
I think besides what makes the first two, honestly, and then so many after that, they've really just fixated on Leatherface. But the first two, it's about the family. It's the family dynamic. And then because Leatherface by himself isn't really that interesting of a character. So when that's the whole character of some of those sequels, they're just lame.
That's one of the things I'm not too crazy about the game that's coming out is they've added 2 new characters.
Yeah, you don't need to because with the first 2 alone, you have Hitchhiker, you have Cook. You even could do something with the grandpa, something. You know what I mean? And then you've got and then you have Chop Top. So you have like a bunch of fun characters right there.
Grandpa, you got to feed blood to, so it gives like the family members more power. But he's not like a playable character. But I think that's a big mistake that they've added like just 2 random characters that are like part of the family, and they don't feel like they're in place at all either. Like I think that was. I'll wait to play it and see if I think it's any better, but I think it's a big mistake.
I actually don't think the third movie's that bad either, but it's more of just like a typical slasher version of the.
Yeah, Vigo's in it.
Yeah,
Viggo
I think
Mortensen.
it's fine. It's just I really think they kind of go in order of, like they start great. And the second one's really fun. It's just completely different. So I like it as its own thing, and then the third one's like it's fine. But the big problem is none of them really connect at all.
Yeah. Like Leatherface is probably like the third one. Yeah. I remember watching it and just thinking, well, I don't know if I never need to see this again.
Yeah, it's not great by any means, but again, compared to a lot of the ones after that, it's good. And there's a fun chainsaw fight with the guy from Dawn of the Dead and
Ken Faree
and Leatherface. That's fun.
Yeah.
And Ari Mihailov, who named me Nasty Neil, so that's cool.
Man, behind this bar once. Sorry, really quick. Sorry, like in this town called Boone, and it's a biker town. Anyway, so there was this guy, and I saw him running in an alley after this other guy with two hammers, like a hammer in one hand and a hammer in another hand. He was like, ah! And so the guy runs to his truck, opens it up, and gets out a fucking chainsaw, and then starts running after the dude with the hammers because he was outgunned by this point. And so I go into the bar that's connected to the alley, and I was like, hey, some guys are fucking in the alley back there with hammers and chainsaws. It's a biker town. Anyway, and so the bartender was like, oh my God, Billy or something. Or like Dave, and then all the bikers ran out of the bar after their friends who are about to murder each other.
That sounds like a movie.
Meth is a fucking hell of a drug, I guess.
Damn. And a cheap plug, there's a lot of Texas Chainsaw Massacre alumni in my film, The Once and Future Smash.
Hell yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't bury the movie so bad.
Including both Leatherfaces from Part 2. Bob Elmore and Bill Johnson, who also are a big reason why the movie was created. So the backstory is I was talking to Michael Epstein about Bob Elmore and Bill Johnson, and I actually friends with both. I like both guys, and both of them have different stories of who did what as Leatherface in Part 2, and it's very weird because it's like I don't think either guy is like telling untruths, but it's very different stories. And so the idea was like, hey, this would be a good movie about two actors who both take credit for playing a slasher, because there's also other examples of this in other films.
Weird.
Friday the 13th Part 2 and lots of things. And so even going back to Creature from Black Lagoon, they had a little bit of a feud. So that was the start of the movie, and then, unbeknownst to either guy, both of them are in the movie, and I don't think either one knew until it's done, and I don't even know if they know now, because I don't think either guy's seen it. But...
Just don't tell them.
They're probably pretty old by now.
I mean, I know both guys. I met them. They're good guys.
Yeah.
They're not.
That's awesome.
Bob Elmore, I don't know. It's probably 70. Probably both guys about 70, I bet. Bill Johnson was one of the first people I filmed. I filmed Bill Johnson, John Dugan, and John Dugan plays a grandpa in the original one, and who's the third? Oh, Dan Yeager, who played Leatherface in 3D. So I filmed those three at Rock and Shock 2019. That was like actually the first stuff we filmed for the movie. All right. Let's see here. I don't think any of them have seen it because they weren't at the premiere.
What if one of them sees that they're in the movie with the other one and they're like, "You fucking asshole! You're done.
I'm not really.
You're done."
I'm not. I don't even know. Hopefully they don't mind if they're both in. I don't know.
What do you do if they don't? If they're pissed?
There's also a lot of Texas. I mean, not a lot. There's a few Friday the 13th people in it.
Man.
No one that has feuds though. Melanie Kinnaman from Part 5.
VC Dupree, ain't he?
VC Dupree from Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah.
Now Victor Miller, who wrote the original one.
Yeah, Victor
I was really
Miller.
surprised he did it.
Cool. He owns like the rights until Sean appeals and it goes into court again.
Yeah, Sean Cunningham's going to be at a convention coming up, which I was kind of surprised because he doesn't really do them anymore.
Yeah.
He's not really a well-liked guy. Almost no one who's worked with him likes him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's like he made the decision to get the hockey mask out of Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah. And then two of interest, two people that made two of interest favorite films. Todd Farmer, the writer of Jason X, and Adam Marcus, who directed Jason Goes to Hell, are both in the movie.
See, I would say Jason X is like up here, and like Jason Goes to Hell is like.
I actually might flip it.
Like, cause I know Jason X isn't like great, but it's like at least it's funny. At least
I felt the same way until I watched not that long ago. The first time I had Adam Marcus on, and I watched Jason Goes to Hell, and I kind of love it now because it's just so batshit crazy. And I also don't have this big connection to Friday the 13th movies. They're not like that personal to me. So just watching this real whacked out movie that's just so stupid and crazy, I get a kick out of it.
And that's why I like Jason X. I watched it with my friends when it came out, and they were like really hard, like Friday the 13th fans, and like they were like, "This movie sucks." And like I'm like, "This is one of the fucking awesomest movies I've ever seen." Did you see the liquid like?
Yeah, it does have some cool kills. I think
it has so many kills, and is really creative.
He throws the dude into that spiral thing, and he's just like kind of going down, like pretty cool. But
I gotta watch that again.
I like when
VC
Uber.
Dupree recently sold the head. He had at
I seen that he was selling it.
I was really surprised. And I don't know how much it went for. I actually would have liked to have bought it and just put it up on display behind me without your head.
I know there's like a dude, like I was watching his video, that Sean Clark guy, and he bought
Sean Clark's also in the movie.
Oh, is he in the movie? Okay. He bought the totem from freaking Hellraiser 3.
Right.
Like the big it's like this huge thing is like God.
Yeah, Sean Clark, he runs Horror Hound, and he represents a lot of people.
Horror's Hollow Grounds, isn't it? That his video that he does.
Yeah, and the thing with two heads he does. But
yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I know him from the convention.
I thought we talked to him once after the show once.
No.
I could be just making that up.
No, he actually, because he disliked us for a long time because we were affiliated with Days of the Dead, and they have a big feud because the guy who started Days of the Dead and him used to be friends, and they had a big falling out. And Days of the Dead started as their rivalry. So this is actually the first time I really talked to the guy because I'd seen him and stuff, but he would never say anything to me. I didn't know why. And so we were at Mad Monster, and we were across the hall from each. So they had the Without Your Head booth, because Eben runs Mad Monster to give me a booth. So I have the booth next to the cast of Aliens, and right across there was the guy who played Michael Myers in the original one.
Oh, wait a minute.
I know there's a couple people.
Tony Moran.
No, the guy who really played him.
Shit.
Nick
Castle.
Nick Castle.
Yeah.
So I was seeing if I could do an interview with Nick Castle, and for whatever reason, Sean Clark wasn't talking to me. And then
I think he represents Nick or something.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And so Eben, who runs that, came over, and he was talking to me. He's like, he saw your brother wearing, because Troy was wearing Without Your Head Days of the Dead hoodie from years ago, and he's like, he thought you guys were like some kind of like spies from Days of the Dead, whatever. And so I went over, and Eben introduced us, and then I interviewed Nick Castle there, which was really cool. And then ever since then, he's been cool with us.
Yeah.
And so he's in the movie. Actually plays a role in the movie, which is kind of fun.
Oh, well, that's cool. I like his channel. Have you watched any of his stuff, Bruce?
Yeah, I know him pretty well and stuff. So I don't watch a lot, but I see it pop up on Facebook and stuff.
Yeah, Bruce has been sending me videos. So.
Nick Castle?
No, Sean Clark, Horror Hollow Grounds. He does that. A lot of like location videos. I really like those.
That's cool.
Like filming location videos. So.
And when
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
So when I was in LA in 2019, I went to Burbank, and we went to this horror trivia night, and Sean Clark was there. So everyone had their own group. I think Larry Shelley was actually in.
Yeah.
Shelley. You know, the guy played
Zerner. Larry
Zerner played Shelley. I think he was actually in Sean Clark's group. But anyway, it was like, you know, some famous people and stuff, and they did it every month. And I thought, like, I know a lot about horror movies, and the people I'm with are like, you know, like everyone here is like, you know, in the top 10% who know horror. But to win here, you have to be like in the top like 1%.
Like the Mensa of horror movies.
I got a few questions right, and I felt proud. But these people were just, oh my god,
dude,
it was like what was the kill count of like RoboCop 2, and it was it was only like over 100. I was like, who the hell would know this? Like, because you weren't allowed to cheat or anything. Like, who would know that's like 117?
I think I've watched RoboCop 2 like once.
Yeah, it was like insane question.
Yeah.
It was
like
fun though.
Whenever I go to like D&D and like I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go and do D&D with my friends. Like I go there and I'm like realize that all I like doing is drawing the characters and not like
I'm a big fan of D&D.
I am too, but then I go there and they're like, you don't know shit and you suck because of that, and then they all like treat me like I'm not a nerd.
Yeah, I've never you don't really need to know.
I know, like around here they like are just so
but I haven't
snobby
played D&D since I was like a teenager, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking about like 45-year-old men who are like, this is my kingdom, get out, and then they send the longbowmen after me. Like make me sit in the corner for the rest of the night.
They're not fucking around when they send the longbowmen after you.
That's what changed warfare.
There's like 5 editions of D&D at this point. There's a lot of rules. So
really?
I think I just only played 2nd edition. So
yeah, but you're dungeon master. You know they got to be able to like take care of you and like get you going, and they should be able to get all the skill levels. Yeah. So
my manager at my new job is like, he after work he'll sit at the bar and write out his campaigns on note cards, like he was researching like a paper for a college. So I don't know.
A lot of time into it.
It's really cool. I like it. I'm just not invested enough, I guess.
So look here, Incher. This is when I was when we were filming Once a Future Smash, and there I am with Sean Clark going over his lines.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Background there.
Cool.
Wow.
Did he remember all his lines?
Awesome.
Was he?
Yeah.
Was he good at?
I think we had to
craft.
Well, doing the movie was an interesting experience because a lot of the times, almost none of this, you know, if someone doesn't know all the lines necessarily, you kind of do it in pieces. So it's like you do like a sentence or so, and then you edit it all together.
Did he tape his lines to your forehead and he made you stand?
No, but we had to go over multiple times. So it was like, and honestly, I don't want to go to some of the other people.
Well, you're doing it in the moment anyhow.
Yeah,
so
because it was. I mean, we cast him like right there because it was a weird movie to do because we had certain people cast, but a lot of the people were cast at the convention, and we had 3 days to do the principal photography. So it was like, you know, and you kind of. I was doing the I forget what the term is, but I would have the script, and you know, I'd basically feeding people's lines, and you would do them like a sentence at a time and then edit together so it looks like the whole thing's at once.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
It was an interesting experience. And plus we were doing it in the actual that picture is before the convention started, but when we started filming, the convention was going on, so you know, all the booths were filled with actors and directors, you know, guests, and then vendors, and then people walking around buying stuff. So it was like very hectic to be filming there with all the people. But it also made the movie because you actually have the actual, you know, convention happening.
Okay.
Favorite Texas Chainsaw match? Oh, we did that one. Sorry. The last question here from Nikhil.
I don't.
I'm sad.
You're lying to me right now. You're just trying to get my hopes up. You're
rewatching Mad Men.
Last question before he has to scroll more.
I've been rewatching Mad Men. My first time in years. My God, what a show! I picked up new things that happen. I love it. Have you seen it? Yeah, I've only seen it once, though, and it was a show I binge watched because I didn't know if I would like it, but I got hooked right away. And yeah, it's a really great show.
Mm-hmm.
I heard John Hamm has a huge cock.
Oh, I'll need to watch this show then.
No,
I've only watched like a few episodes and it just didn't grab me. But I know my brother's a big fan of Mad Men. Like that was one of his favorites.
You're like, where's the coconut?
Maybe I need to get it on
No
DVD.
Police Academy.
You know it.
Lexar should be able to post in groups now. How long until he gets suspended again?
I said tomorrow night. He's just going to get banned.
Yeah,
I'm going to post a picture of Brian Knobs' asshole on his wall and just take him out myself.
That would be a good tattoo. Like, what do you think, Taza? Would you get Knobs' butthole tattooed on you?
Yeah, like on my shoulder blade, right back here.
I'd kind of like it to be like the black hole logo that's like going into but have Brian Knobs' asshole and it's like falling into the falling.
You could make a big fart cloud because it's a picture, and you could write, but in words.
We should have a tattoo artist at HeadyCon, and like you just randomly get some kind of wrestling tattoo.
I'm an artist
until it's done.
I could just buy a tattoo gun.
There you go. Start practicing. What are you thinking?
No, I don't want to give people.
What?
I don't.
Sounds like a good time.
We just have to do it in the rooms.
Yeah, that's
and I'll wear a mask.
Yeah.
There are people who are a fan of having tattoos, and I'm the complete opposite. I'd probably like to go to school to like remove tattoos.
But wouldn't it be fun? So intro, you get blindfolded, and wouldn't it be fun taking off the blindfold to see what gets tattooed on you? What would you? What you look down and boom.
I'd probably murder somebody.
It's like the bushwhackers licking the kid's head on you.
Just your own face with like 12 different cocks around it. I don't know. I have penis on the brain or something.
Hey.
Fuck, sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking wrestling. So, intro, which would you rather wake up with? So, if it was up to me, you'd have the bushwhackers.
Yeah.
But if it was up to
I think I'd rather
Bruce,
wake
you'd
up
have,
to
like...
I'd rather wake up to the bushwhackers than have to go around explaining to everybody.
Like a brawl for all or something.
I'd probably just take a sander and just be like freaking just put it on my arm until it's gone.
Like,
what about a Lexar tattoo or something like that? Lexar is the Geico caveman.
I said CBS Sports Incorporated somehow.
You don't agree that was just mean? Why did you say something like that?
You
can't compare to people to the Lexar, to the freaking Geico caveman.
Why is that mean?
It is. I mean, you can't say that to Lexar.
We could do parody in your head, like commercials, and put like people in them. Like he could be the Geico gecko or the caveman.
Okay, yeah.
Lexar is the gecko. But with his accent instead of the British one.
I'm sure. What would you be? Like Grimace?
Me?
Yeah.
I'd be like Mighty Mouse. Or like
Chester from Cheetos.
I think here's what I think you should have. You got Incher as Butterbean, and then you got Lexar as the Mexican boxer that he mentioned.
I don't like the way Taza.
And then you guys are boxing each other. It's fucking fantastic. I think it's fantastic. And I think
we should have like a human Rock'em Sock'em robot where like the Incher and Lexar are controlled by like we have like levers that we got to push to like make Incher punch and stuff. You know Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
I know.
Wouldn't that be cool? We got like big poles stuck to your arm, so like I've got the right arm and Tazo's got the left, and we're just like throwing punches.
Didn't Hugh Jackman like punch Dolph Ziggler like by accident when he was promoting that Real Steel movie that was like basically huge Rock'em Sock'em Robots? That'd be a shitty thing to get your jaw broken over.
Oh my god, he takes a lot of bumps anyway. Like he doesn't need to take that one.
Be cool that you could tell people that Wolverine broke your jaw.
That's true. He was on Being the Elite, apparently.
He was?
Yeah,
Hugh Jackman?
Hugh Jackman?
Dolph Ziggler.
Oh, well, that make more
Allowed
sense.
to do that? Being contracted to WWE?
I wouldn't think
trying to
so.
get out of his contract? Is that what's going on?
He fucking should. Out of anyone, he should. Except for he's just sitting back and lining his pockets.
Yeah, he got freaking beat up by JD Madonna, and it's like, oh my god. That guy looks pretty pathetic.
Yeah, I posted a picture of him earlier. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
By the way, Travis says his cousin lives in Boone, Iowa.
I moved from Boone, Iowa to the town I'm living in right now. That's the biker story. That's that hammer chainsaw story was from Boone, Iowa.
Maybe it was Travis's cousin.
Yeah, maybe he was. Wait,
This person's from Boone, Iowa?
No.
Yeah, Travis's cousin.
That's JD.
Oh.
This is JD.
JD, that's the dude with the hammers. No, I'm joking.
Man, doesn't he just look like a totally generic dude?
Yeah, he's not very tall either. He's like probably my height, and it's like
Boone, Iowa used to be a shithole until the feds came in and busted all the bikers. That's all I gotta say.
I'll say this. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by it, but I feel bad if Lex. I apologize if saying he looked like the caveman. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to think of something goofy.
I thought it was a pretty good. He looks like that guy. He looks like that dude.
Well, at least you're apologizing in public. What Hangman Page?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go and text the big Mosh and say like, hey,
But
buddy,
I am. I'm doing it right now.
Go post this on the Uber Fun message board.
I sent a friend request to Al Ulb.
Oh God. It's his hero.
I'm trying to get to him to join my Facebook group.
Bring them all back.
I kind of am.
He's gonna start a group enter with all the people who's left behind.
It'll be like Cobra in G.I. Joe.
It's like the new Cobra.
I'll get Tazo to be Destro or something.
He's gonna jump ship.
The weapons expert.
I'm going out on a mission to find all the X in your head members across the globe. Like number one, I'm gonna go with Bruce, of course, in our In Your Head mobile to find Miss Destiny and bring her back.
I've got a sense of humor, guys.
Oh God, I forgot what her voice sounded like.
She married a one-legged man.
Nice. Bring that guy too, and then Rabid Thor has a special place in my heart.
Rabid Thor, oh my God, that was the fake El Santo guy, right?
I think so. Yeah. Maybe
I
he
forgot about. Oh my
Lord,
Lord,
from Argentina. Was he an Argentinian Nazi, or am I just adding?
No, he was from somewhere though, some other country, because he moved there for a while.
Yeah. Bring that dude back as well.
Rabid Thor. I gotta move this guy off. Now he's just standing right over Bruce's face. That's interesting.
I saw JD McDonough have a good match on NXT.
Whoa! Hey.
Sorry, whoa.
That's Chelsea Green, right? He's a waste guy. I don't think.
That's how I should go. I should be just behind that person the whole time. I can't even peek out from that one.
Cody Rhodes, Bruce. You look a little like Cody. Do you have a neck tattoo?
Actually, I do have a neck tattoo. It's really small. I gotta expand it really big.
Gotta get a neck tattoo.
What?
I have a shamrock because I was born on St. Patrick's Day.
Woo!
And I told girls that it made me 10% hotter because I did it.
Thank God you are Irish. not German. Very nice.
Well, actually, I am German, and the only reason why I got it was because I was born on St. Patrick's Day. So I am. My first name is Fred.
Freudendeisten.
And I'm the 5th Fred in a row. And yeah, and we could trace our roots back straight to Germany. So we're in hiding over here. Sorry, guys. No, I'm joking. But we're anyway.
Go on. I was gonna say you picked Bruce over Fred.
Yeah, you're very like. I mean, you got the blonde hair. You have blue eyes. You're like, the master race kind of going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the boys from Brazil.
Yeah, you're one of the kids, man.
I work in a Brazilian restaurant. And my last best cook friend, and my last job was from Argentina.
That's enough.
So I'm getting like in deep kind of. I got to start talking about things other than like fish and steak at work. Just get into the deeper shit.
Yeah, you should be talking about fascism and totalitarianism is what you should be talking about. What were the name of Hitler's kids again?
What the fuck?
Those kids that they put them up in a mountain somewhere. Remember
the boys of Brazil?
Yeah, well, that is a movie about that shit. No. Damn, Bruce.
I don't know about
I'm gonna come back next week. Next week, I want to come on the show, Jack, and have some more information. First on the Great Gamma, maybe.
I like the Great Gamma. That's pretty cool.
And I wanted to talk to you about Andre. I think one of the dirtiest things Andre the Giant ever did was put on the Bigfoot suit, and he is the Bigfoot that we see in the Patterson Gimlin film, the famous film.
No.
He's big. He's Bigfoot in the
$6 million man.
$6 million man.
It's the same fucking suit. It's the same fucking suit. Oh my god!
But no, they got the ape. That famous Bigfoot thing. That was made by a famous special effects guy though.
Yeah, I watched a documentary about the Andre thing.
Yeah, he came out and said it. It was a guy who did this. Like I think he did I forget what he did the monkeys for. Maybe it was 2001.
It's all cover.
What are you talking about? That's an actual freaking Bigfoot, man. Are we talking about the same the Patterson Gimlin film? Not one of your stupid
Pat Patterson?
Not Pat Patterson. And not one of your stupid MCU.
The one where the famous one where Bigfoot's walking and he looks over. And,
yeah, one of those. Not that one from the fucking $6 Million Man and Lee Majors. We're talking
the one they always show where the
one where he's like always like
stops. Yeah, and he looks.
Didn't say it has boobs.
But no, it was a famous special effects guy admitted to making it.
They say it has tits, like because they're hanging.
That's possible that Bigfoot has tits, but I also know that Bigfoot is very shy and doesn't want attention that would come from being a Bigfoot, and that I don't think Jack takes this shit very seriously. And I believe
I used to kind of think this stuff was cool, but the thing is, everyone in the world has one of these now. So if there were any of these things, we'd have videos and photos.
But that's what I'm saying is Andre did dirty, and he put that suit on, not for the $1 Million Man, which that's a dirty deed too, because then everyone's looking at that and go, all right, Bigfoot is fucking joke. But I believe Bigfoot does exist.
Dude.
I will say my grandma thinks that she saw Bigfoot back in the day, back in Pennsylvania.
A Sasquatch?
Yeah, whatever it was. I've heard
whatever it was, Bruce.
And it was up in the mountain screaming.
Dude, you're so fucking full of shit, you fucking Freemason piece of crap. You're the one who has these places like the Smithsonian, like shutting down all talk about giants in North America, the Nephilim, the fucking, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm sorry I'm cursing. It's awful because this is serious shit. When I curse, people don't take me very seriously. But you do have a fucking Ouija board thing in your hand, so you're really. I mean, I'm not saying you're the Aleister Crowley of the 21st century per se, but I would be, if I could, and maybe one day I will, look into you a little more, Jack. Look like the devil. Your fucking face, OT, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying, I think it's fine if you want to have a goatee too. But Jack, look at that face,
Satan
dude.
is good. Satan is pal.
But no, seriously. But seriously.
A shit sandwich.
Oh, God, nice. Carrot Top? What the fuck is that real?
He's now a prop comic?
Actually, yeah, basically. I'm not very creative.
Oh God! I thought
Pee Herman was one of my idols, and he was like one of the biggest prop comics ever. So.
Yes. Wow.
Before he got his Playhouse, he was like pulling out big ears and like all kinds of shit.
Yes.
Anyway, but back to your stuff.
Well, back to me. This is Jack Shenanigans. There's all kinds of conspiracies about professional wrestling that Jack doesn't want to touch with a 10-foot pole for some whatever reason. Because he wants to talk about fucking his AEW bullshit. But whatever, it's fine. This is Jack's show. I'm so happy that Jack lets me call in and be a part of this so that I don't go into my bathtub and, sit in a warm bath.
Take a bath?
Yes, Tazo. I love it too. I love In Your Head. And yeah, that's why I call it. Hell yeah.
My God,
but
dude.
Tazo is one of the reasons why I wanted to call in the first place ever. Because you're interesting, Tazo. I like
Thank you very much, Bruce.
Yes.
So don't you think?
Yeah.
You're not so bad yourself, Jack. What?
Last Halloween in Boston, this dude was yelling at me. He goes, Satanist!
There's some motherfuckers that can see that shit, man. He sees your aura, bro. He's one of the true seers,
We curb stop Satanists here in Boston. Watch your back, Satanist! He was screaming at me.
Yeah. He's probably microdosing. Okay,
It was a crazy homeless dude.
No, he's probably got one of them chocolate.
He was though. He was a crazy homeless guy.
They're homeless because they just can't handle the fucking truth when they're fucking living amongst people like yourself. First of all, did you see Twitter with Elon Musk? You saw what he named it, right? X. Do you see the X, what it looks like? Take the X and then you divide it, and it's basically the fucking Freemason symbol, that compass, that whatever the hell that thing is called, but it's been moved to make it look like an X.
I just know this.
Really
if you bought something so well established, why would you rename it to this real generic term? It's like you wouldn't buy Coca-Cola
He wants to see it
and
burn.
rename it Z.
I think he's a genius, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. What did you say?
I'm gonna buy this I'm gonna rename. Yeah, I mean, come on, you can't just buy something that everyone in the world knows and just rename it.
I thought Twitter was a stupid name, but it's a name.
Yeah, everyone knew what it was. That's why you had to spend so much money on it.
The news love Twitter. Twitter is all like news, ABC, all those big media outlets use Twitter. People do use Twitter, but it's really not people using Twitter. It's like
not anymore.
And celebrities and brands and Satanists like these two fucking freaks over here. They probably dumped a body, Bruce, in this water.
This is actually
Annabelle the Cannibal, basically. Over
this
here.
This is Salem at midnight.
Yeah,
on Halloween night.
Of course. Where else would it be?
And we were using the Ouija board.
Psychopaths over here. Fucking calling up devils and demons. If you don't believe in that shit, you better start believing in that shit because motherfuckers like, I'm sorry I'm cursing, but people like Jack believe in that shit or they
I don't believe in that.
Lark. Like, oh, it's really real. So I'm not sure about Jack, but listen to me, Bruce. I'm telling you the truth.
Here we are using it so we were in the cemetery in Sagamore, and we were actually sitting on I don't know what you call this. This is actually like not the tombstone, but this is like the cement thing where someone's buried. I probably shouldn't sit on it.
It's like a tomb.
Yeah, we're sitting on it, but
you're a fucking asshole.
I don't mess with graves. I do go to graveyards.
This true story.
I like graveyards.
This was actually the planchette from that. So true story. So I don't believe in any of that stuff, and Annabelle does. She won't even let the Ouija board
I
in her
do
home.
too.
And so we're using it, and we're actually getting answers. I didn't think there's anything to it. And what made me think there's something to it was they were very bland, like just real basic stuff, saying it was like this teacher, like from the 20s, just like really mundane stuff, which makes me like think, because even if just not intentionally you're making stuff up, you think you're gonna do something like really crazy and over the top, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And what was really strange, so when I was asking, like, are you here? Because we thought maybe we were over their grave. And it just kind of went to, I don't know if it went to no or just kind of moved around. And we were like, well, where are you here? And the thing literally just moved around the board and didn't land anywhere.
Yeah.
And then I knew that this cemetery is considered haunted. It's actually been on TV shows, like, as a haunted
It's
place.
just real, man.
So I looked up why. And the reason why is when they built the Cape Cod Canal that I live by, you know, they actually dug it. And this was like in 1915 or something. And it flooded this cemetery. And it moved the bodies and stuff. And when they put them back, not all of them are next to the right tombstones.
Yeah.
And some of them are at the wrong places. So then I start to think, when we asked if it was here, where it was, and it just started moving around, I'm like, it started in my mind, like, and this all serious stuff. I was like, maybe it didn't know where it's supposed to really be.
True.
You know, it's at the wrong place, so it's just kind of moving all around the board. And it's very weird to think about.
Scaring the crap out of me, dude.
I Bruce's ghost. That's like when I was a kid, I saw shit, and then I like closed off my mind. As an artist, I believe I'm channeling stuff too, but just different shit. But I closed off the ghost thing. But when Pee Wee Herman died, I was like, I want to channel him, but I don't know if it's real. But if I can open a gateway to hell, you know, then maybe I should.
Yeah, why not?
And if it's all bullshit, then who gives a shit, right?
See, these two guys, these two agree with you.
Why would you deal in the dark arts, sir? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because I think I'm a conduit.
Yeah, well,
person.
if you think that,
I don't know.
Why would you anyways?
We could hang out at the warehouse and talk about this one.
Yes, I don't believe it. I see it, but I wouldn't. I do believe that people who do this stuff, some of them are pretending.
That's why I'm hesitant, because I think I could do shit.
Well, I don't know why you would try to do shit, because I think to summon a demon, you would probably have to sacrifice something with a life to it. Perhaps not a chicken, though. Something a little with more of a not monetary, but you know, just something with a little more value, I guess. Like
in soul wise, you're saying?
Hey, I mean, maybe Planned Parenthood is just one giant.
Oh my God, that's another bridge that we're crossing here. We should like pull back.
Planned Parenthood is probably summoning demons every time they do one of those things that they do when the women babies. Now that's a fine couple, I'd say there. This is Jack
pretty cool.
Annabelle the Cannibal going to dinner to the latest showing tonight.
That was at a theater.
You're going to have strawberry tea and butter after the show.
That was a good time.
Disgusting horror film where
it was actually 12-hour horror movie marathon from midnight on Halloween till noon the next day.
Wow, that's cool.
People getting slaughtered. I hate it when like chicks get murdered in movies, right? Like hot chicks get killed. It's like what a waste, man.
You could be fucking me.
Well, yes, that is.
Wow.
Listen to nice. Me. Yes, I don't think that.
Into the demons.
Nice. Hey, can you name one of a movie? And there is a movie out there where they're like a rape happens in the movie, and it's kind of like just glossed over in the movie.
Oh, glossed over. I was gonna say Last House on the Left, but it's a pretty big part of the movie.
Right? No, it's a movie that you would. I mean, or I'll tell you. But,
like old Italian horror movies are all.
No. It's the Revenge of the Nerds, right? When the dude bangs.
Oh, that's true. Actually, in the space when they're in like the zero gravity thing.
Right, yeah, and he's wearing the spacesuit, and so he basically,
because she thinks it's somebody else.
Made me feel bad.
Have we talked about that before?
I don't think so.
And it was the main nerd too, wasn't it?
Yes.
The main guy.
What's going on? I mean, it's just a movie. Who did that movie? Who directed that movie? Those were good movies. The first one was good. I think the second one was pretty good too.
I loved them, and when I was a kid, I loved them.
I think it holds up.
The music parts in them are just like amazing.
Yes, that music where they play. Oh man, that's
they all rip off and they're all in new wave clothes and shit, like break dancing.
You see the dog? Do you see the dog back there?
Yeah.
That's Ruby.
That dog gives you a soft edge.
Thank you.
Which you need.
Sweetest dog. This is the sweetest. What the fuck is this dog again? I'm sorry. She's the best. Sorry, Ruby. She's a golden retriever. Right? One of the nicest dogs I've ever met. She's very unsocialized and really doesn't have a lot of experience out there in life, but she's really sweet dog. Very nice dog. Right, dog?
Yeah.
I think she wants to go pee. So, dudes, I'm out.
All right.
Bruce, nice talking to you.
We'll be wrapping up here anyway.
Yes,
Kyles, it's good to see you.
Yes, say hi.
You're looking good.
I got my internet connection because I'm gonna do some crazy shit. I swear to God. I'm also gonna chop my hair off next week on In Your Head.
All right.
If you want to shave my head, I'm gonna do that.
Classic.
Yes, absolutely. And I got my internet thing just because I want to fucking call in and not be on some shitty phone thing that. Anyway, whatever. Fucking pussy. I'm a pussy. Take it easy. Thanks a lot, Jackie Jones, and see you later, Bruce. Take it.
Fatazo.
All right. We only got one. We only got one question here. What's your favorite deli meat?
Roast beef.
Roast beef. I like Jonathan Jackson. Yeah.
Jackie Jones. Oh,
Jackie Jones. I actually thought he was just a video there for a minute, but he's real.
Oh no, I'm real. Hey.
Whoa.
Oh. It's Attack of 6.
Yeah.
Sean Waltman's gonna be pissed.
Hell yeah, I'm a fan. So how you doing, Jackson?
I'm all right. I looked and I said, "Oh shit, they're still live. I can still get in."
Yeah, Trip tapped out a while ago.
Oh, nice sticker, Jack.
It's a tattoo.
No,
you're just in time for a question from Jonathan Jackson.
Oh shit!
What is your favorite deli meat? Prosciutto. Well, I haven't had it in years.
One time I went to a Russian deli and bought deli meat from their counter. It was like 75% chunks of fat in it.
Well, a lot of that stuff is like a lot of the German stuff is too. Like mortadella has that big chunks of fat in.
I think I should have
honestly
cooked
all that salami and stuff's a lot of fat.
But it tasted like straight up like refrigerator fat that you have you ever had
mortadella? It has the big hunks of white stuff that's just fat. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like
bologna
spiced
with hunks of fat.
Yeah.
That's the
actually I really like Lebanon bologna, and that's not from Lebanon, the country, but it's Lebanon, Pennsylvania. My family's originally from Pennsylvania. My grandma was Pennsylvania Dutch, and that was a thing. My grandparents owned a butcher shop, and so something they made, and it's like doesn't taste anything like bologna. It's like it's fermented. It's
Wow.
sort of like a salami, but you can get hot or sweet, and it's very good. Very few places have it around here.
Lebanon
I'll see it
bologna.
somewhere, but Lebanon bologna.
Nice.
Kind of tastes like not quite like a Slim Jim, but it has a little bit of that flavor. It's a little smoky. It's a little sweet. Fermented.
There's this Chinese sweet sausage that some of the cooks were bringing in.
It's like the red. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like sweet but spiced. I don't know. It might be. I'll try it.
I really like in Chinatown. I'll get a banh mi sometimes, which is it's when France colonized Vietnam, so it's kind of a fusion of French. It's in a French baguette, but then it's got like Asian like vegetables and meat inside. It's very good.
Yeah.
And it's funny because if you get a banh mi outside of Chinatown or at a food truck outside Chinatown, there's like $15. But if you get the real ones in Chinatown, they're like $3, and they're also a lot better.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, Annabelle and I ate at the Double Chin the other day. That's I've been there. I went there with Troy not too long ago, but we used to go there a lot. And it's kind of funny because it's owned by the Chin twins, and we met one of them once. And so the name's very cute, the Double Chin. It's got the double entendre.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's
it's
awesome.
American fusion, American Asian fusion. So there's a lot of fun stuff. They like ramen.
Yeah, for like
Fried
cooks and stuff, like they'll say like banh mi's or Cuban sandwiches are like their favorite sandwiches.
I'm a big fan of the Cuban too. I
They're
don't try
both
not to eat a lot
similar.
of sandwiches anymore because I'm trying to eat bread, but I do like banh mi.
Yeah, me too.
Plus, they're easy for me to smuggle into the movie theater.
Oh shit!
Just have a long sleeve shirt, just like. Whoo.
I always have my backpack up in Boston, so I just put it right in my backpack. Although honestly, the majority don't even. I remember one time we were up there, and Annabelle and I were at I forget the name, but anyway, we won 2 large pizzas, and we were like, well, now what the hell do we do with these pizzas? So we were going to the movies, and I was like, they're not gonna let us walk in with pizza, like a whole pizza, and she's like, they won't care, and they didn't. We just walked. We went in, got our tickets, and just walked into the theater with these whole pizzas. And it was cool. We ate our pizza there.
Nice.
The old at the theater we go to now, I always tell her, there's this, I call him the coffee Nazi. There's this one young dude wears combat boots, and he just walks around looking, and he'll yell at you if you have a coffee or whatever. He's like, pour that out. But everyone else doesn't give a shit.
I like movies where like people sneak stuff in, like in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like Charlie in the show. He has a big aluminum tray of like takeout spaghetti, like a big like catering tray almost size, and he's eating spaghetti in there.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's great. And they're drinking wine out of Diet Coke cans, I think.
Really?
That episode, yeah, but their lips are all stained red because they're drinking red
I
wine.
need to catch up. I used to watch that show all the time, but I'm way
I love that
behind.
show.
I like it too.
It's like the longest running live action sitcom now.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
of current day. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it might be all time.
I doubt that, but it's.
I just read it like yesterday off the internet. It has to be true, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think because most of the real long running shows weren't sitcoms, I guess. But
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I
got.
don't think it's the longest of all time.
I love that show though. It's good.
Because South Park's probably up there for long, but that's not live
But
action.
it's animated.
Yeah.
They don't age.
Well, I guess Simpsons too. Like that would be animation.
Yeah.
The Simpsons been on forever.
Yeah.
I've never watched, and I always say, and I see, I hate when people like, I never watch, all these shows that everyone loves because they're just trying to be like badass. And I don't mean that to be badass. I just actually never watched The Simpsons.
Yeah.
The only time I watched it was back in the day when it was just this little like 2-minute short in between stuff on Fox when it first started. Like it would be like in between the Tracy Ullman show and like Married with Children or something.
Yeah, I watched it then too, but I used to record it on VHS and take out the commercials and me and my friends would each have like full 6-hour tapes. Like we'd each have like 15 of them a piece. So we'd trade our Simpsons tapes, and we'd get stoned and draw pictures, and then that's how I got into art school.
Oh, well, that's cool.
Simpsons would be on in the background the whole time. Like, it was crazy.
Anyway. They let you in the art school just because of that? It's like, holy shit.
You watch The Simpsons
I
and
was
got
stoned as
stoned? You're in.
Hell yeah. Oh, and you could draw too? Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, that's the third thing. The drawing is the third pillar of art school. Simpsons, weed, and drawing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Who are your top 1,000 wrestlers from oldest to youngest in numeric order?
Starting with best or worst? Damn, we should start with best first and then work our way down. Hacksaw Jim Duggan is my number one.
Oh, tough guy.
Rick Rude, number 2. Slick, number 3, with his run-ins. That's his wrestling career.
I like Slick. Slick still looks about the same.
I know, he's the man. I just did a research project basically
on
on
a lot of the people in wrestling who lived a clean lifestyle still look very good because he was a non-drinker and non-drug user.
And they're so young while they're on camera too, you know.
Yeah, Sting. I don't know. There's not, most of the guys look pretty hard, even if they weren't wrestlers, like Slick. But I don't know if I've ever met Slick. Now I think about it. Seems like he must have been at a show, but I don't remember ever talking. No, maybe we did talk to him. I don't think so. I don't think I ever talked to him. He's never been on the show.
Yeah, he's just ministering right now. I'm sure he'd do an interview.
Yeah, he was at. I think he was somewhere recently because I saw pictures of him. I think he was at the gathering, not the ICP thing, but they had a gathering in Charlotte.
Yeah, you were talking
I'm
about
pretty
that.
sure he was there. I know he was there. Yeah, because that's where I saw pictures of him. I think he was with Spexon.
Mm-hmm. That's what I saw him in the pics with Spexon.
All right. So, well, that's all the questions. Not too many questions.
What?
Bunch of pussies.
Damn. Why weren't they paying attention to the questions? What the hell?
I don't know. But I need to know Santos World. He bought one of these shirts, but I'm not sure which one he wants because I've got many different ones, so he gets a choice. $20 each or 3 for $50. He bought one. I'm not sure what he wants. So we got World Class Championship Wrestling.
Oh.
We've got I keep forgetting this guy's name, but he was on the show. What is this guy's name?
No Chin Ellsworth.
Ellsworth.
James Ellsworth.
Right, James Ellsworth.
That's an awesome shirt.
The Deleter of Worlds.
Holy shit.
Is Matt Hardy and Bray Wyatt. That's probably, honestly, I might be able to get a lot for that.
That thing is actually going to be worth money, man.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Straight up, that'll be worth money. Because it's so niche and weird.
They weren't around together very long.
No. I had to question who that is.
Because this is the new face of America, and this was also a short-lived gimmick by Kevin Owens when he was U.S. champ, and he was the new face
Oh
of
my
America,
God.
Which is pretty.
That's fucking amazing. Yeah. I want that shirt.
These are all 3X, and actually a couple of them are 4X, so they're pretty.
I wear 3X when I go bicycling. Oh. I put a T-shirt over on my riding gear, so I don't look like a nerd in spandex. So I throw a cool T-shirt over everything. Is it on your Facebook page or do you just?
Maybe you can just message me if you want.
Okay, I'll just message you.
Yeah, you can either Venmo or whatever. This is
awesome.
Quite Manly, the Vaudevillian shirt.
Oh yeah.
Nice. I'm sure some people are all about that one.
Kind of even funny shirt, I guess. Even if you don't know who they were, the Quite Manly shirt's kind of funny. And then Finn Balor does not have Legos on it.
Damn.
The demon.
So El Santos World bought one earlier, but I'm not sure which one he wants. So.
I'll pick a good one, El Santo. There's a lot of good ones there, Mr. Santo.
I'll have more as the weeks go by because I was going through some old shirts. A lot of horror ones. I have those.
I'm actually getting paid at a job, so I could actually buy something, Jack.
All right. Well, yeah, they're cool. They're nice shirts.
Mm-hmm.
I only have one of each. I just.
I like that Kevin Owens one a lot.
I like it too. If it wasn't big, I'd just keep it because I like it too.
I can see myself doing wheelies with a Kevin Owens shirt with him with a cowboy hat and a fucking belt.
That's Uncle Sam hat, yeah.
That's so great. And he's Canadian.
Exactly.
Awesome. Yeah. I never saw the gimmick. I don't know that gimmick, so I got to look it up.
Yeah, it was very short-lived. It was still when I was still watching wrestling, though.
What is it called?
The New Face of America.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was when he was U.S. champ.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, that has to be something in the beginning.
I'm sure it's fucking terrible, but he made it okay.
All right. El Santos World decided to get the Eaters of Worlds. The Wyatt.
That's a good choice.
That's a good choice. I think that's a really cool and unusual shirt because that was really short-lived. They were tag champs, I'm pretty sure, for a while. Yeah. They had the feud, and then they became a tag for a little bit, and it didn't last very long. But I think I kind of remember it being pretty over, too.
I liked it.
Like a lot of things in WWE would get over, and then they just disbanded immediately.
Yeah, I think that's what got Matt to leave WWE. He's like,
Probably.
all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah. It's like, because obviously, physically, he's definitely, broken down. But he knows how to get himself over, so I don't, Honestly, I still think to this day he should really just go back to the delete stuff because people still chant it.
Yeah.
And when I was seeing him live, he was really over this last time that Dynamite, he was on the Rampage in the Battle Royal, and he was super, everyone chanting delete, and I was like, they should just do it because the guy, unfortunately, is, you could tell he's hurting, so it's kind of sad to see him. But he could do that delete stuff and not have to take a lot of bumps, be over, and they could do all the, the wacky stuff that they do. And
you could be an old school wrestling manager type too. Like,
yeah, and it's
over. His gimmick already has gray hair and being kind of.
It really was. It even influenced a lot of stuff at that time. It influenced the
shows you how
stuff.
He does have a good wrestling mind. Even with V2, that was amazing. He broke out. It was great.
Yeah, he's a guy for sure. If they would have been an AEW in the 2000s, he would have been a huge benefit of it because he got himself over many times. But
they fucking did him so dirty with that Lita thing.
Him and Christian were two guys that. They always saw Edge and Jeff as the two guys to push out of the group, and no matter what the other two guys did, they'd use them, but they would never get behind them. Yeah. And I think if you got behind Matt, who knows? But they would get behind guys that weren't over at all and push them to the moon, like
Vince
Baron
McMahon.
Corbin or something. If you would get behind someone who's actually really over, who knows what you could have done with them.
Oh yeah. Well, WWE likes pushing the guys that they get over, not the guys who get over organically. So
the V1 get really over. There's lots of stuff he did get over.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but what do you think about Jeff Hardy saying he wants another title run?
I did talk recently, and good for him to think that. I do think you should always try to aim for the stars or whatever, but the time's definitely passed. And even if he got mega over and stuff, the thing is, unfortunately, I feel bad for him in some ways, but I don't feel bad that he, drives when he's under the influence. You at this point, no matter what he would do to get over, let's say he got over and to warrant, doing some of, you just couldn't put trust in him to have him as your main guy.
Yeah, he'd have to be sober for a long time.
Yeah,
like a couple of years.
Yeah, and then by then he's going to be like 50.
His athleticness, like if he took care of himself truly, he could do it because it's all just like gymnastics. A lot of it is like.
Yeah, but I mean he's getting up there to do that, and
Yeah.
you can even tell when he does the stuff like it hurts, and that's not even very fun for me to watch.
I think he's praying every time that he's up there because he knows he's gonna die one of them.
And I don't know if he could do it at this point, but if he should have really changed the style once he got really over. And
yeah, I think Matt got all the brain power.
Yeah, and I don't because Matt's you could tell he's in a lot of pain too when he does stuff, and he didn't take nearly the bumps. So
yeah,
he's not as athletic guy, so he probably just got broken down. Wrestlers who didn't really do any bumps got broken down, like Ox Baker and stuff. So
yeah,
it's not a good thing for your body, obviously.
Yeah, just wrestling in general. I mean,
and carrying around all the weight from being all jacked too is not good on your body, actually.
No, because a lot of the guys, like Rey Mysterio, for example, had way more body weight on him than he should have, naturally, and I never really understood it because no matter how jacked Rey Mysterio got, he was still going to be tiny. So what was the real benefit of this? And then I think
your own body weight
really smashed his knees up. And you could say a lot about the same thing for Eddie when he really got over.
Yeah, he was way too big.
He was super jacked, and that probably led to a lot of the issues for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the doctor today, a surgeon, because I have to get carpal tunnel surgery. So I go in for the initial consultation, but so anyway, they put 2 needles in my wrist with cortisone in it, and so I got jabbed and injected in the wrist earlier today. But yeah, I don't know.
I hope you're all right.
I was leading to something, but yeah,
that's all right.
You're gonna become a world class. Was it a arm wrestler?
No, it was something about. No, I don't know. Working up to something. I don't know. Something.
I may have carpal tunnel. That's why I got this little wrist thing on.
Yeah.
It's like a switch.
I do too, but. Well.
Now this hat is too big. Look, so I didn't know I'd lose weight in my head when I lost a lot of weight. So this used to be actually maybe a little tight. Now it's so big, it's a fitted hat, that either I got to wear it like this and my ears stick way out, and that looks weird, or it just fits over my ears and it's still wiggling around.
You got to put paper in it. You got to stuff it.
Yeah, like a piece of cardboard.
I just look like a little child with this hat on.
No, I remember what I was going to say though, because I never weigh myself. So when I went to the doctor, I weighed myself, and I'm a lot lighter.
7 5/8. Yeah. Than
I used to, but I feel great because I'm not carrying a whole bunch of extra weight on me.
Yeah, same way.
I don't look at the scale, so it's surprising. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, I did for a long time, and then I stopped weighing myself. I used to weigh myself. Well, I used to weigh it every day, which is you don't really need to do that. But then I would weigh myself every week or something. But yeah, I don't really do that anymore. But you feel a lot better, obviously.
Yeah. It's about how you feel, not how much you weigh.
A lot mentally better too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Flex those guns.
Yeah. The Hogan.
I got a lot of excess skin, which I don't like to talk about, but that is why I wear 3/4 sleeves.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever. I'm here. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
All right. So, anything else on your mind in the world of wrestling, Jonathan Jackson?
No, not really. I mean, I was gonna say as far as the Jeff Hardy stuff, I was gonna say at least AEW still has Sting if Tony Khan does pull the trigger.
Yeah, do it.
True.
I like Sting.
So if he needs to, he can just shoot Venom. So.
Let's see. What do you guys think of? I was gonna bring this up earlier. Actually, what do you guys think about CM Punk going full heel and teaming with Wardlow to fight some of his battles? But let Wardlow talk. So for a while, and I still think it makes for fun TV when you don't know how the audience is going to react to Punk. And I kind of think Collision is going that direction overall, where some of the characters aren't necessarily traditional heel or face. It just depends on what the crowd reacts to, which I used to be really against. But I think a modern audience, really, it doesn't matter if you push a guy as a heel. If they like him, they're just going to cheer him anyway. So there is something I kind of like House of Black's a perfect example. They're kind of heels, but honestly, they love him. Samoa Joe's the same way. So the traditional wrestling fan, he's kind of against it, but I've kind of enjoy it quite a bit on Collision. But I do think for CM Punk, as just him alone, I think at this point, I would just go totally heel with him because he's good either way. But he is arguably like one of the best heels of modern wrestling. And the guy, when he's out there, his big strength is going after the audience or his opponent and really like being kind of venomous instead of the pipe bomb stuff. So I would just go full force heel with him. He's probably gets more boos than cheers now. It used to be really mixed, some places really over. And then it just became more boos than cheers. So my opinion, instead of fighting it, just go with it because it's not a bad thing because he's great at it. And to be perfectly honest, in a year or so, he'll be so good at it, it's going to win the crowd back over anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of like how Ricky Starks is doing. They're trying to turn him heel, but it ain't really working.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like modern booking, like they have contingency plans. They should if the crowd chooses for someone to go heel or face, they're like, well, if they want this, we can do this, or if they want that, because everyone's like more smarky, so they should anticipate differences.
On Collision, a lot of the feuds really aren't, except for Starks, are really trying to make him a heel, although I think you could put him in the same boat because Hobbs, all these guys like FTR even in a way, they're probably more face, but House of Black, a lot of these guys, they just have matches, and sometimes the crowd's into both of them a lot of times. And like I said, the traditionalist in me is like, I don't think this is right, but it works, so I kind of actually like it. But for Punk, if he'd go out there every week and just completely heel on the crowd and all the wrestlers, I say give him free range. Let him heel on Elite, all those guys, and if they're against it, you just sit them down and say, dudes, like, this is the wrestling business. You guys don't even understand the wrestling business if you don't want this guy to say stuff about you on our show. That's going to build to the audience wants to see this happen. Wrestling isn't built around friendships and like tea parties and stuff. It's about conflict. And the more conflict, the more people are going to want to see the matches. Of course, the in-ring match is more important today than ever, but the build to get to it is going to bring more people in to watch it. And I think they've already even proven that because the other week they had their highest rated Collision since the first show, and it was because they built up to these matches that people actually want to see them. They wanted to see Cole and MJF win the titles, and they didn't, but they built up to it really well. And the ratings were actually really good. It was almost as good as Dynamite for Saturday night. So just go with it. And like I said, I don't care about anyone. If Page doesn't like the Punk, whatever, I don't care. The guy hit him. I get all that. It's been over a year, whatever it's been. The crowd wants to see it. It's going to be better for the company. If it's better for the company, it's better for everyone who works there. And if you're not there to help the company, then you're not a good employee. Yeah, and they're vice president, so that should be in their benefit for the company to do better.
Yeah. There is a shelf life on the heat, though, too.
If you
you can't let it go for too long, much longer,
and then people start
because it'll be like cartoon. It'll be like a cartoon of what it is because it'll be like so old.
Look how much people talked about this promo by Punk off air. It wasn't even on TV. It was off air, like a minute thing where he talked about Hangman Page. And it's literally the news everywhere and all over social media. It's all I see. Meltzer's everyone's talking about it. Use your mind, guys. If he would do that on TV and you guys do that on Dynamite to him, this is going to be big stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And let him be the heel. That's fine.
I wrote down that Phil is like the kind of guy who will like get in an elevator with you, fart, hit the shut door button, and ride it down with you while laughing at you.
I don't know.
In the elevator with his own fart. You know, he's the kind of guy who enjoys other people's pain, kind of. So I think that's why he's in a natural heel.
Yeah, he's an
asshole.
I'm a big fan. I love him.
I'm an
I
asshole.
think he's right in this stuff to begin with, but just do it. Let him do it on TV. Come out there. I look forward to him, but I would really look forward to every week. Oh, what the hell is he going to say if they would just let him go out there and say what he wanted?
That'd be great.
Let the other guys do the same thing. I mean, the problem is those guys. They're just not. I'm not saying they're not good because I think they're all very good wrestlers, but none of them are on his level on the microphone. So they're not going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've seen the box can be pretty good. I actually think. I don't know. Just let them go out there and trash Punk. I don't care.
Well, they won't do it on Dynamite. They'll do it on like Being the Elite.
Yeah, they probably won't even do it on that. What they'll do is they call up Meltzer and sneak stuff in where then Meltzer will put out these reports that like make Punk out to be this thing.
Terrible.
It's just a really sneaky,
it doesn't need. It needs to be shocking and not leaked.
Yeah, just go out there.
It needs to be a flood, not a leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, be a man about it. For whatever you think of Punk, at least he says it to people's faces.
Yeah.
But everyone wants to see it. Just run with it. Don't be a baby, and he's not even supposed to even mention the box. It's like, you guys are being like losers.
Mention who?
If they did the Bucks, he's not by his contract. He's not supposed to mention the Bucks.
Yeah.
Box. What is a box?
The Young Bucks.
The Bucks. The Young
Bucks. Bucks. Okay.
They'll sue his ass.
You Yankee. Dang Yankee. With all your weird pronunciations. Anyway.
And
sorry,
you don't
Jack.
have to be best buddies with guys you wrestle. Lots of Hitman and Shawn Michaels hated each other. Probably had more reason to hate each other.
Yeah, fucking money, dude. Get the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but HBK, he can't mention Bret Hart by his contract.
He just calls up Wade Keller, and he's like, "Hey, buddy, put this out about Bret Hart."
Yeah, that crybaby Maple Leaf guy. You should call him Brett or Wet Fart instead of Bret Hart.
I preferred Bret Hart over Shawn Michaels back in the day. I liked that style.
Me too. I hated Shawn Michaels, but I was a mark.
Oh yeah, no, I never liked him, but I mean, I would never say he wasn't good because that'd be crazy. But I liked the Bret Hart style better.
Yeah. When
I prefer Punk style over and I would never say Kenny Omega is bad. He's a great wrestler. So I prefer a Punk style though. It's the same way with Bret Hart. I mean, he does springboards and stuff, but it's a style that's not quite as crisp, but it looks more like you're actually trying to hurt your opponent. Now that's what I like. Where the other stuff is. It's fun to watch, but it's clear that these guys are like the Young Bucks style is clear, like they're working with the other people to do cool spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that.
They can do other stuff
standing
like
there
when they
to
work with
catch.
Yeah, and that's
or
fine, but it's not
to help them flip.
Yeah,
or
it's spots, but not all the time.
Yeah, I've learned to just accept that as modern wrestling. But I would prefer
I don't like it.
That's why I like the idea of Punk in there, Daniel Bryan.
FTR.
Well, I met guys that are like of another era in a way because I think that those guys can bridge because they still do modern stuff. They do moves and stuff. It's not like they want to wrestle like a 70s style. But they can also help with the foundation of wrestling for like the younger guys. And I think a lot of that is what they're bitching about now, saying that Punk had this argument with Jack Perry, but I didn't think it was an argument. It sounded like he was just explaining to him really just how to become a better wrestler.
Yeah, just slow it down.
That's not a negative. That's a positive. You should listen to veterans. And that is a thing. A lot of the guys that are because it seems like everyone on Collision, all they do is praise Punk as a locker room leader. And the anti-guys that are Punk, they're guys that have been on record like Page, and not just Punk, but they don't like to listen to veterans.
Yeah.
And I get the idea that you don't want to, if someone's just like a Jim Cornette, if they're just completely like you can't do it, like they just think you completely suck and do nothing, that's not beneficial either. But if you have someone who's like, oh yeah, you can do these cool things you do, but only do 2 of them and tone it down, now that's something that can actually help you.
Yeah.
Because they were there before.
Yeah. With artwork, I don't like looking at other people who do the similar thing to me, because I don't want to be like I subconsciously put something in my work from theirs. So I do kind of keep myself in the dark with some stuff, but I do take criticism though too, because I think it makes me better.
When I started with In Your Head, I stopped listening to interviews for a long time because I didn't want to ask stuff that other people asked, and also I realized that sometimes you have to make an interview, so because you can't just go in thinking, well, everyone who listened to this already heard all these other interviews. Sometimes it might be the only interview they've heard of this guy. So I didn't want to also not ask something that should be asked just because someone else asked it. So if I didn't listen to anything, it would be my own interview. That's how I looked at it when I first started.
Now you just ask all the same questions. You're like, fuck it.
He has a sheet.
I'm like, what did
just
Meltzer
the sheet?
Ask? I'm like, fuck it. What did Dave Meltzer ask this horror guy?
Just call it the 13 questions. Have Nikhil write them.
I'm just gonna
just 13 questions.
Ask the wrestler what he thought of. What did you think of Kenny Omega in the Budokan Hall against?
And slip one Lexar. Barbara Welter's question.
Are you intrigued? Do you think Cliffhanger is the best movie?
I wonder if Barbara Walters has a camera in her coffin, just like with the Vaseline coated lens, just like on her face. So it's all blurry, so you can't tell her wrinkles, or like a rigor mortis now. But
I got my shirt. They sent me the wrong one. I had to send it back. It was a big hassle, but they finally sent me the right one.
Settle the score.
Nice.
Blood and guts. I wanted to get this because it was
awesome.
the show I went to in Boston, and they sold out in Boston.
Ah.
And then I found it was $10 cheaper just to order it online anyway.
Shysters.
It's so weird. Don't you think if you're at the show, you should be appreciated and get a bonus as, hey, now you can buy these shirts because you paid to be at this show.
They should give them to you.
No.
I mean, not give to you, but okay, they're $5 cheaper. Instead of 30, they're 25. Instead, they go the opposite. You paid to be here. Now you got to pay $40 for this shirt instead of 30. Like,
it's your fault they had to carry the merchandise and bring it to you.
Mike Rotunda is doing the books. He's like, you gotta get What is it?
The line was insane. I almost was just gonna stay in line because I like the shirts that you can't. I thought you wouldn't be able to buy it online because it's specific to the event, but they
maybe they priced them so high they had so many left over.
No, they sold them all out. That's
they knew they were gonna.
You just said that.
The lines were insane.
I'm sure this earlier merch right now in the company's history, if it goes on for a long time, is going to be worth like so much fucking money. So save your shirts, Jack.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if I mean, I wish I did save.
They'll be
all
worth
my
a lot
ones
of
from the
money.
90s, but yeah, I don't know. You know, things
I think
go,
they will.
Things go like this, so who knows? Who knows? I don't know. You know, they might be.
If supply is low and demand is high, anything.
Yeah, but do I?
Because eBay and
do I
stuff
have to keep 'em
regulates
for
prices.
Do I have to keep them for 30 years?
Come on, you got 30 years.
I don't know.
Come on. All you got to do is put them in another box.
I'll be like 70-something years old.
Look at my John Moxley T-shirt, younger
By then you could.
8,000 Denny's.
In 30 years, you probably just like put on your phone and you're like, oh, that was a cool shirt back in 1972. Oh, bam! You hit a button and it makes you an AI version of the shirt.
Yeah, you just can wear an NFT.
Walk around naked all day, but just have a hologram
everyone
on.
just sees you. Yeah, except for if you have the glasses like from They Live and they're like, oh shit, that guy's dong's hanging out.
They'd be like X-ray glasses.
Holy
Someone
shit,
just
Jack's
hacks.
really hung.
Is that guy taking a shit over there? Just poop falls out of his hologram.
Really big butthole.
Have a tunnel animation coming out of it.
Has anyone asked Bryan? Because I always wanted to ask Lanny Poffo before he passed away about the Poffo, but he was finally asked about it by Sean Oliver.
I heard
then
that.
My plan was to ask him to go even further, and I wanted to know if he did the Poffo to completion.
By that time, he was clamming up a lot.
So I never got the chance. So has anyone? My question is: has anyone ever asked Brian Knobbs about his large butthole? And
I'll
if
research
not,
it.
This is my new white whale to get Knobbs
Dude,
back
you have
on and
to.
ask about his butthole.
You're the perfect one to do it, Jack. You are. This is like one of your destinies. Like you have to get this over with to get to better things.
Used to be I wanted to talk to Roddy Piper. I did that. I never got to ask about the Poffo to Lanny Poffo. I had the shot. I should have. He was a real asshole to me actually at New England Fan Fest, but I should have asked.
That'd have been the perfect time.
Well,
yeah, I should have.
I have kind of sparked this conversation with my upload of. Did you see it, Jonathan? Before I took it down.
What was that?
Brian Knobbs' asshole. I posted it to my page, like my new wrestling page, and they took it down like in day one.
Display photo.
Yeah,
I didn't see that. What the hell?
Yeah, I found it on the internet and I put it on my new little page thing.
So if you don't know though, the first time it ever came up anywhere was New Jack brought it up on In Your Head.
Full circle, Jack. We gotta go full circle.
And the story was like they were feuding at the time, and so the whole history was
circle.
Somehow Knobbs like sent a picture of him mooning New Jack, but for some reason he leaned over and spread his cheeks, and like his butthole was exposed, which isn't the normal way you moon someone. And his butthole was very big, like a gaping butthole. It was very strange.
It's like he unclenched.
Yeah, and so
deeply.
So on the show, New Jack texted me the photo. And this was when we were audio only, not video.
He did it on. And he called in, didn't he?
Yeah,
no.
He was on the phone. It was on during an interview with New Jack.
That's so fucking hilarious. I've listened to that a million times.
Yeah. So then I don't know if New Jack then leaked that photo online, or I shared it with people.
It's out. It's easy.
Well, yeah, but this was like 10 years ago.
No, yeah.
When it was just texted to New Jack. So I don't know how it went from that to. I mean, I assume New Jack was probably texting to everybody at the time.
I heard Raven.
Knobbs was trying to get to New Jack, but it really backfired because it was just like, why is your butthole so big?
Oh my god! No, it's everywhere now. Mm-hmm. It's hilarious. You could do 10-year recap. You could do like a little video package recapping it, and then like play.
I'm starting to think that's why I got totally kicked off TikTok, because I uploaded the highlight of that. I didn't put in the photo, but it was. I didn't know when I was uploading stuff on TikTok. They're very strict on language and stuff because I just got a strike on Without Your Head for something. So but the In Your Head one was just completely banned forever. So I'm gonna try to make a new one, but I'll edit out language. I have to put little beeps or something.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that care. Instagram seems totally fine with all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna check
Amazon's
out social
really
medias
strict
soon.
with t-shirts. The internet's just passing me by. Like I feel that I'm much more tame than I used to be.
But you're getting more shit about it though too.
Yeah, way more than I ever have.
No, it's just because the world kind of sucks right now. We got to break it out. And you will come out as one of the leaders because you've been doing this the whole time, Jack.
Not if I'm kicked off every platform.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Nah. Well,
I'll have to be on InfoWars with Alex Jones or something.
We could do a Twitch live stream. We could have like video capture and like play wrestling videos in the background and have like all the kids give us $10.
Now I'm worried about this show.
Build an empire.
I'm worried about this show because friggin' Lexar dropped the N-bomb on the show. And,
oh, what the hell he did?
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to edit that out.
Lexar, you asshole! Quit it. Don't talk about Nazis or racist or fucking political shit.
It wasn't that, not that N-word, a different N-word. But yeah.
I don't even want to know. I don't.
You're never supposed to say never. Why would you use that N word?
Exactly.
Oh.
Say he called me a nincompoop. But yeah, I wrote down the time cue, but anyway, I don't know exactly when we started. Hopefully, I'll be able to find it. And it's just one word, so I said it twice, but I think I'll be able to edit it out.
Yeah. Come on, Lex.
But I'm definitely not going to try to monetize this episode at the moment.
Stupid.
Yes. So anyway, I think on that note, it's almost 3 a.m. So we will be back next week because I wasn't sure on the dates and stuff, but I'm flying to LA on the 24th, so that's Thursday. So I'll be fine to do a show Tuesday night. But that'll be the last live show for maybe just 1 week, I think. Let me look. So I'm leaving the 24th. I get back the 4th. Yeah, so probably just the 1 week. I'll probably just be out on the 29th. Depending if I'm really tired after getting back on the 4th. But I'll probably be fine for the show on the 5th. So it'll just be 2 weeks we'll be off, so that's no big deal. But we'll be here live next week. And then I'm going to LA from 24th to 31st to film Psycho Ape 2, which you can still help out on the crowdfunding if you like. And I'm also going to do specials for the Once and Future Smash Blu-ray, which originally was going to come out this fall, but because of strikes, because it's a SAG film, is going to be delayed till next year. But it'll be out. So we're going to do a commentary track and maybe with some behind-the-scenes interviews and stuff. And then the 31st, I fly to Virginia, and I'll be there till the 4th for Genre Blast, where I actually have 4 films playing that weekend, which is very exciting. So the Once and Future Smash is a movie I came up with the idea. I wrote a lot of the jokes. I produced it. That'll play. End Zone 2, which I'm in. They play back-to-back. And also a movie I did 7 years ago I actually thought was just never going to come out. It's playing that weekend, Cryptids, with me and Joe Bob Briggs. That's very exciting. I've not even seen
That's
that.
awesome.
So it's my first time to get to see it. And then a movie I just designed some 8-bit stuff for, but it's still cool. That's going to play there. Fat, Fleshy Fingers. And but we were up for a lot of awards, which is exciting. Best feature, best comedy. Best feature, best comedy, best midnight movie, Friend Zone 2. Best ensemble cast, Friend Zone 2, which includes me and Trista Robinson from Without Your Head and a bunch of people. That's very cool. Best actors in the Once and Future Smash. Actually, both leads are up. Bill Whedon and Michael St. Michaels from The Greasy Strangler. They're also up for best on-screen duo. I don't know. It's up for like almost everything. Best score. So it's very exciting. There's one award. I think it's best. Forget what it is. Best mockumentary or anthology, and all 3 movies are in. So I'm going to win that.
Yeah, as I said, you can't lose.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
sweet.
Yeah. But it'll be a fun time. I've never been to. It's apparently in the friggin' middle of. It's in the mountains of Virginia, and I didn't know this going in. But we actually fly into Washington D.C. And then it's like, some people I'm with are renting a car. But it's like an hour away. I'm not sure why you book a festival so far away from any place in the world. But
yeah.
So anyway, we find it in Washington D.C. and then we drive into.
Like Aspen, Colorado. That's not a good place to have anything except for skiing. But they do it anyway.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. I've never been to Virginia, so that'll be fun.
That's
and
awesome.
I think
At least it isn't West Virginia, right?
No, it's not. Jason, the bearded intro is going to come out.
I love
but
intro.
He can't get off work.
Intro.
Intro is going to come out, but he's a bitch.
What a bitch.
But
I love intro.
Friends are coming out, I believe. Robin Anderson's going to drive out.
Me and Intro have been chatting lately on Facebook. It's fun. He's a good guy.
A good guy. Yeah, he don't answer me if I message him. No, I'm just
what
kidding.
did you do, Jack?
I don't want people to really think
What did you do to him?
A lot of stuff I say on the show, and I know I'm joking, but then I realize not everyone knows I'm joking.
What did you do to... I don't even know his actual name. John? The guy from Scrubs, is he that guy?
Travis McNeil.
JD?
Yeah, JD.
I just think... Yeah, I don't know what he actually goes by. But... Can I talk about my little Facebook group thingy?
No. Yeah, of course.
No, but I put a new Facebook group. It's called Bruce's Bodacious Wrestling Warehouse, and it's for all of my spammy videos that I just put up. I'm gonna have my warehouse there, so if anyone wants to spam the shit out of that page with wrestling anything, do it, because that's what the warehouse is for. Overflow, brain overflow. So
do it up.
Yeah, and so yeah, everyone join, because it's like a compliment to In Your Head, just like all my weird shit and yours. Everyone can join. Excellent. And we could be a big happy In Your Head family. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's my spiel.
Bob. Big thanks if anyone out there would like to help support the show. You can become a member. I'm gonna open a Patreon when I get back. I've got some ideas for that.
That's awesome.
Because there's a lot of expenses now. But anyway, you don't have to, because we're gonna keep doing the show. But if you would like to, there's all kinds of different things you can get. And the shout out to our Headyverse members, Travis Sandow, Craig Jolly, Stephen Butler, Baylor Dre. That might be used to be Taylor Dre. And Hall of Famer Steven Simmons, Simply Ravishing, a Maccabee, yeah. Vic Schiavone, Brian Matthew Cluttars, Dadpool on YouTube, Double Guns, Bang Bang, The Geek Getaway, Tech Dingoes, and our producers here, Bruce, and El Santos World.
I got money, so I gave it to Jack. They told me not to, but I did it anyway.
Who told you not to? Fuck those bitches.
The voices in my head. Randy Orton got me on that shit. That motherfucker.
Oh.
I did punch a mic one week. I felt like a real jackass. I actually punched the mic.
I got one more of those cards in the mail.
I can't really. I can punch left-handed, but my microphone is right here, and so it's kind of awkward because I kind of gonna go up or go around. So if you wonder why I don't throw a lot of left jabs, I don't want to hit my microphone. I'm just so fucking powerful. Fucking Southpaw Jones over here. Sometimes when Intro does the real long intros, I kind of tire myself out doing the shadow box. What are you saying, Brucey?
I got a new one of these cards, and I forgot what I got, and the sticker's over the face anyway. So we'll
like Eric Bischoff.
It's someone in a suit. So I got the suit one, and so let's.
I'm guessing Eric Bischoff.
Okay, so mind frame
looks
here.
Like a woman, maybe.
It kind of looks like a woman.
And I see some boobies. Maybe it's
Booby Rollins.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's Seth Rollins.
Seth freaking Rollins
in his fucking suit. So yeah, you could get that too.
And he's not in his whacked out suit.
Yeah, and so now I have a grand total of 6 of them. So you can order as many as you want. That's why I keep putting that.
Six.
So I have Undertaker. I have Lita. No, not Lita.
Lita.
What's her name?
Fire her! She broke kayfabe. I thought this shit was real.
Gail Kim.
Can't believe she's not married to Dirty Dom.
I got Macho Man.
Yeah,
they have that one still available. I got. I have 5, I guess. Here's Stone Cold. Hell yeah.
I can't do a good Stone Cold. I can't do really good.
Hell yeah. It's fine.
What?
And then we got the new one. What does that say? It does say Seth freaking Rollins. That's pretty freaking cool, if you ask me.
Freaking text on something else. Me personally.
That's pretty awesome. If you're like a poor ass like white trash person and get prepaid cards like this
That's
and
racist.
use them.
Now Jonathan Jackson can't get them.
Okay. Every poor person.
All right, there you
anyway,
go.
they can get this Seth freaking Rollins and show that they're white. That they're poor.
They're white. I know.
No, right. I was going to say white trash, but I didn't want to exclude everyone.
Yeah, I know. It made me laugh though.
Sorry, I paused. I'm Southern, so I have a cadence, and anyway, I have to explain that all the.
No, I like it.
Freaking time.
I was watching. I don't really watch the show, but this was on. Oh, I think my mom was watching it, and it was what's the show with the Pawn Stars, and a guy actually had a James Bond credit card. He was getting like a lot of money for it.
Hell yeah, that's cool. And I also I met this person in real life. I was like, dude, you're jacked, and he's like, yeah, here's my card, and it's just like him in a fucking Speedo. Dang. I was standing next to him. He was getting a soda at a convenience store.
Did he just have Speedos on at the convenience store?
He was wearing jorts. He was wearing cut off jean shorts to show off his big fucking legs.
Showing off his big cock.
I don't know. I think he was hitting on me, but but he was huge, and I got his card.
All right, cool.
Now I could see his cock if I want to. Wait.
I feel really lame about this, but I have the 7-Eleven app on my phone because I go up to Boston a lot, and there's a 7-Eleven that's all these bums hanging out. It's derelict city and stuff.
Were they both white and black? All the bums? Okay, awesome.
White, probably. But they're all, and they open the door for you, then they're trying to get money. But anyway, so they're one of the only open places at night, though, for coffee. But then I found out not even a half mile away over at the Emerson College, which is a pretty upscale college. It's a film school and stuff.
Yeah.
Not even a half mile away, they have a 7-Eleven that's actually part of the building, and it's all pristine and nice.
Oh, wow.
And they got sliders, but anyway, they have a coffee machine that grinds the fucking coffee. It's got the whole beans there. and it grinds a coffee for each cup. I was like, how can this 7-Eleven be so superior to this fucking 7-Eleven, like the same price? And then not only can you get that, then it's got a machine that does all the like flat whites and and double espressos and all these and cappuccino stuff. So I go in there for like $1.50. I can get an extra large coffee like this fucking big, and so I do the double espresso.
Wow.
Like, I do like 2 or 3 double espressos, then I do like a large coffee in it. So I get a black coffee with like 4 espresso
They're called
shots.
like red eyes or something.
That's what it is if you go order it at a regular coffee shop. But I can just make my own machine for like $1.50. And I'm like,
fucking awesome.
So then I get the 7-Eleven app, and so I zap it every time I go and get my big ass coffee, instead of going and paying $5 for one at another coffee shop. And then you get points, and now I get like a free like taco roll or whatever, and I'm like, living large here at the Fancy Lad 7-Eleven over at Emerson College.
You gotta tell the homeless people about it.
Yeah, no, I'll be hanging out.
Imagine how much money they can get holding open those doors.
Exactly.
Yeah, no shit. I live on in a college town, so they have the nice stuff on campus and all the poor people stuff outside of it.
So I use my my apps just to see, every once in a while it looks like, oh, maybe there's a restaurant around here I've never been to. And so it popped up Twisted Wings or something, Twisted Chicken or something. And it's like it's just like a chicken tender place, but I'd never been there. I was like, it was late at night. Maybe I'll just grab something before I get on the bus. And so I went up there, and it was the same area. And so I went to go in, and there was a guy checking you had to actually have an Emerson College ID to get into the Twisted Chicken. I was like,
yeah. I've been wanting to go to like student dining halls and eating there because they have culinary students cooking the food.
Oh, that's cool.
But then in the food sciences building at Iowa State, which is an agriculture college for the world kind of, but like they have creamery, they make ice cream. The food science people make ice cream and sell it out of the food science building in this little store that they built. So fresh that day ice cream, like 35 flavors.
Yeah.
And I found it because I rode my bike past the building one day. I found nugget of gold.
For some reason in what was it? It was a math class. I think it was algebra for some reason. It was an advanced algebra class because I was in advanced math. And for some reason, we made root beer in algebra.
Weird.
And I think it was supposedly because like something about like the math equation, but it was really lame. It was fun to do. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't understand why it was.
You're like a teacher brewed beer, and they wanted to bring their craft into the classroom with root beer.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you brew it the same.
Yeah, but I didn't even I think it would probably even be more apt for science because in science class we learned slime and stuff.
That's that dude's main hobby. Or they just wanted to be like, hey, how do I work this in? Yeah, like when I put wrestling or put weird post on IYH and then put a wrestling singlet in the comments to tie it back to wrestling.
Exactly.
That's what I do on my group now, so I don't have to skirt the rules.
Bodacious Bob used part of the new Midnight Express. Bodacious Bob or was it Bodacious Billy? Bodacious Bob and it was Bob Holly and Bart. No, it was Bart Gunn and Bob Holly, right? So it was Bodacious Bob and Battle. It wasn't what the hell were their names? I'm pretty sure it was Bodacious Bob. I gotta look this up now.
I grew up with Bill and Ted and Ninja Turtles.
I'm interviewing Diane Franklin Thursday from
those movies.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
I'm trying to find the names.
I'm claiming Bodacious for me because Bruce is Bodacious.
Bodacious Bart and Bombastic
Bart Gunn.
Bob.
Yeah.
God, what terrible names.
Yeah.
What would we call us? Joltin' Jack? Bodacious Bruce?
And Joltin' Jackson. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
And Jiggly Jackson. Getting jiggy with it, Jackson.
Just have two Joltons in the group.
Or like Jumpin' Jack Jackson.
Jumpin' Jack Jackson.
Jumpin' Jonathan Jackson.
Jumpin' Jonathan Jackson. There you go.
He could come up with his own. That's kind of lame. That's like Jumpin' Jim Brunzell. I always thought that was kind of goofy.
I do like the idea that two of them are just Joltin', though. That's pretty good.
Joltin'
Jack Jones and Joltin' Johnson Jack. God, that's a mouthful. I don't know if I can.
That's what she said.
Hey, all the rats here. When I first got online in the early days, there was like this message board that was devoted to ring rats, and I checked a couple of years. It was probably several years ago, maybe 10 years ago, and it's not there anymore. But it was like all these rats, and they would tell like stories of beating the wrestlers. And like who was like good to them and who wasn't, and like how they were hung. And who knows how real any of it was, but if it still was around, we'd read it weekly on In Your Head, because it doesn't matter if it was true or not, as long as it was entertaining.
Yeah, it needs to be a Dark Side episode of Just the Rats.
Yeah.
There's like the internet time machine.
I don't want to say who it is because I like the wrestler, but a couple times it came up for me to interview his wife because she was like a supposed famous ring rat before she married him. And I was like, it just seems mean. I don't want to do that. Because he's like just this
Ring
nice dude.
Rat Forum. Do you know what the name of the forum was?
No.
Okay, I'll try to find it.
It might have been on the old message board, but I don't think that's even...
For IYH?
Yeah, I don't think that's accessible anymore.
I found you guys through like an app conglomeration of different channels, and I picked yours out of like 10 different shitty ones. I don't know how...
on, no, it's not. I always want to say onewrestling.com. It's not like live audio wrestling. Liveaudiowrestling.com was the first channel we were on.
Like
it was at the time. Originally, it was us, Wrestling News Live, Get in the Ring, and Monday Night Mayhem. And then over years, like they added stuff. I don't think we're there anymore. I know we actually tried to leave many times, and they just wouldn't take us off. But I don't know if they ever eventually did or not.
Live Audio Wrestling what?
I think it's .com. I don't know if it even exists anymore.
Yeah.
Then they used to do their awards and stuff.
But
they have a Wikipedia. Oh no, that's the law. That's not it. Shit, what was it? Intro would know if he was here. It's not Live Audio Wrestling because that's the law. That's a show out of Canada. It was
Wrestling Audio Live.
Maybe it's just Audio Wrestling.
Just backwards.
Might have just been Audio Wrestling. Because I remember there was a guy, one of the admins was called Audio Wrestling Bryan. If Golgo is in the chat room, he would know too.
Yeah, I had like a little LG flip phone, one of those sidekick phones with the keyboard, and it was like a little widget.
AudioWrestling.com. It actually just brings you to
.com.
Yeah, but it just brings you. They must not have the website anymore. It just brings you to their Facebook page.
Facebook. Okay. But it was you and like 15 other podcasts, and they were all ones like in people's bedrooms with like the shittiest mics, and it like one guy just like trying to be the angry video game nerd. Or
apparently
like stuff.
This whole Facebook page is
trash.
Is just completely overrun by bots. It's nothing but like the things that we delete off the group. It's just random videos of stuff that has nothing to do with wrestling. So apparently I don't believe this site actually exists at all.
AudioWrestling. So I can spam that site too?
I mean, it just brings you to the Facebook page. And
I'm joking.
I mean, if you want to, but there's
nothing. Yeah, exactly. I'll take it over. I'll claim it as mine.
It is just filled with bot spam.
I'll make it my page, so we can go there.
I could probably find some stuff on the Wayback Machine.
Heck.
Does that still work?
I think they're going to take it down. Internet Archive, I heard that they might be taking it down lately. I'm not sure. It's just like a thing I read.
I always known it as the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, that's Rocky and Bullwinkle.
No, it'll be around forever.
Yeah, someone will take it.
It's going to be like Wikipedia.
Yeah, hopefully.
AudioWrestling.com.
Because that's what people are like banking on. That things will be around forever.
I mean, they got the same model as Wikipedia. I don't know if you've been to it lately, but they've got the donation links like Wikipedia does.
Okay. I haven't been to it lately.
Yeah, it's showing.
I go and look at my old MySpace page sometimes. Or I try.
2006. Let's go back to then.
I gotta get a drink. 1 second.
Well, I'll probably be leaving here soon, but yeah, it's just the splash page, Joe, so you don't really see anything. Oh no, it has some stuff up here now. Playing Wrestling Talk Radio, Wrestling News Live, Monday Night Mayhem. See, they didn't even give us any recognition at that time. That's why we always wanted to leave. They're assholes to us. Then they just wouldn't let us leave for some. Like, we left, and that's why we made our own message board, because we all shared our message board. But
yeah, I was never around for the message board stuff. I discovered you all through YouTube.
There was some good stuff on there, but I mean, I don't know if it's good is the right term, but there was stuff on there.
Sure, it was good times for what it was.
Oh, here we go. This is really strange because, so let me share this. So here's the old. This is from the Wayback Machine. So they've got the archives up here, like so they got Jackie Gata was on and Paul Rome was on Monday Night Mayhem. Oh, it's just changed because now Dave Meltzer's here. It did show us for another guest. Oh, it showed us for Playboy Buddy Rose, but it had a picture of me.
Okay.
We had Dave Meltzer on at that time. Wrestling Talk Radio. Man, it must have been some Vince news.
Hey, bro. How's it going?
All creepy here.
I'm doing my Triple H impression. This is when he's jacked. Like, sorry, I'm kind of sweating.
It's all right.
Pardon me. Hi.
Was Dave talking about the Elite back in the day?
Maybe.
This is new guys, the Young Bucks.
He did talk about the Young Bucks pretty early and Kenny Omega, but they, I don't know if probably not quite then. Oh yeah, look here. Look, well, this one we had. Look, they even show like an old hand-drawn picture of us back down here.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I have to find that. I could probably put on a shirt. That's
you have to. Can you put one on the front and the big one on the back, like
yeah, like this. That's our
that in the front, or on the back would be. You're better.
The big hand-drawn picture on the back, and this on like the front.
Yeah, on the pocket, like a pocket, if like placement. You know what I'm saying? But you don't have to have a pocket.
Well, I guess they showed everyone's picture because I thought it was weird. It says One Warrior Nation and Jessica Hatch. Well, that was a hell of a show. But it's got a picture of me. But I guess they did that for everybody. The square and circle. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know any of these shows. Other than IYH, I don't know any of these shows.
Yeah, I think Wrestling News Live is. I know Monday Night Mayhem is not around. What was WW? Wrestling Weekly, but That's what I always have a problem with Colt Cabana. He always takes credit for being the first wrestler to do a podcast, but Wes Thatcher was doing Wrestling Weekly for years before Colt Cabana ever did it. And Barry Horowitz actually hosted a show on there too for before us. So those are two wrestlers that were doing podcasts before Colt Cabana.
And then Colt killed him.
Yeah, I don't know if Wes Thatcher still does shows or not. He must be getting up there though. I don't think we ever had Les on. I know him, so maybe we'll get him on. Anyway, I think we should probably take off. But I had a good time.
I'm glad I woke up, and I'm glad Jonathan Jackson came.
Yeah, you guys both came in late. I thought I even said earlier on the show. Again, I knew I was joking, but I don't know if anyone else did. I was like, "Oh yeah, Bruce quit in your head."
I thought there might be some kind of like thoughts, but I don't. Everything's the same. Blah.
Just a piece of advice out there for the world. Anyone who follows me, if I say something, it's either completely just nonsensical, there's no reality to it, just something I'm goofing around with. There might be a slimmer of reality and goofing around, or it might be completely real. So it's up to you to figure it out.
Yeah. And I wanted to be on IYH since the first day. I wanted to meet Jack and Incher and Jonathan Jackson and Tazo and Vic and Steven, and it's not about
all the way
me.
from Toronto. Whoa.
Yes, I love Steven. So like I wanted to meet all the people that I hear about, and that's the blessing of calling into In Your Head, is because you can, and I am, and that's all I care about. And Jack's 6-pack thing. But otherwise, it's all for the love of wrestling to me.
The love of the Headyverse.
And the Headyverse.
And I might say some crazy things, but everything that I'm saying is 100% factual, and I'm not kidding at all.
Oh my God.
I'm not kidding. Oh, wait.
I think I'm gonna start doing this on my head every show. Like the new Dr. Luther.
Oh man.
I found. Were you here, Jackson, when I found pictures of Dr. Luther in his prime?
No, I don't think so.
You know Luther and AEW.
Yeah. Jericho's friend.
Yeah, and he always talks about him being like this great, like, and I was like, man.
That white guy.
Yeah, this is him normally.
Yeah.
But I was like, I don't know. I never even heard of the dude before he was in AEW, and they act like he was some like great dude. So I don't know. So I looked him up, and now looks can be deceiving. Maybe he was great, but I have my doubts when I looked him up. Let me find.
I would. Who is that?
That's Dr. Luther back in his prime.
That's fucking awesome.
When he's the king of the world.
He looks like Blackula. Like straight up, that's Blackula.
I mean, maybe he's fantastic, but I don't know.
Yeah, Blackula.
No one can claim that they've seen him wrestle.
I was thinking about Ralphus. And not Rufus. What the fuck? Ralphus is what I was thinking of when you said that.
I tried to get Ralphus on the show. Dr.
He's
Luther,
dead now.
Yeah. Dr. Luther wrestled in Cloverdale. He sucked. What's Cloverdale? Isn't that a TV show about
that
like,
movie
college or something?
No, Archie. It's the Archie reboot, isn't it?
He wrestled on the Archie TV show. Or he wrestled in a comic book.
That sounds like I need some of this.
Did he wrestle
for that.
Jughead to like to a time limit?
Like I think Archie's bisexual in that show or something weird. Like it's very like issue oriented.
Well,
they're going for the modern teen now instead of the like summer camp type.
I don't know what this Cloverdale is. British Columbia, Canada. Huh.
Oh. That sounds cool.
Yeah. Well. was part of AOD, the Army of Darkness.
Oh my!
So
he was Black Theo.
Yeah. So was he a vampire then? Who's a better wrestling vampire, Dr. Luther or Gangrel?
Or Kevin Thorne?
Oh, good point. Good point.
Vampiro too.
Oh my God! I didn't even think of this.
It's a fatal 4-way.
Dr. Luther is my new favorite vampire wrestler, but I like a lot of them. Kevin Thorne's like ballet. She was fucking hot. What's her name?
Yeah. She was on the show too. She seemed cool. Then she unfriended me.
What a bitch. I mean, she's awesome.
I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of the Army of Darkness, Dr. Luther.
Army of Darkness.
Everything that comes up is
the more famous ones. The ones you've actually heard of.
Hey, come on, Dr. Luther Wrestling. Not many photos of this guy, which, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but when all the photos of the guy is like from the last couple years in AEW, I don't know. They say he was like some legend. Oh my God, this group.
Maybe he wrestled when Abe Lincoln wrestled.
I'd like to see Bears and
like he was like this great guy. I don't know. I mean, good for him.
Jericho says a lot of shit.
I'm glad. It's nice he gave his buddy a job. Ariel, yeah, there you go.
Oh, yes, she is smoking hot.
The Army of Darkness. This is like the budget version of Kevin Sullivan's Army.
My God,
look at these dudes.
Hell yeah, that looks like all the goths in a high school got together and are just hanging out in the lunchroom.
They should bring this whole group into AEW.
Hell yeah!
The one who made it.
Evil Uno is the leader. That's the new.
Yeah,
what is that?
This is Evil Uno right here. The guy with the white face paint right up here.
Oh really? I
don't know.
I need. I was like, is that what? Jack, I'm trying to learn here. I'm learning from you. Okay. No, I'm joking. So the white face paint's Evil Uno. Okay.
I expected to see him back in the day and think, oh, wow, he looks like, he's an older guy. He's not in the great shape. But honestly, I think he looks better today. Like, I don't know.
Which one is Dr. Luther?
I'm not sure which one he is there. He might be the guy, the white one here. I don't know.
The one over there?
He might be the pale guy there. I'm not sure. Because this is him back in the day.
That's hard. That's a weird angle.
This is him now.
See, went from tilting down to tilting up extreme.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be. So he's got the gun going to the head.
I'm gonna go Dr. Luther for Halloween this year.
There you go.
Everybody be like, hell yeah, look, it's fucking Dr. Luther over there.
That'll be their first thought.
Like, he's supposed to be Uncle Fester? No, fucking Dr. Luther!
Yeah, you gotta get the coat, like, above the head, like...
Paul Lazenby.
It's a double.
Is it that the other James Bond, Paul Lazenby?
I don't know. See, I got the hood on like the old Dr. Luther.
Notre Dame
but now I'm like the other dude because I'm like doing that. So I'm both.
Apparently, Dr. Luther wasn't even in that picture.
Damn it!
He was like the eighth member of the group.
He was the one taking the picture. He was holding the
camera. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that was difficult.
Oh, he apparently wrestled Daniel Bryan back in the day.
I got a studio creator kit, but I got it because it was on clearance, but it has a huge green screen in it.
Oh, that's cool.
So now I'm going to do green screen.
Yeah. I noticed you can buy green screens now $5 below.
Nice. I'm going to cover my whole house in it and then walk around naked.
Hell yeah.
In anywhere. I could go anywhere.
Yeah, you can just green screen yourself in the Bahamas. Look,
you gotta put on like a green screen thong.
Yeah, make a green screen rock to where I build up the background to where I could just.
Dwayne Johnson?
Whoa.
He's the one in the mask, Dwayne Johnson is. And then there's
Dr. Luther. He's kicking ass there.
Then Dr. Luther was, The Rock's partner for a long time.
Man, fucking legend.
He looks way bigger than The Rock, too, in that picture. That's crazy.
He's all jacked. I thought he was like a legend in Japan, but I can't really find much of anything.
Nah, I think that's just some bullshit Jericho made up. I looked up and said he had one match in WCW against Vampiro.
Here he's wrestled FMW, Sabu and the Sheik for Dr. Luther and Hannibal. Not that's not Hannibal, is it?
No, that's a different Hannibal.
Yeah. 93, so he's old.
You go in like cage match wrestling. Maybe they have a filter for people.
Yeah, he doesn't really. I mean, he's been around. It's just not like he's really done much.
No.
Well, I have no problem with people getting their buddies' jobs. That's cool. But I don't necessarily need to see the guys.
Oh, I'm sold just by his look. Like,
he needs to get back to being a vampire.
Yeah, that's one of the best gimmicks in my opinion.
That was Brett Kumo, Black Dragon. Isn't that the other? What is there's one James Bond who's only in one movie and no one really remembers it, but I thought it was Paul Lazenby.
Maybe it could have been. I mean, he probably had his pro wrestling debut.
Yeah. I tried to get him on the show, an interview with him once, but he wanted money. I was like, really? All right. We'll be back next week, talk some wrestling. Well, when I come back, I'll try to set up some guests. I like to have some guests on, but
I'll harass Brian Knobs
all the time, so we'll try to work out. Usually the thing is people say they'll do it, and then like it's such a hassle. Like I don't really want to just ask people and over to set up. It's like here's these dates, pick a date and do it. And if not, like fuck it. But I guess I have to be like more of an asshole or more on top of people. Not necessarily an asshole, I guess, but
like you fucker.
You've done. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, you've done well for yourself in the past, Jack. So I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Yes. Well, when the wrestling podcast started popping up, things changed.
Yeah.
So they want to do those, and then. The thing is, then when all these other ones, which people can see on there, they pay the guest, which is fine. But the thing is, like, if you can get $500 to talk to some goof, like or you're gonna want to talk to these goofs for nothing. But
you kind of have providence, though, Jack, because you've been doing it forever. You've been there before.
But I mean, people I've had on the show before.
I know.
And then like when I'm on now, they went for like $500.
But
that also
sucks.
At the same time, I know like we can get George South back on, and maybe some of my buddies like that. So we'll figure it out. But it would be fun to have some cool people on that I've not talked to before.
And that was George Lazenby, not Paul.
George, I knew it was Lazenby. Thank you. All right. There's more picks. I'll find them. We'll do a whole deep. Maybe we can get Dr. Luther on the show and we could talk about his legendary career.
Hell yes. Then we could get the Jericho interview.
I actually tried to get Jericho on Without Your Head not long ago when the Terrifier 2 came out. But
nice.
But he's been on In Your Head. What was I gonna say? Oh, I've never actually asked AEW for guests. I don't know why I've never done that. But maybe I'll try to get some AEW guests on. And the first people I'm going to ask for is Dr. Luther.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I'm like, fucking Dr. Luther.
They would remember you.
Yeah, I'm like,
because you asked that.
I want Dr. Luther.
Yeah.
Or that caveman guy, Camarado.
Yes, you need to do it like that.
Wait, now,
and then they'll be like, "Who's that fucking weird dude? Oh, he's done a million podcasts. Oh, Jackie Jones. Oh."
All kidding aside, the Camarada one, but the Dr. Luther probably would be a fun interview because he has been around since the 90s.
Yeah, dude.
So he might have some good stories.
For real, man.
And he's just like, so I got into here because my buddy Jericho was wrestling there. And then I got a gig here because Jericho was there.
Jackie should quit talking. We won't get the interview.
AEW started, and then my buddy
You gotta ask his alignment. Is he with the Elite or CM Punk?
There we go.
Oh, damn.
I wonder what he'll be.
Hot
It'll be a
take.
big shock.
He'll probably just be like, "I'm with Jericho."
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for supporting the show. I'm gonna try to have some new episodes of 2005 in your head up this week, and I'm also gonna try to have a bunch in the ready to pop up while I'm away, and pop some up during the week when I'm away. And every month I'm gonna put up a free one for everyone to check out. This month's free one was a really fun one. It was who was the free one I put up?
It was Ox Baker. I want to
Ox
listen to it.
Baker.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a fun show.
I like you guys' interviews because they're so consistent. Like, you could listen to one from, like, 2005 and one from now, and, like, they sound similar. Like, your interviewing style is, like, there. So, like, that's what ties them all together because, like, you could go back in time and they're consistent. Anyway, I won't blow smoke up your ass, Jack.
No, I
But
like doing
that's what yeah, you're really good. I like it.
Is Without Your Head is very interview driven, so I already do a lot of interviews, and I know it's a completely different show and a different topic, but it's just the idea of booking multiple guests on every week. But we'll figure it out. All right, guys, we'll be back. See everybody. Join the group. Hit the like button. Smash the like button, and subscribe, share this out all over social media. It helps everybody out, or helps us anyway. And we'll talk to you soon. Oh, I gotta get the outro ready. Yeah. So the opening theme is by Duckman. I should mention that Duckman was one of the original. Let's talk about AudioWrestling.com. So just a real quick little story. I'll go more in depth at another time. I know I mentioned this a few times, but we were all friends on AudioWrestling.com on the message board. Our favorite show was Get in the Ring. It went on hiatus, and so then we started doing In Your Head just as a goof. People liked it, so it became a show. But the original members, the original really core people, it was me, OIB, 1 Inch Biceps. I was Jacking Off and Humongous. Those two different names back then, and not everyone knew that I was two different people. Jacking Off was very much a troll, and Humongous was just a nice, lovable me. And then Barbie Richards, who was Barbed Wire, the English fellow, and the unseen member of the group, which is still with us, is Tyler, who does the website. And he taught me all the technical sides of the show.
Wow.
And probably the only person I've ever known, besides my family, who I've known a long time and never fought with. Very odd. But, so it was us. And then some people around here that are still around. And that is Duckman, who was this weird guy who was trying to get his songs played on other shows. And we were like, we'll play it in your head. Like, all right.
Is that how that happened?
Yeah, and so
that's awesome. I love the old, like, In Your Head, like the In Your Head, number one show on the net.
And
I love that.
Produced his second CD, which was Duckman Eats Tokyo, which that one's long out of print. His very first one is International Bob Squad, which I had no input on, but it's got a lot of cool tracks. So then I put out Duckman Eats Tokyo, and then a bigger release was Duckman for Presidente with New Jack. Which
no! Wow.
Which I may have a copy on CD somewhere. But anyway, so that group, Golgo 13 was part of that group. I'm not really sure. Oh, Job's is around since the beginning. There's probably more people, but not a lot. Maybe Norin Rad is Renee Mercedes. I think he might have came around a little bit later, but not too much later. But it was some of the people since maybe they're still around. I don't know. But anyway, that was a core group of people, and so Duckman does the theme song, and our outro here is Andre the Giant song, which is by my friend Ron, and it was the original theme song for the show before we had our own theme song. And so when we started the show, intro was actually asking for suggestions for the theme, and so I had two. One was I'm an ass man.
Hell yeah. That's a good one.
The other one was the Andre the Giant song. And since the Andre the Giant song was,
it's a honeycomb commercial too.
Right. But it was, it's an original song. It's not WWE.
Oh.
So we went with that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And so anyway, then we started using it as the outro once we got the Duckman song. And then for a long time here, we didn't have the theme song because when we were using Zoom, it was hard to do. But with the new setup, we can play both songs. And here it is, the outro, Andre the Giant.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Hello.
See you guys.
Hey. What? Can someone pick a word of the day for me? Word of any word.
Penis.
Whoa.
Do you want that to be the word of the day?
Yeah.
Okay. Penis is the word of the day.
Bird,
for tomorrow. Okay. Look at my Facebook post to see my post about penis.
All right.
I have penis on the brain.
Speaking of penis, I have to go pee, so I will talk to you guys.
I have penis on the brain.